make their move. Would they strike tomorrow? Next week? They clearly weren't the type to give up easily, and they had the resources to keep the pressure on. A normal letter would take days to reach the front lines, if it reached Father at all. The battles had made communication channels unreliable. Messengers were being intercepted, supply lines disrupted. Even if the letter made it through, how long would it take Father to secure permission to leave his post? The bureaucracy alone could take weeks. No, he needed something faster, something immediate, something that would cut through all the red tape and get Father moving right away. His hand brushed against his pocket as he sat up straight. Oh, the whistle! A solution so obvious he'd nearly missed it, hidden right there in plain sight all along. Finding an empty classroom wasn't difficult at this hour. Adam slipped inside, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He settled into a chair near the back, the wood creaking softly under his weight. For a moment, he just sat there, letting the quiet settle around him like a familiar blanket. Then, reaching into his inventory, he withdrew the small wooden whistle. Adam turned it over in his hands, examining every nick and scratch. Then, bringing it to his lips, he took a deep breath and blew. Nothing. No sound emerged. Frowning, he channeled mana into the whistle, watching as the barely visible runes etched into its surface flickered faintly in response. He knew the enchantment was still there. It had only been weeks since his last encounter with Bob, and magical items like this didn't just stop working. He tried again, this time maintaining a steady flow of mana as he blew. Still nothing. Not even a whisper of sound. Okay, third time's the charm, he thought, gathering his mana once more. But before the whistle could touch his lips, a familiar voice cut through the silence, thick with an accent and more than a little irritation. "You better not blow it again, lad." Adam's lips curved into a smile. "Hello, Bob." At the same moment, in the dregs, the market crawled with vermin pretending to be people. Helios could smell their fear, hear their hearts racing whenever he passed. Like mice spotting a cat, they'd glance his way, then quickly look down, suddenly fascinated by their shoes or the grimy cobblestones. Their whispers followed him like insects. "Don't look, don't look. Is that? Shh." He wanted to tear their tongues out. The hood of his cloak felt like it was strangling him, but he couldn't show his face. Not after what happened last week. Or the week before that. Or the one before that. The bodies were probably still floating in the river. A child started crying as he passed. The mother quickly hushed it, hurrying away. Smart woman. Helios's fingers twitched. His fangs ached. Then he heard it. "That's him! Helios! The vampire from the children!" His ear twitched. 3 men near the tanner's stall, about 40 paces behind him. "The one who got his ass handed to him by that kid mage?" Laughter. Low, trying to be quiet, as if that mattered. "Yeah, heard he went full naked, too. Got himself kebabbed by the silver circlers." More laughter. Helios stopped walking. The market went silent. Even the rats in the walls held their breath. "Oh shit, did he?" Helios moved. One moment he was standing in the middle of the street, the next he had the loudmouth by the throat, slamming him against the nearest wall. "Are you actually stupid?" Helios growled, punctuating each word with another slam. The man's head left wet marks on the stone. "Did you think I couldn't hear you?" Slam. "Did you think these ears were just for show?" Slam. "Did you think vampires have selective hearing?" The man tried to speak, probably to beg. Blood was running down his face, getting in his mouth. Because that would be really fucking convenient, wouldn't it? Slam. To only hear what we want to hear? Slam. To not have to listen to every single slam. Stupid. Slam. Worthless. Slam. Word! The final impact did it. The man's head came apart like rotten fruit, painting the wall red. The body slumped, twitching. Helios turned to the other two men. They were frozen, faces pale as milk. Anyone else want to share some funny stories? They ran. Smart choice. Helios looked down at his hands, now covered in blood and other things. Great. Another cloak ruined. Another market he couldn't come back to. And they were still whispering. Always whispering. All of this was because of that fucking little mage. He'd humiliated him, made him look weak in front of every single bastard present that day. Sir, a grunt from behind him. Helios turned around, blood still dripping from his fingers. What? The messenger, some low-level grunt in cheap clothes, kept glancing at the twitching body, throat working like he was trying not to vomit. Mr. Fox, he wants to see you. Fine. Helios wiped his hands on his ruined cloak. The messenger was still staring at the corpse, face green. Oh, stop looking like you've never seen a dead body before. Clean this up. He kicked the corpse. And don't worry about drinking it. I'm tired of human blood today. The messenger nodded frantically, probably grateful to still have his head attached. Helios walked away, boots leaving red prints that quickly faded to brown. His mind wandered to that little brat, that insufferable child. He imagined catching him alone, somewhere quiet. No witnesses. No rescue this time. He'd take his time. Make the boy understand true fear, not that cocky bravado he'd shown before. He'd watch those eyes widen as realization set in. No escape. No help coming. Then he'd feed. Slowly. Savor every drop. Every scream. The fantasy carried him through the winding streets until he reached Fox's building. The guards straightened when they saw him, trying to hide their trembling. Smart boys. Evening, sir. Mr. Helios? He ignored them, climbing the stairs to Fox's office. The wood creaked under his feet, complaining about his weight. Everything in this dump was cheap, falling apart. Fox could afford better, but he liked to keep up appearances. Helios didn't bother knocking. He pushed the door open and stopped. Fox was there, sitting behind his desk like always. But next to him stood Gale, that pompous bastard, looking as smug as ever. You called, sir? Helios kept his voice neutral, but his fangs ached. 2 people he wanted to kill, in one convenient location. Shame he couldn't. Yet. Ah, Helios. Fox gestured to the chair. Sit. Helios glanced at Gale, who smiled and gave him a little wave. Pretentious prick in his 1,000 gold coin armor. Whatever you just thought about me, Gale said casually. Right back at you. Helios's smile was all teeth. No warmth. Calm down, both of you, Fox said, standing up and reaching for his coat. This isn't helping. What's going on? Helios asked, not sitting. You're being reckless. Killing everyone who looks at you funny isn't exactly keeping a low profile. They disrespected me. Gale chuckled. Helios turned towards him, but Fox cut in before things could escalate. We're fighting on too many fronts already. The last thing we need is you leaving bodies all over the city because someone whispered about you. Fox straightened his collar. Take a break. Cool off. Stay ready. We need to find the one who destroyed our cargo. Lost a fortune in crystals that night. Helios turned to Gale. You were there, weren't you? How'd that bastard get away from you? Magic, Gale said, examining his nails. But how? Am I talking to a magician? No. Then why ask me to explain magic? Gale's smile was infuriating. Would you understand if I did? Helios opened his mouth to respond, but footsteps in the hallway made them all turn. Someone was coming. A knock at the door. Fox's ears perked up. His actual fox beastkin ears, because apparently this idiot thought being subtle meant using your species as a code name. Who does that? Helios had hated him for it since day one. Just one more reason to want to tear his throat out. He says he wants to talk to you, sir, came a voice from outside. Enter, Fox called. And who might you be? A man stumbled in, practically reeking of fear. Helios could hear his heart hammering, smell the sweat beading on his forehead. Pathetic. Devon, sir. I'm so sorry to come this late. I know it's terribly inconvenient, and I wouldn't dare impose if it wasn't important, but I thought you should know. I have places to be, Fox cut in. Stop wasting my time. Devon's eyes darted to Gale, who smiled and wiggled his fingers. Hello there. The man actually squeaked, like a mouse. Helios's fangs itched. He hated weak people, hated how they cowered and stammered and... If you don't start talking, Helios growled, I'm going to tear you apart. Slowly. Devon was trying to steady himself, but his heart was still going crazy. Helios just wanted to rip it out, watch it beat its last in his palm. I'm one of the men you put a bounty on, Devon managed. Oh, Helios laughed, crossing the room in a blur, his hand wrapped around Devon's throat. Is that so? Which group are you from? Silver Circle? The clan? He squeezed slightly. Not that it matters, but I'd like to know who's about to lose a member. His arm stopped mid-motion. Just stopped, like hitting a wall of steel. Helios looked up. Gale had his hand wrapped around Helios's wrist, that infuriating smile still on his face. Helios tried to pull free. Nothing. Not even a twitch. How the fuck was this bastard so strong? Now, Gale said, casual as discussing the weather. It's not very smart to kill someone before they tell us why they're here, is it? Let go. Sure thing. Gale released him. Have a chocolate or something. Chill out. Devon was frozen in place, so terrified he'd actually pissed himself. The smell hit Helios's nose, making him pisking in disgust. Please, Devon sobbed, tears running down his face. Don't kill me. I'm one of Cisco's men. Cisco? Fox's ears perked up again. Well. Helios's attention snapped back to Devon. Now this was interesting. Oh, did Marco send you? Gale asked, lounging against Fox's desk. Devon nodded frantically. Marco? Helios turned to Gale. That piece of shit. What? Gale spread his hands, grinning. Being feared is useless if you can't leverage it properly. He pushed off the desk, walking in a circle around Devon like he was giving a lecture. See, while you were out there turning everything that moved into paste, some of us were actually working. Little Marco figured out they'd get caught eventually. He stopped, gesturing at Devon. So he came to me with a deal. He'd give us the mage who started all this mess, in exchange for their lives. His smile widened. Work smarter, not bloodier. Fucking arrogant piece of shit, showboating cocksucker. Right back at you, sunshine, Gale sang. Fox watched them both, ears twitching in annoyance. He cleared his throat. If we could focus on the matter at hand. Marco's setting up a meeting with the mage, Devon stammered. Wonderful, Gale yanking him close. The mage? Which mage? Law, Devon squeaked. Helios froze, then laughed, the sound sharp and wild. Law, that's his name. Law. His grin stretched wider. Finally, a fucking lead. Where? When? Marco said they're deciding soon. The mage placed an order with Cisco. He'll come collect it when it arrives. Wait. Helios shook him. Are we talking about the little mage? From that day? Devon hesitated. Yes, he whispered. Louder! Yes! Law. Helios savored the name. Law, law, law. Gale's hand appeared on his shoulder, forcing him to release Devon. Thank you so much. Tell Marco we'll be in touch. Thank you. Devon practically ran out the door. Fox wrinkled his nose. It reeks of piss in here now. Helios didn't care. He couldn't stop grinning. Best news he'd had in weeks. That little bastard had a name now. Law. He could taste it already. Ugh, freak, Gale muttered. Helios's joy curdled. One of these days, he was going to find a way to kill that smug bastard. One of these days. That's one problem dealt with, Fox said, straightening his coat. Now we just need to find whoever destroyed our cargo. The boss came all the way to Arcos just for this mess. You know, Gale tapped his chin, I have a feeling our mage friend and our cargo problem might be connected. Don't know, don't care. That's your job to figure out. Fox turned to Helios, his expression hardening. And you, don't move until you get orders. I've got enough problems with the boss already. He headed for the door, pausing. I'm counting on you, Gale. And Helios? He stressed each word. Don't act rashly. Say hi to His Highness the Prince for me, Gale called after Fox's retreating back. The door clicked shut, leaving behind only the lingering smell of fear and urine. Chapter 33. The Greater Good. Adam smiled as Bob materialized in the empty classroom. The old leprechaun's white beard was neatly trimmed now, his new emerald coat adorned with golden threads that caught the lamplight. Even his boots gleamed, polished to mirror shine. You clean up nice, Bob. Business must be good. Aye, and you've put on some proper muscle since I last saw you. Bob circled him once, nodding in approval. About time, too. You were skinny as a twig. Wait, really? Adam flexed his arm, squinting at it. You can tell? Course I can tell. Who do you think I am? Bob snorted, reaching up to pat Adam's head. Still got that smart head on your shoulders, though. Good lad. These boots are incredible, Adam said, gesturing at Bob's footwear. Drake leather? Bob's chest puffed up. Finest craftsmanship north of the Silver Mountains. Tell you what, I'll make you a pair once you grow into them proper. He eyed Adam's current shoes with clear disapproval. Can't have you running around in those shabby things. They're not that bad. They're an insult to me's professional pride is what they are. Bob shook his head, then looked up at Adam with narrowed eyes. Now, what sort of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Adam told Bob everything. Well, almost everything. He started with his first time in the Undertow, the pickpocket who became an ally, the vampire who nearly killed him, the fight that followed. Bob's eyebrows climbed higher with each detail, his fingers drumming against his knee as he perched on a nearby desk. The story spilled out faster after that. The Children of the Moon's shipment, the explosion, the way the criminal underground erupted into chaos. Bob's drumming fingers went still when Adam described the aftermath, how the children had responded by hiring someone who could go toe-to-toe with Star Knights. Throughout the telling, Bob's face shifted between emotions like clouds across the sun. He scowled at the mention of the vampire, nodded grimly at the description of the fight, and actually grinned when Adam detailed how he'd blown up the shipment. But that grin vanished when Adam explained about Gale, replaced by something harder. When Adam finally finished, silence filled the classroom. Bob stared at the floor for a long moment, then looked up at Adam. "Bloody fucking hell," he spat, then switched to his own tongue. Adam didn't understand the words, but the venom in Bob's voice made it clear they weren't blessings. Bob sighed, running a hand through his beard. "A Star Knight's no joke, lad. Then again, you did take down a Sphinx." "The Sphinx underestimated me," Adam said. "This one won't make the same mistake." "Smart one," Bob nodded, then straightened. "So, you want me to take a message to your father?" Adam pulled out the sealed letter. "If possible. At the Twin Peaks." "The Twin Peaks? Border of the Empire?" Bob scratched his chin. "No problem. I'll be there by tomorrow morning. Give it to Commander... Scylla, was it? Tall fellow, blue eyes like yours, got that scar running across his right eye." "That's him." "Aye." Bob tucked the letter into his coat. "I'll head out now. Get there faster." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a 4-leafed clover, holding it out to Adam. "Here, enchanted for luck." Adam stared at the clover. As a mage, he found the concept of luck magic rather absurd. Probability was a mathematical constant, not something you could bend with a plant, enchanted or otherwise. Even accounting for magical theory, luck was too vague a concept to properly channel energy through. Still, he took the clover from Bob's hand. The old leprechaun had saved his life too many times to refuse such a gift, dubious magical theory aside. "Better not die before I come back with your father," Bob said, fixing Adam with a stern look. "I'll try not to," Adam replied. "And thanks, Bob, for everything." Again, there was that bells chiming underwater sound, a shimmer of green and gold, and Bob was gone, just like before, leaving nothing but the scent of clover in the classroom. Adam sighed as the scent of clover faded, his heart beating a little faster at the thought of seeing his father again. He'd imagined their reunion differently. Around a dinner table, perhaps, sharing a meal and stories, his father's rare laugh filling their home. Instead, he was sending a warning about a Star Knight. Time wasn't on his side with someone like Gale involved, and he couldn't risk telling everyone directly. Speaking of which, he reached into his inventory and pulled out the golem. The construct stood silently beside his desk as he sat down, closing his eyes. He visualized Headmaster Maris's office, the heavy oak door, the worn stone walls, the ever-present stack of papers threatening to avalanche off his desk. The talisman felt cool against his skin as he slipped it on. His consciousness shifted, that familiar, disorienting lurch as, blip, the golem materialized in the corridor outside Maris's office. Empty. Good. Blip. The next jump landed him, well, the golem, right into one of Maris's paper towers, documents scattered everywhere like startled pigeons. "Shit, sorry, Adam muttered from his classroom chair, making the golem scramble to gather the fallen papers. The metal and stone-made hands weren't exactly made for delicate paper sorting. After 3 attempts to create a neat stack, he settled for mostly not on the floor and placed the envelope prominently on the center of the desk. Maris couldn't miss it unless he was actively trying to. Blip! Back in his body, Adam rubbed his temples. The motion sickness from jumping with the golem was getting better. He no longer felt like his stomach was trying to escape through his nose, but it still wasn't pleasant. Like reading a book in a carriage on a bumpy road. He'd take regular teleportation over golem jumping any day. Next up, Professor Kim. Adam handed the remaining envelope to the golem and focused on the professor's laboratory. The familiar walls, the perpetual smell of burning something, the countless experiments laid out on every available surface. Blip. Wah! Adam's cry cut off as the golem materialized a foot off the ground, gravity doing what gravity does best. The construct crashed down onto its metallic behind, right into a desk covered in what looked like very delicate glassware. The resulting chaos sounded expensive. Merciful heavens! Bandits! Hooligans! Scientific saboteurs! Professor Kim's voice hit a pitch usually reserved for opera. A fireball whooshed past the golem's head, singing the wall behind it. From his classroom, Adam winced. Professor, wait! Another fireball caught the golem square in the face. The construct stumbled backward, knocking over what appeared to be a very intricate system of tubes and beakers. Liquid of various colors began mixing in ways that probably weren't meant to mix. Miscreant! Vandal! Destroyer of carefully calibrated equipment! Kim was backing away, hurling both fireballs and increasingly creative insults. His robes were askew, his glasses crooked on his nose. Back, you metallic demon! Professor, stop! He called uselessly from his classroom chair, forgetting in his panic that the golem couldn't speak. He made the construct raise its hands in surrender and point to where its mouth would be, trying to mime that it meant no harm. This only seemed to terrify Kim more. It's making arcane gestures! Heavens preserve us! What was this man doing here at this time anyway? The golem slowly lowered itself to one knee, deliberately moving to pick up a fallen beaker. It carefully placed the glassware back on a nearby table. Professor Kim's next fireball faltered slightly. What in the... The construct continued methodically cleaning, stacking papers that had scattered, righting an overturned chair. Each movement was precise, careful, almost apologetic. You're not here to destroy my life's work? Kim's grip on his spell remained firm, but his voice had dropped from panic to cautious curiosity. The golem shook its head, the metal joints in its neck moving with surprising fluidity. Fascinating. Kim took a tentative step forward, squinting through his crooked glasses. The articulation in those joints. And is that enchanted metal in the core structure? The craftsmanship is remarkable. Another step. There's someone controlling you, isn't there? This isn't autonomous behavior. The golem nodded. Extraordinary. The control mechanism must be... Kim was fully in academic mode now, though the fireball still flickered in his palm. The response time is nearly instantaneous. How did you even get in here? The wards should have... The golem raised a single finger in a wait gesture, reaching slowly into a compartment in its chest. Kim tensed, but his academic curiosity seemed to be winning over his fear. The construct withdrew the envelope with deliberate care. For me? Kim's eyebrows rose as the golem nodded. Well, you could have knocked, instead of... He gestured at the still considerable mess with his free hand. though I suppose this is more dramatic, and infinitely more interesting from an arcane engineering perspective. The golem extended its arm, envelope held carefully between stone fingers. Kim darted forward like a sparrow snatching bread, backing away just as quickly. "What is this? What game are you playing?" The fireball in his palm pulsed brighter. "Don't move. Not a single joint, or I'll melt you down to scrap." The golem nodded slowly, standing perfectly still. In his classroom, Adom's fingers drummed nervously on his desk. He'd originally planned to deliver this himself, but what if Kim panicked and gave names to those people? No. Better to watch the professor's reaction from afar, through the golem's eyes. Kim tore open the envelope with his free hand, adjusting his glasses with a knuckle. His eyes darted across the first lines, then stopped. Started again. The color drained from his face like water from a broken vessel. He looked up at the golem, mouth working silently for a moment. This can't be true." The construct nodded once. Kim's eyes dropped back to the paper. The fireball in his palm flickered, forgotten, as he continued reading. His legs seemed to give out halfway through, and he groped blindly behind him for his chair, missing twice before finally finding it. "Stars above," he whispered. "Stars and void above." The paper crumpled in Kim's shaking hands. His eyes darted across the lines again and again, as if hoping the words would rearrange themselves into something less devastating. "No," it came out as a whisper. Then, louder. "No, these are lies!" He surged to his feet, the forgotten fireball flaring dangerously bright. 23 years! 23 years of research, of breakthroughs, of... His voice cracked. "Do you have any idea what this project means? The lives it could change?" The golem stood silent, immobile. This is slander, fabrication, malicious lunacy!" Kim's free hand slashed through the air, the paper crinkling further in his grip. But his eyes kept returning to certain lines, certain names, certain documented transactions that explained too much. Cisco had done an excellent job at tracking all of this. The professor's shoulders slumped, then straightened again in denial. In his classroom, Adam's knuckles were white on his desk edge. He could see it in Kim's face, the desperate need to reject what he was reading, warring with his methodical researcher's mind, connecting dots he'd never wanted to see. "I won't believe it. I can't believe it." Not from some animated statue that crashes into my laboratory in the dead of night. Kim's voice rose again, but the tremor in it betrayed him. "These people, they've funded hospitals, orphanages. He trailed off, the paper shaking harder. "Under my nose. All this time. Using my work to... He collapsed back into his chair, the fireball finally guttering out. "Everything I've done. Everything I was going to... Oh, stars. Oh, void. The implications." His head dropped into his hands, the paper falling to the floor. "If I stop now, 23 years, my life's work. But if they're really..." Silence. A broken sound escaped him, something between a laugh and a sob. "A good man's work in evil hands is still evil, isn't it? Even if he didn't know. Even if he didn't want to know." The golem stood motionless as Kim wrestled with his thoughts, the only sound in the laboratory being his ragged breathing and the occasional clink of disturbed glassware settling. Finally, he looked up, eyes red-rimmed behind his glasses. These documents, the connections they show. He swallowed hard. Even if half of this is true, I need to stop. At least until... His hands clenched. The Empire needs to know. The Academy Board. Someone has to investigate this properly. The golem moved suddenly, making Kim flinch, but it only reached for a piece of chalk on the nearest desk. Its fingers wrote in precise strokes. Headmaster Maris has been informed. Kim stared at the words. Maris knows? When did he... He trailed off, then his eyes narrowed. Who are you? Really? How do you know all of this? More chalk scratches. Who I am doesn't matter. The evidence does. Evidence that appeared out of nowhere. Delivered by a golem that broke into my lab in the middle of the night, Kim said. But his voice lacked conviction. His eyes kept drifting to his prototype. If you're right about any of this, if they're really using my work for... The golem wrote, Destroy the Protomeris. The Empire needs to know everything. Kim stared at the prototype. His life's work. Countless breakthroughs, years of dedication. Destroy it, but... He ran a hand through his hair. Maybe we could secure it somewhere, in a vault, or... They have people everywhere, the golem wrote. Not worth the risk. 23 years, Kim whispered. He looked sick. All those advancements, the possibilities. His voice hardened. But if they're using it for... No, you're right. Kim's breath hitched. Silence stretched for what felt like hours before he whispered, Take it. His voice broke. Do it. I can't. I can't do it myself. 23 years and I... Just do it. Please. The golem moved forward with measured steps, carefully lifting the prototype. It turned back to Kim, who couldn't meet its gaze, his head bowed as if the weight of his decision was physically pressing him down. Through the golem, Adam stared at the device, turning it slowly in his fingers. Such a small thing, to have caused so much death in his timeline. Would cause. Should have caused. The original intelligence had been wrong. He'd thought it was simple. Murderers stealing research from Kim's corpse, fumbling their way to apocalypse. But this? Quite possibly foreign money. Criminal organizations. A web of corruption spreading through multiple empires. It made things more complicated, but also made more sense. The weapon's rapid deployment in his timeline hadn't been luck. They'd been ready. Waiting. At least now Kim wouldn't develop it. That would buy time. Months, maybe years before they found someone else who could piece it together. Time enough to get to the Crown Prince, currently visiting Arcos. Time to show him the same documents that had broken Kim's resolve. Time to start dismantling the networks that had nearly ended the world. Mr. Fox would need dealing with. Gale, too. The whole rotten structure needed to face imperial justice, not just disappear into shadows to try again. Adam began methodically dismantling the prototype on Kim's workbench. One fire put out, bigger ones still burning. But for the first time since he'd returned, he could see a path forward that didn't end in ashes. The professor stood with his back turned, but his shoulders twitched at every snap of metal, every crack of crystal components being separated. "Forgive me," Adam whispered from his classroom, though Kim couldn't hear him. Crystalline matrices were crushed to powder, delicate enchantment lattices unwoven thread by thread. Retention coils snapped, each piece of Kim's life's work coming apart. The professor's hands were white-knuckled on the edge of a nearby table. His breathing was uneven, but he didn't look, not once. Though his trembling got worse when the distinctive sound of the primary core being crushed filled the silent lab. "Safer this way," Kim mumbled, almost to himself. "Safer. Had to be done. Had to." When the last piece lay in ruins, the golem picked up the chalk again. "Go to Maris tonight. These people are powerful. You need protection." Kim let out a shaky breath. "No, I know someone better." He straightened slightly. "Prince Callion is in the city. He's been a friend for years. A weak smile. "He'll listen. He has to listen." The golem nodded slowly, then wrote, "Be careful. Trust no one else." "My life," Kim whispered again, finally turning to look at the scattered remains of his work. "But better this than—" He couldn't finish. Blip! The golem materialized in front of Adam's desk. This should have felt triumphant. He'd succeeded, shown a good man the truth, prevented something terrible. And yet, Adam felt a deep ache in his chest. As a researcher himself, he understood.
The countless nights of work, the breakthroughs, the setbacks, the moments of inspiration. All of it sacrificed in an instant of painful clarity. One problem partially handled, though handled felt like too clean a word for what had just happened. These people wouldn't simply accept their investment vanishing into thin air. They'd come for Kim, and soon. He needed a way to make them back off, something that would keep the professor safe. Another problem to solve, another fire to put out. But this one, significantly less apocalyptic. He glanced at the timepiece hovering in the corner of his vision. 1 month, 19 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. The numbers pulsed gently as a constant reminder of the other crisis looming over him. The dragon's breath situation might be partially diffused, but the cure, that couldn't wait. Not with that clock ticking down. Time to shift focus. Though the weight of Kim's sacrifice made it hard to simply move on to the next task, the merciless march of those numbers demanded his attention. Morning. Adam sat cross-legged in classroom 3B. Early morning sun hitting the glass vials arranged around him. It smelled of chalk dust and old wood and milk that turned bad weeks ago. Maybe months ago. Failed alchemical arrays covered the floor, their runic patterns half erased, but still visible in the dusty stone. "For God's sake," Adam muttered as he adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's Bane as he studied the open grimoire. The hidden notes shimmered into view, cramped handwriting filling the margins with observations and corrections. "Water, fat, protein," he muttered, checking the mixture in the nearest vial. "Simple components, complex arrangement." His first attempt went exactly as expected. The liquid turned an unpleasant shade of yellow and started smoking. The second wasn't much better, though at least nothing curdled this time. By the 5th try, he was beginning to see the pattern. Through Riddler's Bane, he could track how the components moved and interacted. The fat molecules didn't just need to be distributed, they needed to form specific structures. The proteins had to fold in particular ways. It's not about forcing the change, he realized, watching another failed attempt swirl in its vial. It's about guiding it. The next hour passed in a blur of attempts and adjustments. Each failure taught him something new. Too much fire destabilized the proteins. Too little left the fat improperly distributed.
The balance had to be perfect. On his 12th try, something clicked. He could see exactly where he'd been going wrong. It wasn't about power at all. It was about precision, understanding, working with the substance's nature rather than against it. He drew the circle again, more carefully this time. 5 smaller circles around the edge, each with its rune precisely placed. The vial of water-fat protein mixture went in the center. This time, when he activated the circles, everything flowed naturally. Fire separated the components without breaking them. Water maintained the right consistency. Air distributed everything evenly. Earth stabilized the new structures. Mana bound it all together. The liquid turned white, then thickened slightly. No smoke, no odd smells, just milk. Adom picked up the vial, holding it to the light. Perfect consistency. He uncorked it and took a cautious sniff, then a small sip. It tasted like milk. Actual, proper milk. He set the vial down among its failed predecessors, a small smile tugging at his lips. One tiny step closer to understanding the principles he'd need for the cure. The clock in his vision pulsed. 1 month, 19 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. Time to clean up and get to his next class. But first, he carefully copied the successful circle configuration into his notebook. He had a feeling he'd need it again soon. Adom trudged through the academy grounds, mind heavy with yesterday's mess. By now, Bob should be halfway to his father's position. Adom checked his timepiece. If the leprechaun kept the pace he promised, he'd arrive soon enough. Just had to trust he'd make it in time. Then there was the professor's disappearance. Hugo had caught Adom at dawn outside the club. The young man's usual smirk was gone, replaced by genuine concern. "He's not in his lab," Hugo had said, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Always there when I check in the morning. Always. But today? Nothing. No notes, no signs of work, just empty." Adom rubbed his temples. The professor wouldn't just vanish, not with everything at stake. Not when they were so close to... A scream ripped through the morning air. Then another. Students were rushing toward the eastern gate, a crowd forming faster than morning dew. Adom felt his stomach drop. Something was wrong. Very wrong. "Holy shit!" someone yelled from ahead. "Don't get closer! Is that blood? Someone call a professor!" Adom shoved his way through the growing mass of bodies, dread building with each step. Through the wall of uniforms and mourning robes, he caught a glimpse of someone crouched at the gates. His heart stopped. Gus. The usually cheerful second year was hunched over something, his shoulders shaking. Blood stained his academy robe. "Gus?" Adom pushed forward, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. "Stay back!" Crowley's voice cut through the chaos. The professor strode through the parting crowd. "Everyone back to your classes! Now!" Nobody moved. "I said now!" Crowley's mana crackled around him, making the air heavy. That got them moving. Then Crowley saw who was at the gate. "Mr. Howell?" Gus looked up, face streaked with tears and dirt, lips trembling as he tried to form words. His hands shook as they cradled Gizmo's body, fingers running over and over the salamander's dulled scales, like he could somehow bring back their shine. Gizmo, his voice cracked.
Fresh tears spilled down his cheeks as he hugged the familiar closer, rocking slightly. He was just trying to...
"Easy, son." Crowley knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder.
Take your time. What happened exactly? We were coming out of the guild. Gus drew several shaky breaths, trying to steady himself. Late-night research. Gizmo was playing with the light crystals like always. A sob caught in his throat. 4 men. Didn't see their faces. Dark robes, with masks. They surrounded us and started asking about some student. A law. Said they needed to find him. Murmurs rippled through the remaining students. Adam's heart pounded against his ribs. Law. The name he'd given when he first introduced himself to Cisco. I told them I didn't know any law, Gus continued, his words coming faster now, more desperate. Said there were hundreds of students here. They got angry, started shouting, said they knew he was here, when I wouldn't. He clutched Gizmo closer, his whole body trembling. They were fluid users. Gizmo sensed them getting angry first. He always knew, always protected me. He tried, breathed fire at them, but they just... His voice dissolved into broken sobs, burying his face against Gizmo's cold scales. The familiar that had been his constant companion for 3 years, that small, warm presence that would curl around his neck during lectures, now lay lifeless in his arms. Professor, one of the teachers stepped forward. Should we alert? Get a raven and inform the headmaster. Crowley's eyes never left Gus. Now. Adam watched as Crowley helped Gus up, the boy still cradling his dead familiar. The morning sun caught the tears on Gus's face, the blood on his hands, the terrible stillness of what had been, just yesterday, a mischievous little salamander that would warm up students' hands and leave scorch marks on classroom ceilings. They were looking for him, and they were willing to kill to find him. Chapter 34. And then nothing remained. Kim counted cobblestones as he walked. Not intentionally, his mind just did that sometimes. 17 across on this street, 23 on the last one. The numbers helped steady his nerves, gave him something to focus on besides the shadows that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. The night air bit at his face. Clean streets, he thought. Too clean. The usual litter and debris had been swept away for the Crown Prince's visit, leaving the cobblestones eerily pristine in the lamplight. Everything looked wrong without its normal layer of city grime. A cat darted across his path. Kim jumped. Ah! Then immediately felt foolish. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He shoved them into his pockets, fingers brushing against the folded documents. The paper felt like it was burning through his coat. 29 cobblestones across here. A couple walked past, laughing about something. Kim pressed himself against a wall to let them pass, heart hammering. Just normal people enjoying a normal evening. Not everyone was out to. He cut that thought off. Paranoia wouldn't help. Though maybe a little paranoia was warranted, given what he'd learned about his funders, about what they'd planned to do with his work. The royal quarter loomed ahead, its white stone walls gleaming under enchanted lamps. 32 cobblestones across. Guards in polished armor stood at attention, their faces impassive behind their helmets. And behind them, Kim swallowed hard. The other guards. The ones that didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. Their black armor seemed to drink in the light, making them look like holes cut into the night itself. Imperial shadows, some called them. The Crown Prince's personal guard. "State your business," one of the regular guards said as Kim approached. "I need to see Prince Callion." Kim's voice cracked. He cleared his throat. "It's urgent,"
The hour is late. Return tomorrow.
Please.
Kim stepped forward. The guards tensed.
Tell him Professor Amadeus Kim is here. He knows me. We're... Friends felt too presumptuous suddenly. We've worked together for years. Please, it's important. The guard studied him for a long moment. One of the shadows turned its head slightly, the smallest movement, but it made Kim's skin crawl. Wait here. Kim counted cobblestones while they verified his identity. 47 across at the gate. The numbers weren't helping anymore. His mind kept spinning back to his laboratory, to the remains of his life's work scattered across the floor. 23 years of research. Gone. Because he'd been too blind to see how it was being twisted. Professor? Kim looked up. A different guard had returned. His Highness will see you. Follow me. They led him through torchlit corridors, past tapestries and suits of armor. Two of the shadows fell into step behind them, their footsteps making no sound on the stone floor. Kim tried not to think about them, tried not to imagine what they might do if they knew what he carried. More corridors, more turns. Kim lost count of the cobblestones. Finally, they stopped before an ornate door. The guard knocked twice. Enter. The door swung open, and there was Callion, bent over a desk covered in papers. He looked up, and Kim nearly collapsed with relief at the familiar face. Amadeus? The prince's brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Callion looked exactly as Kim remembered. Those striking blue eyes, dark raven hair, and that carefully trimmed beard he'd started wearing in recent years. 12 years Kim's junior, but you wouldn't know it from the way he carried himself. Even hunched over his desk like this, there was something quietly regal about him. Strange to think that once upon a time, this man had just been an eager young noble who'd spend hours in Kim's laboratory, pestering him with questions about magical theory. Kim hadn't even known he was speaking to the future crown prince until the announcement was made. Now, 15 years later. On the dais? Callion stood, concern etching deeper lines in his face. Sit down before you fall down. When was the last time you slept? Kim tried to remember. Had it been 4 hours ago? 6? Everything before the golem's visit felt like one long blur. Here. Callion was already moving to a cabinet near his desk. You look like you could use this. He pulled out a dark bottle, its surface covered in spiraling runes that pulsed with a soft purple light. The cork came free with a soft pop that seemed to release the scent of summer flowers. Moonbloom wine, Callion explained, pouring 2 glasses. From the floating vineyards of Celestia. They say the grapes absorb starlight, and the wine soothes troubled minds. He handed one to Kim. From my private collection. Kim wasn't much of a wine person. Most of it just tasted like spoiled grape juice to him, but he took the glass gratefully. His hands were still shaking. He drained half of it in one swallow. Oh. This wasn't like any wine he'd tasted before. It was summer afternoon naps and cool morning breezes, warm blankets on cold days, the satisfaction of solving a particularly tricky equation. He finished the rest in another gulp. Careful there, Callion chuckled, taking a measured sip from his own glass. This isn't tavern swill. 1 glass of this could buy a small house in the merchant district. And yet he'd opened it without hesitation, just because Kim looked troubled. That was Callion all over. The same generosity he'd shown as a young man, always ready to share whatever he had. Even now, as crown prince, that hadn't changed. Thank you, Kim said quietly. I needed that. I can see that. Callian set his glass down, all traces of humor falling away. What's happened, Amadeus? I haven't seen you this shaken since that time you accidentally turned half your laboratory staff into geese. That was an accident, and I turned them back. The protest came automatically, but Kim's heart wasn't in it. The wine had steadied his hands, but the weight of what he carried still pressed down on him. I need your help, Callian. And what I'm about to tell you, it's going to sound impossible, terrible, but I can prove every word. Callian studied him for a long moment, then reached for the bottle again. I think, he said carefully, we're both going to need another glass for this conversation. Kim told him everything. The project, the breakthroughs, the funding that had seemed so legitimate. His voice grew stronger as he laid out the evidence, spreading ledgers and letters across Callian's desk. Guild seals, merchant stamps, trading contracts, all leading back to names and organizations that made his blood run cold. Callian listened intently, asking sharp questions that cut straight to the heart of things. Though not a mage himself, he'd always had an almost academic passion for magical theory. Now that same analytical mind picked apart the conspiracy thread by thread. And this merchant seal here, Callian tapped one of the letters. You're certain it connects to those children of the moon you talked about? The markings match their known trading houses. Kim's hands shook slightly as he pulled out another parchment. And look at the timing of these shipments. Every major breakthrough, every advancement, gold and resources moved through these same channels. Something flickered across Callian's face. So brief, Kim almost missed it. Anger? No, something else. The prince took another slow sip of wine, his eyes never leaving the papers. They played me for a fool, Kim said bitterly. All these years, thinking I was working for the betterment of the empire, and instead... He gestured helplessly at the evidence. They were going to turn it into a weapon. Something that could kill millions. Maybe more. Definitely more. And you destroyed the prototype? Callian's voice was carefully neutral. Yes, completely. There's nothing left for them to steal or replicate. Kim leaned forward. But that's not enough. These people, these organizations, they need to be stopped, arrested, their whole network torn apart before they can try again with someone else's research. Callian stood abruptly, walking to the window. His shoulders were tense under his formal robes. This is troubling, he said finally. Very troubling. Foreign powers and criminal enterprises operating so boldly within our borders. He took another drink, longer this time. You did the right thing coming to me on the dais. I knew you'd understand. Relief flooded through Kim. You've always cared about doing what's right, even back when you were just that eager young noble pestering me about theoretical magic. A small smile touched Callian's lips, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Those were simpler times, weren't they? They were. Kim straightened. So, what's our next step? The Imperial Guard could let me handle this. Callian's voice had an edge to it now. This level of conspiracy. We need to move carefully. One wrong step could send them all scurrying back into their holes. He returned to his desk, rifling through the documents with clear agitation. His movements were sharp, precise, almost angry. Kim watched him with growing concern. He'd never seen Callian this unsettled. You're worried, Kim said softly. Of course I'm worried. Callian knocked back the rest of his wine. This goes deeper than you realize, Amadeus. The implications. He shook his head. I'll need time to verify everything, to make sure we have an airtight case before we move. But,
Trust me. Callion's blue eyes locked onto his. I will see justice done. You have my word.
The intensity in his voice was reassuring. This was why Kim had come to him, because Callion had always been someone who fought for what was right, someone who cared about more than just power and politics. Thank you, Kim said. I knew I could count on you. Something passed across Callion's face, too quick to read. He poured himself another glass of wine, his movements controlled, but somehow tense. You should get some rest, he said. You look exhausted. I'll have guards escort you home. But shouldn't we? Rest, Amadeus. You've done your part. Let me handle things from here. Kim wanted to argue, but exhaustion was starting to crash over him in waves. Maybe it was the wine. Maybe it was the weight finally lifting from his shoulders. Either way, his eyes felt heavy. You're right, he admitted. I haven't slept since. He couldn't even remember. Everything would be all right now. Callion would handle it. Justice would be done. Kim pushed himself to his feet, muscles protesting after sitting so long. I'll be counting on you then, Your Highness. Before you go, Callion's voice was casual. Too casual. Who gave you these documents? Kim hesitated. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. The prince's smile was gentle, encouraging. The same smile he'd worn when asking about magical theorems years ago. It was a golem. A golem? Callion's eyebrows rose. See? You don't believe me. No. Please, explain. Callion leaned forward. I don't know much about whoever was controlling it. They just appeared. Kim shrugged helplessly. Left the documents, warned me about the project. Callion pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a long breath. Not worry. Annoyance? Kim laughed. You know what's funny? You look more inconvenienced than concerned. He shook his head, still chuckling. I just handed you a conspiracy that could shake the empire. Solving this? Exposing these people? It would make you a hero. Even as Crown Prince, that kind of popularity would be invaluable. And yet... Callion's eyes snapped to his. A flash of something dangerous there and gone so fast Kim almost missed it. The laughter died in his throat. Wait. The pieces were there, scattered in his mind like puzzle fragments. Years of casual conversations, of sharing breakthroughs over wine, of Callion's endless fascination with his work. That merchant at the prince's 20th birthday celebration. What was his name? Kim had forgotten, but he remembered the way the man had smiled, had mentioned knowing someone who'd be interested in funding magical research, had introduced him to Fox just a week later. Fox, who'd always seemed to know exactly what direction to push their research, who'd asked such specific questions about applications Kim hadn't even considered yet, the same questions Callion had asked years earlier, presented as mere intellectual curiosity. Oh no. Kim's throat went dry. His heart started hammering against his ribs, thoughts scattering like startled birds. You're right, he managed, voice steadier than he felt. I should get some rest. The prince didn't look like his old friend anymore. He looked like what he truly was, a lion who'd been playing with his food for years. Stay calm. Stay calm. His hands were trembling. He forced them still. Good night, Your Highness. Kim turned toward the door, pulse thundering in his ears. Just a few steps. Just... Stop. Callion's voice had changed. It was hard to explain, but the most poetic and easy way was that it felt like the warmth was gone. Kim's hand froze on the door handle. "You know," Kellyan said conversationally, "I always admired how quick your mind was, how you could take scattered pieces of information and assemble them into a coherent whole." The sound of wine being poured. "It's part of what made you such a valuable asset." Kim's fingers tightened on the handle. His thoughts raced, analyzing options, calculating odds. The guards outside, the distance to the window, the drop to the courtyard below. "Though I must admit," Kellyan continued, "I had hoped you wouldn't put it together quite so obviously. Your face has always been an open book, old friend." The last two words dripped with mockery. Kim's shoulders tensed. "Turn around, Amadeus." He didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at him to run. But where could he go? What could he do? Slowly, feeling like a puppet on strings, Kim turned. Kellyan was still sitting at his desk, wine glass in hand. But his eyes were different now. No more pretense of warmth. No more fake concern. Just cold, calculating interest. Like a researcher watching an experiment unfold. "I think we should talk a bit more," the prince said. I've been such a fool. For years he'd been such a perfect, blind fool. Phew. Focus. Focus. Adom rubbed his palms together, too aware of how clammy they felt. He'd thought these kinds of sensations were behind him by now. Apparently not. His fingers drummed against his leg as he stared at the circles drawn on the table, hyper-conscious of the presence behind him. Amazing how the weight of someone's attention could make even the simplest task feel like diffusing a bomb. Alchemy, as any alchemist could tell you, was all about understanding. Not just knowing, actually understanding. The difference between reading about swimming and actually getting in the water, so to speak. And right now, Adom was definitely in the deep end. It didn't help that elemental essences were tricky things to work with. Raw mana was straightforward enough, pure magical energy, like white light. But essences? Those were trickier. They were mana that had been filtered, transformed into specialized forms that resonated with specific aspects of nature. Like that white light passing through different colored glasses, each essence had its own flavor of magical energy. Water essence spoke to water, air essence to air, and so on. Which was exactly why alchemists used them instead of raw mana. You could technically hammer a nail with a rock, but wouldn't you rather use a hammer? He stared at the clear water in the beaker, fingers hovering over the chalk circles he'd drawn. 3 circles surrounded the main one, not 5. No need for unnecessary elements in this transformation. The runes were precise. He'd made sure of that. One wrong line, one wobbly curve, and instead of sweet water, he might end up with something that could melt through the floor. Again. "Take your time," Professor Merwin said from somewhere behind him. "The water isn't going anywhere." Right. No pressure. Just trying to convince water molecules to fundamentally change their nature while one of the Academy's most respected alchemists watched his every move. Simple. Adom adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's Bane. He did not really need to adjust them to use the artifact, but somehow it became a habit. The world shifted, magical currents becoming visible. The water wasn't just water anymore. It was a dance of molecules, a symphony of hydrogen and oxygen bonds waiting to be conducted. Through the artifact's lens, he could see how the molecular bonds vibrated, how they might be persuaded to change. "Remember," Professor Merwin's voice carried that teaching tone he'd come to recognize. "What elements do you actually need for this transformation? Many students make the mistake of using all 5 elements for every change." Adom nodded, studying the circles he'd drawn. Water essence in the first circle. That was obvious. You needed water to change water, establish a connection with the substance's fundamental nature. Air essence in the second, to alter how the molecules would interact with taste buds, carry the sweetness. And mana in the third, to power and stabilize the change. No fire needed. He wasn't trying to heat or excite the molecules. No earth either. This wasn't about physical stability. Sweet water was still water, just friendlier to the tongue. He touched the water circle first. This was the trickiest part. Using water essence to change water itself, like trying to paint water with water. But it wasn't about adding more water. It was about reshaping what was already there, encouraging new patterns to form. Through Riddler's Bane, he could see the molecular bonds shifting, becoming more receptive to change. The liquid in the beaker rippled slightly. Air essence next. This wasn't about adding air to water, that would just make bubbles. Instead, he guided the essence to alter how the water molecules would interact with taste buds. It was like teaching the water to speak a new language, one that would say sweet instead of neutral when it met the tongue. The liquid began to shimmer faintly as the changes took hold. Finally, mana. Not too much. This wasn't some grand transformation requiring vast power. Just enough to bind the changes, make them permanent. Like setting a painting after the colors were perfect. The water cleared, looking deceptively ordinary. That was good. Sweet water shouldn't look different from regular water. The change was subtle, internal. Professor Merwin stepped forward, her rings catching the light as she reached for the beaker. Adam held his breath as she dipped one finger into the liquid, then brought it to her lips. Time seemed to stretch. She didn't immediately spit it out. That was good. She wasn't turning purple or growing extra limbs. Even better. But her expression remained neutral, unreadable. Adam's palms were sweating. He'd checked and double-checked every step, balanced each essence carefully, followed every law to the letter. But alchemy was finicky. One microscopic mistake in how the molecules were arranged. Finally, Professor Merwin smiled. Perfect. Clean, sweet, with no artificial aftertaste. She set the beaker down with a satisfied nod. And, more importantly, you understood exactly what elements were needed. No more, no less. That's the mark of a true alchemist in training. A long breath escaped Adam as his shoulders relaxed. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been until the moment passed. That was amazing! Mia's voice came from behind him, followed by the sound of her stool scraping against the floor as she stood. The molecular manipulation was so precise. Thanks, Adam said, turning to face her. That book you recommended in the library really helped. Mia waved her hand dismissively. Oh, please, that was just a book. You managed to grasp advanced molecular manipulation in, what, 1 week? That's not the book. That's talent. You're one to talk, Professor Merwin said with a smile, as she carefully placed the beaker back on the testing station.
If I recall correctly, you mastered this particular transformation in just a week as well, Miss Storm. It's refreshing to have 2 students who grasp these concepts so naturally. Makes teaching advanced classes much more interesting. Adam shifted uncomfortably in his chair, forcing a polite smile. I just have a knack for understanding mana, I suppose. The special course wrapped up without ceremony. They gathered their things, exchanged casual goodbyes, and headed their separate ways. As Adam walked through the academy's stone corridors,
His mind wandered to the possibilities his growing alchemical knowledge might offer. Perhaps soon he could try, "Student Adom Scylla!" The harsh caw made him look up. A raven circled once before dropping a piece of paper in his direction. Before he could catch it, "Hey!" Adom snatched the paper from the air and turned around. One of the new guards was approaching, young, probably in his mid-20s, with the crisp uniform that hadn't yet seen enough weather to lose its stiffness. "Evening," the guard said, his tone friendly but professional. "Cutting it a bit close to curfew, aren't we?" "Just heading back to the dorms," Adom replied, tucking the paper into his pocket. The guard, his name tag read Morris, nodded. "Make sure you do. First week on the job and I've already had to write up 3 students for trying to sneak out after dark." He shook his head. "You'd think with everything that's happened, people would be more careful." "Some students don't like being confined," Adom said diplomatically. "Better confined than dead," Morris replied, then winced. "Sorry, that was blunt. Just, we're here to keep you lot safe, you know?" Adom nodded, knowing all too well why such measures were necessary. The past week had been chaos incarnate. Ever since Gus and the death of his familiar, Gizmo, Xerxes had transformed from a prestigious magical institution into something approaching a fortress. The murder of a familiar was no small matter. It left permanent scars on both the magical and emotional level. That someone would do it so casually spoke volumes about what they were dealing with. The investigation hadn't helped matters. Every student named Law, all 1,438 of them, boys and girls, had been questioned, their backgrounds examined, their movements tracked. Adom's stomach churned every time he thought about it. All those students under suspicion because of his actions' ripple effects. And then there was Professor Kim's disappearance. No trace of him since the night of the Golem incident. The official story was that he'd taken an emergency leave of absence, but nobody really believed that. "Just stay safe, all right?" Morris said, breaking into Adom's thoughts. "Whatever's going on out there, it's not worth risking your neck over." "No argument here," Adom replied, managing a small smile. "Have a good evening." The academy grounds were eerily quiet. The usually bustling courtyards lay empty, gardens deserted save for the occasional patrol. The new curfew had changed everything. A flash of orange caught Adom's eye near the gates. He ignored it. Psst. He kept walking. Psst. Still walking. Psst. I know you can hear me. What? Adom turned toward the gates, exasperated. A fox beastkin in a rumpled journalist's vest was attempting, and failing spectacularly, to hide behind a bush that was clearly too small to conceal him. Hey, could you come here for a minute? Just a few questions about Professor Kim." Adom turned around, spotted a guard, and pointed at the gates. As he walked away, he heard the guard's stern warning about the barrier's imminent activation, followed by the journalist's indignant protests about technically being outside school grounds. This had become depressingly routine over the past week. Journalists were like vultures circling the academy, hoping to catch any snippet of information about 2 major stories. The attack on Gus and Gizmo's death was one thing, but Kim's disappearance? That was different. Maris had found the files Adom left in Kim's office. What was in them had been serious enough for the headmaster to do something almost unheard of. He'd summoned a council from the magisterium. The Archmage himself would be coming to Xerxes. That announcement had thrown the academy into a frenzy of speculation. Some said Kim had been conducting forbidden research. Others whispered about conspiracy, about dark forces moving in the shadows. A particularly popular theory suggested he'd discovered something so dangerous that he'd been disappeared for everyone's safety. Adom paused at his dorm room door, hearing the rhythmic count of Sam's new evening workout routine through the wood. 18, 19. The paper crinkled in his pocket. He pulled it out, unfolding it carefully. The Raven's message was brief. Order ready for collection. Find us where the Merchant's Old Road meets the Three Sisters' Tears, when the moon kisses the eastern tower. The corner of his mouth twitched up. Adom wasn't aware Cisco liked dramatic codes. Or was this Aaron's idea? The Old Road was obvious enough. The abandoned market district. Three Sisters' Tears would be the fountain with the triple spouts. And the moon's position. That gave him the time. Tomorrow night, then. A smile spread across his face. With those two elements, he could finally synthesize a proper cure. One more problem solved without... The smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He mentally kicked himself for even thinking that. Nothing was ever that simple. The moment you thought things would go smoothly was exactly when the universe decided to remind you just how wrong you could be. 21. 22. Shaking his head, Adom pushed open the door just as Sam hit his final count. 24. 25. Sam's arms trembled slightly as he held the last position before letting himself drop to the floor. He rolled over, grinning up at Adom from his spot on the worn dormitory carpet. Hey. 25? New record! Adom grinned back. Right? Sam's face lit up. Started with 10 last week. Pretty good, huh? You're actually sticking to it, Adom said, dropping his bag by his desk. I'm impressed. Sam sat up, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Well, what else am I gonna do? Can't exactly go anywhere after 6. He stretched, joints popping. Besides, check this out. He flexed his arm, and Adom had to admit there was definitely more definition there than a week ago. The daily routine was paying off. See? Sam's grin widened. Feel it. That's actual muscle. Yes, you're very impressive, Adom said, but he was smiling too. It was good to see Sam focused on something productive, even if it was just a workout routine. Give me another week, Sam declared, standing up. His shirt was dark with sweat patches. I'll be able to bench press you. Please don't try. No promises, Sam called over his shoulder, already heading for the door with his towel. Gonna grab a shower before the hot water runs out. Sammy, you're literally a mage. Yeah, but heating cold water isn't the same as properly hot water. It gets all weird, like reheated tea. Sam and Adom both made a face. Reheated tea. What an odd thing to drink. Horrible, actually. Besides, do you know how much concentration it takes to maintain the right temperature while you're trying to wash your hair? I'd rather just have normal hot water. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Adom alone with his thoughts and the lingering smell of exercise in the air. Which, when you thought about it, was basically sweat particles. Gross. The sound of running water filled the quiet room as Adom settled on his bed, mind drifting through his mental checklist. The notification from the Academy's office this morning still made him smile. His mother would be here in 3 days. She'd been held up by her healer duties, but soon she'd arrive by boat in Arcos. How should he even react when he saw her? Play it cool, like he used to? Try to maintain that aloof dignity he'd worn like armor in his younger days? He snorted. Who was he kidding? Full-on bear hug. That was the only way. He'd wrap his arms around her and refuse to let go. Simple as that. But first things first. His health. The cure would need 2 weeks of careful brewing once he had everything mixed properly. Aaron had already gotten most of the ingredients. They sat waiting in his inventory. Just the water and the heart left to go. He'd picked up alchemy, hoping to reverse engineer the elixir of rebirth. But maybe that wouldn't be necessary anymore. And the day after tomorrow would bring the armor and gauntlets, too. His mind wandered to what they'd look like, how they'd feel. Another piece of the puzzle falling into place. Adam kicked off his shoes and changed into his new nightclothes, inhaling deeply. That fresh clothes smell never got old. The 3-headed spider silk felt nothing like what one would expect. Instead of sleek and cool, it was more like wearing a cloud, soft, and somehow both sturdy and gentle against his skin. One of those materials that just knew what you needed. Cool when you were warm, cozy when you were cold. He reached for the small pouch the Vaishari sorceress had given him. The Identify skill had revealed it as a Class B calming herb. Maybe she'd noticed how worn out he'd looked. He brewed it carefully, watching the water turn a soft amber color. The aroma slowly filled the room, sweet and natural, like someone had stirred honey into it. But better, somehow. More real. The first sip confirmed what his nose had told him. It was good. Really good. Easy to drink. With none of the bitter aftertaste most medicinal teas had. He could feel the tension in his shoulders starting to ease already. Adam then sank into his bed, immediately seeking out the cold side of his pillow. Some things never changed. Even with the chill in the air, nothing beat that first contact with the cool, fluffy surface. The mattress welcomed him with that perfect balance between soft and firm, and he pulled up his heavy blanket, one of his mother's parting gifts when he'd left for Xerxes. The phoenix of House Scylla spread its wings across the blanket's surface, the kind of dramatic design only mothers and grandmothers seemed to find appropriate for bedding. He smiled, curling his toes under the cover. Even now, years later, he still kept his feet firmly beneath it, just in case. Sam's horrible humming drifted through the shower noise, something that would normally drive him up the wall, but tonight it just blended into a sort of peaceful white noise. The world was still a mess. Missing professor, academy in chaos, tension thick in the air. But for the first time in ages, he could see a way forward. Get the cure. Get out of danger. Train Aaron until the kid could handle himself, and Adam not having to carry the weight of the world alone on his shoulders. The incense he'd lit was doing its job, cinnamon and vanilla replacing Sam's lingering workout smell and mixing with that new clothes smell he loved so much. The incense, of course, not the sweat. His thoughts began to drift, becoming hazier, warmer. The familiar weight of the blanket, the soft pillow beneath his head, the distant hum of crickets outside. Everything felt right. For once, tomorrow didn't seem so daunting. Adam woke before his alarm, stretching out like a cat in the warm patch of sunlight that had found its way through the window. For once, he'd actually slept well. Really well. There had been a dream, something about a tree? An apple tree, maybe. The details were already fading,
leaving behind only a vague sense of peace and the image of branches swaying in a breeze. Birds were chattering outside, having their usual morning debates. He lay there for a moment, watching dust motes dance in the early light, joints popping as he stretched again. The bed was almost too comfortable to leave, but his stomach had other ideas. "Look who's up early," Sam commented from his side of the room,
already halfway through his morning push-ups. 9, 10. Adom just hummed in response, joining him for a shorter set. His arms protested at first, but the movement helped shake off the last bits of sleep. Besides, he'd promised himself he'd at least try to keep up with Sam's new fitness kick. The cold water from the tap made him hiss. Someone really needed to fix the temperamental heating runes in their bathroom. With the new curfew in place, students had nothing better to do than shower or bathe at the same time, and the ancient heating system clearly wasn't built for this kind of strain. At least 2,000 people trying to get hot water at once did funny things to the runes. He splashed his face anyway, the shock fully waking him up. The mint taste of toothpaste helped too, though he had to dodge Sam's elbow twice while they shared the small mirror. "Dining hall today?" Sam suggested, adjusting his tie. "They're doing the full breakfast spread." The suggestion was enough to break their usual routine of tea and whatever they could scrounge up in their room. The dining hall was quieter than usual this early, the morning light streaming through the high windows, making everything look a bit softer, a bit more welcoming. Adom loaded his plate with poached eggs that actually looked poached instead of drowned, the yolks still perfectly runny, ready to burst. The bacon was crispy enough to snap, and they were glistening. Literally glistening. The pancakes came in a tall stack, golden brown and fluffy, with butter melting slowly down the sides and pooling with the maple syrup. Warm buttered toast, perfectly crisp on the outside and soft inside, sat next to a generous helping of slow-cooked beans in a rich sauce that begged to be soaked up with the bread. The food at the academy was usually good. They had to keep their mages in training well fed, after all. But lately it seemed they were pulling out all the stops. Maybe guilt over the curfew had the kitchen staff feeling generous. The black tea was proper black tea, too, not the watered-down stuff they usually served later in the morning, strong and fragrant with just the right amount of bite. "They have slimy for dessert," Sam pointed out, already reaching for the wobbling, iridescent dish. There was no need to elaborate on why it was called slimy, nor discuss its ingredients. Some things were better left unquestioned, especially when they tasted that good. First class was runicology, a class Adam rarely paid attention to, which meant Professor Karn would spend half the lecture telling stories about his glory days instead of teaching. Adam didn't mind. It gave him time to properly digest breakfast, and some of those stories were actually useful. Sometimes. The morning passed in that strange way mornings do when you're actually awake for them. Not quite rushing, not quite dragging. By the time early classes wrapped up, Adam felt more put together than he had in weeks. Maybe there was something to this whole proper sleep and actual breakfast thing after all. Classes wrapped up earlier than usual. Something about a staff meeting that no one questioned too closely. Adam was packing his books when Sam appeared at his shoulder, that familiar grin on his face. "Club tonight," Sam said, not really asking. "Found a way to control ice spells for frozen desserts. Think I finally cracked it. Plus, brought that board game from home, the one with the moving pieces that try to eat each other." Adom shouldered his bag. "I'll join later tonight." "Promise?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "And try not to get into trouble before then?" That got a laugh out of Adom. "We have a curfew. How much trouble could I possibly get into?" "I don't know how you do it," Sam shook his head, "but you seem to have a special talent for finding it lately. Your confidence in me is touching. Just be there tonight. The dessert actually works. Probably won't even give anyone brain freeze." "That's a low bar." "Better than zero." They parted ways at the corridor junction, Sam heading toward the club room, Adom turning toward the east wing, where an empty classroom was being renovated. The sound of Sam's footsteps faded, replaced by the quiet echo of his own against the old stone floors. The classroom door clicked shut behind him, lock sliding into place with a quiet snap. Dust motes swirled in the air, disturbed by his movement through the half-renovated room. Paint cans and tarps created strange shadows in the corners as Audom settled by the window, watching as the moon climbed higher. Right on schedule, the Academy's barrier shimmered to life, that familiar, almost invisible ripple in the air that meant curfew was starting. Perfect timing. The golem emerged from his inventory with a soft hum. He draped a heavy cloak he recently bought over it, adjusting the fabric until it hung naturally enough to pass for a person, at least in the dark. The talisman felt cool against his arm as he secured it. No way he was going out there himself, not with everything going on. He'd told Eden to make that clear to Cisco. The children were watching too closely now. So he'd stayed put all week, sending Eden on errands instead. Poor kid. Audom made a mental note to treat him to one of those fancy places in the merchant district once this was all over. Maybe that new place near the textile market that Eden kept looking at whenever they passed by. He did miss going out, though. The thought of Mr. Biggin's shop crossed his mind. Had the old man returned yet? Another problem for another day, one crisis at a time. Less than a week ago, before curfew started, Aaron had shown him the meeting spot Cisco had chosen, the old fountain tucked away in one of those forgotten courtyards the city seemed to collect. 3 spouts, all broken now, hidden behind overgrown vines and decades of neglect. Smart choice. The kind of place locals avoided out of habit and visitors never found. The perfect spot for exchanges that needed to stay quiet. Audom checked the moon's position one last time, then activated the talisman. Consciousness split, crystal activated, then blip. The golem materialized in a narrow alley 3 blocks from the meeting point. Intentional. Through its eyes, Audom scanned the surroundings, the newly added night vision-based rune in the construct giving everything a subtle blue tinge. Back in the classroom, Adom's real body settled more comfortably against the wall, but his shoulders remained tense. Safe or not, this kind of remote work always left him feeling exposed. The golem moved with measured steps, its cloak barely rustling. The empty streets felt quiet, the kind of quiet that made every small sound seem important. Water dripping from somewhere, wind moving loose tiles, the distant echo of what might have been footsteps, or might have been nothing at all. Audom guided it past boarded-up shop fronts, keeping to the shadows. Each corner meant stopping, listening, looking. Everything, ordinary or not, looked suspicious. A hanging sign became a crouched figure, a pile of crates transformed into potential hiding spots. Not paranoia if they're actually looking for you, he reminded himself, forcing his real breathing to stay steady even as the golem's magical senses strained for any sign of movement. A sudden flash of movement to the left. The golem's arm came up, flame-brand sword flaring to life beneath the cloak, ready to... Oh. It was a rat. It sat on its haunches, whiskers twitching as it stared directly at the golem. Through the construct's eyes, Audom stared back at it. Did you know you were about 2 seconds away from being turned into very small, very crispy pieces, little guy? The rat scratched its ear, distinctly unimpressed, then disappeared into a drain. 2 more blocks to go. The fountain's courtyard would be just past that row of abandoned houses, through the narrow passage that Aaron had shown him. Every step brought him closer, and every step made the back of his neck prickle more, despite his physical body being safely behind academy walls. Just because he couldn't see anyone watching didn't mean they weren't there. The fountain's courtyard was empty. Completely empty. It was not supposed to be empty. Strike 1. The golem moved forward and stopped, its cloak rippling against something invisible. Oh? Adom made it reach out, fingers pressing against a barrier that definitely hadn't been mentioned by either Cisco or Aaron. Strike 2. Maybe he should just... A shiny, bald head suddenly popped through the barrier like a particularly aggressive mushroom. It swiveled left, then right. The golem's sword was out in an instant, the blade getting that one reddish tone before it caught on fire. "Wait, stop! Don't kill me!" the head whispered urgently. "I'm with Cisco, one of his guys." The golem kept the sword steady, but didn't advance. Damn! Almost got killed for nothing. The man's eyes darted around before settling back on the cloaked figure. Huh. You're pretty tall for a kid. He squinted. Wait, aren't you supposed to be like 14 or something? Through the golem, Adom processed this information with growing confusion. 14? Look, come here, the head whispered, glancing around again. It's not exactly safe out there, you know? The golem pointedly gestured for him to come out instead. Oh, you can't talk? The head tilted. Right, makes sense. Security and all that. Another glance around. But seriously, you should... The golem's "you come here" gesture became more insistent, followed by a universal, "Who even are you?" shrug. Fine, the head sighed, disappearing. A moment later, the entire man materialized right in front of the golem, making Adom jump slightly in his classroom chair. Sorry about that. Barrier's a bit wonky. Shows everything shifted to the left from my side. Kept thinking you were standing next to that broken cart over there. The golem lowered its sword, but kept it out. Well, coming in? The man gestured at the barrier. The golem remained perfectly still. Not coming? He sighed. Look, we don't have all night. The golem made a series of gestures, pointing at the man, then making a "don't know you" motion, followed by a "get someone else" wave. What are you... Is this charades now? The man squinted, trying to decipher the movements. Listen, kid, I'm trying to help here. You want to stand out here all night? The golem responded by pointing more emphatically at the barrier, then making an X with its arms. I don't... What does that even... Egg, what's going on out here? Marco emerged from the barrier, looking between them. Oh, thank the spirits, Egg threw his hands up. I told you not to send me. The kid, who's big as fuck, by the way, he turned to the golem. No offense. None taken, Adom said, back in the classroom. Won't come in because he doesn't know me, which, fair enough, I guess, but how was I supposed to know that? And now we're playing magical charades out here in the open like a bunch of... Marco pinched the bridge of his nose. My apologies. He looked up and down at the golem. Law. Our lack of foresight is rather evident. He shot Egg a look. Cisco is waiting inside to finalize your order. The barrier rippled as the golem passed through. It looked like walking through a sheet of water. Behind it lay a narrow alley, barely visible in the dim light. Broken crates and discarded barrels lined the walls, creating shadows within shadows. At the end, a small house hunched in the darkness, its windows dark and shuttered. Marco led the way. I wasn't told you would be sending a golem instead of coming yourself. Quite an advanced one at that. He kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. That ain't a kid. Egg's voice rose sharply in the quiet. Shut up. But I thought it was a... Marco stopped so suddenly that Egg nearly walked into him. I will make you shut up myself if you don't keep quiet. The words came out in a harsh whisper. This isn't time for jokes or levity. We have people looking for us. Or have you forgotten that? Adom had never heard Marco speak like this before. The usually composed man's face was tight with tension, his shoulders rigid. Through the golem's vision, Adam could see Marco's hands trembling slightly before he clenched them into fists. The man seemed to catch himself then, letting out a slow breath. "My apologies," he said, his voice returning to its usual measured tone. "Things have been nerve-wracking lately. Business has become increasingly difficult to maintain with the new events in the undertow." The golem nodded. They reached the house, its door looking ready to fall off its hinges. Marco produced a key from somewhere in his sleeve, the lock clicking open with surprising smoothness for such a decrepit-looking mechanism. "Let's go in," Marco said, holding the door open. The darkness beyond seemed to swallow what little light reached them from the street. Egg had fallen silent now. The inside of the house matched its exterior, deliberately shabby. The golem followed Marco through a short hallway and into what might have once been a living room. Now it held only a few chairs, a table, 2 boxes, and several people Adam recognized. Cisco and Valiant stood near 2 wooden crates, the young mouse beastkin's tail twitching. "Law!"
Cisco nodded, his whiskers twitching. "Apologies for the barrier, and making you come all the way here. The price on our heads doubled after those incidents last time. 2,000 silver pieces now." He gave a humorless laugh. "Makes being seen in public somewhat problematic. Even our usual dead drops aren't safe anymore. They're watching those too closely." "Hey, Law!" Valiant waved enthusiastically, then paused. "Wait, is that a golem? Are you a golem?" His eyes widened. "That's amazing! The movement is so smooth. Most constructs I've seen move like they're made of wooden blocks, but this one..." He took a step forward, tail curling with excitement. "Valiant," Cisco's quiet voice stopped his nephew mid-step. He gestured to 2 of his men. "Open the boxes." One approached the wooden box, while another carefully lifted the silver case. The golem stood motionless as the wooden box was placed on the rickety table with a heavy thud. Through it, Adam observed the simple metal clasps. As the lid lifted, 2 of the guards stepped back instinctively. "Gods, I hate that smell," Egg muttered from somewhere behind them. Inside, suspended in clear, viscous liquid, floated the dark mass of the wyvern heart, nearly the size of a human head. Even through the golem's sight, Adam could see its pearlescent sheen, the unmistakable mark of a magical creature. "Thormund hunted it," Cisco said, glancing at the golem. "The gentleman who interrupted our first meeting. Lost an arm in the process." The golem inclined its head in acknowledgement. "Don't be too concerned. He got careless." Cisco's whiskers twitched. "We preserved it in crystalline stasis gel to maintain freshness. Top quality, from the northern alchemists." The golem reached forward, its fingers dipping into the gel to test the heart's surface. Back in his classroom, Adam smiled. Despite the indirect contact through the construct, he could tell it was perfect. The preservation was flawless, exactly what the cure would need. The other case, silver, that one, came next, its intricate vine engravings seeming to shift. The guard opened it carefully, revealing a crystal vial no larger than a thumb. The liquid within caught what little light there was, clear yet somehow iridescent. The water of Jouvence. Through the golem, Adam studied the vial with satisfaction. "Finally," he thought. "I trust you brought the payment?" Cisco's whiskers twitched again. The golem reached into its cloak, producing several small pouches that landed on the table with soft thuds. It gestured toward them with a fluid motion. "Marco, if you will." The sound of clinking gold filled the room as Marco began counting. 1 by 1. The golem stood silent,
its head turning slowly to survey the room. Valiant kept whispering excitedly about the construct's movements, earning occasional sharp looks from his uncle. In his classroom, Adam sighed and directed the golem's gaze away from the enthusiastic young mouse. That's when he noticed it. One of Cisco's men, the one standing near the door, deliberately avoiding the golem's gaze. His weight shifted from foot to foot, fingers drumming against his thigh. Adam frowned. Through the golem's vision, he began cataloging details. Marco focused on counting. Cisco watching the process with practiced patience. Valiant still stealing glances at the golem. The other guards maintaining their positions with professional detachment. But that one man... Adam recognized him now. Present at their first meeting, one of those Thormund had roughed up, the one that ran up the statue and knocked himself down. His behavior didn't match the others. Too much movement, too much tension. His eyes darted between the door and the windows more frequently than warranted. Their eyes met briefly before the man looked away again. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead despite the cool room. His hand twitched, inching toward his sword hilt. Strike 3. The golem moved with impossible speed. Before the man's fingers could close around his weapon, the construct's hand was around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Weapons appeared in every hand, except the nervous man's, his sword only halfway drawn. The golem's free hand pointed deliberately at the man's partially drawn sword, then made a series of quick gestures toward the windows and door, mimicking the man's previous nervous glances. The coins stopped clinking. Marco's hand froze mid-count. "Devon?" Cisco's voice had gone dangerously soft, understanding dawning in his eyes as he observed the golem's gestures. "Were you about to do something foolish?" Devon screamed. "We've been compromised! Move! Now!" Cisco's words cracked through the air like a whip. The golem hurled Devon at the other guards in a single fluid motion. Just one touch. That's all Adam needed to jump with the boxes. 3 steps to them. 2. 1. The construct reached for them, fingers almost brushing A pinpoint of light bloomed in the corner of its vision. The world twisted. Bam! The golem crashed through the floorboards, wood exploding outward like shrapnel. In his classroom, Adam's heart slammed against his ribs as a heavy hand clamped down on the construct's shoulder. Yesterday's thoughts mocked him. Everything will be fine, as he looked up into Gale's face. Gotcha. Helios stood beside him, smiling that knife-edge smile. Adam couldn't jump, not with Gale's hand on him here. They jumped together. A scream suddenly tore through the air, Valiant's voice, high and terrified. Through the construct's eyes, Adam saw what the young mouse was seeing. Marco, trusted right hand, faithful soldier, with one arm locked around Cisco's throat. The mouse beastkin's feet kicked uselessly at air, his tail thrashing in desperate arcs. Then came the crack, sharp and final. Cisco's body went limp, his tail dropping like a cut puppet string. Marco let the corpse fall.
Valiant's uncle crumpling to the floor like discarded waste. Time slowed to a crawl. Blue fluid, looking like flames, erupted across the golem's surface as it drew the flame-brand sword, the motion singing through the air. If it could just strike Gale once. Aha! Not so fast. Gale's fist descended like a meteor. Stone shattered, the shabby house's floor cratered, dust billowing up around them. Across the house, chaos exploded. Cisco's remaining men charged forward with Valiant, weapons glinting. Marco's knives answered, 2 flashes of steel. Egg stumbled back, blood flowering at his throat. The second guard crumpled,
blade buried between his ribs, his sword clattering uselessly to the floor.
The golem blazed, raw power surging through its frame. No more restraint. Audom unleashed everything, the sword's flames turning white-hot, melting the floorboards beneath it.
Interesting trick. A golem using fluid.
Gale's grip never wavered, even as the golem's sword carved a burning arc through the air. He caught the blade with his free hand, the metal screaming against his palm. But where's the real you, mage? The house erupted into chaos. Marco's knives flashed in deadly arcs as the remaining guards charged. Valiant lunged at him with a roar of grief, tears streaming down his face. "You killed him! You killed my uncle!" "Where is he, Marco?" Helios's voice boomed through the carnage, his eyes wild as he tore through the room. "Where's the fucking mage?" Marco slammed the young mouse into the ground with brutal efficiency, letting go of what appeared to be a transportation crystal of his own. The light, Audom realized. The sudden appearance. It's the golem. The mage controls it remotely, Marco answered Helios. The golem's sword broke free from Gale's grip, leaving a smoking gash across his palm. But Gale just smiled, his other hand still locked on the construct. "You used a transportation crystal last time, didn't you? Clever escape trick." His fist crashed into the golem's chest, cratering it. "Where are you hiding it now?" Bodies hit the floor, blood sprayed. Marco's knives found 2 more throats, while Helios upended furniture, growing more frenzied with each empty corner. Valiant scrambled back up, throwing himself at Marco with desperate fury. The golem's flames intensified, turning the air itself into a furnace. Its fist connected with Gale's jaw. Finally, a solid hit, but the man barely flinched. "Mage!" Helios roared. Valiant broke free from Marco, charging toward Helios with a dagger. "I will kill you all!" No choice. Audom jumped. The world vanished, then open sky, wind howling. City lights spinning below them as they plummeted through darkness. Gale's grip remained iron-tight, Helios clinging to his other arm, Valiant's small form tangled between them. "Got you now," Gale started. Audom jumped again. Salt water exploded around them. The ocean's cold darkness swallowed them whole. Gale's grip weakened for a split second, but before Audom could break free, those fingers dug in harder. They tumbled through the depths, a desperate tangle of limbs. Valiant's tail wrapped around the golem's wrist as the young mouse fought to stay with them. Another jump. Forest canopy, 45 kilometers away from the real Audom, rushing up to meet them. Another. Mountain winds screaming past. Another. They crashed into the city's market square, appearing 10 feet above cobblestones. Stalls exploded beneath them as they hit. Fruit scattered, bread crushed, people screaming as they scattered from the impossible sight of 4 figures materializing from thin air. "Papa!" A little girl's voice cut through the chaos. She stood frozen, doll clutched to her chest, directly in their path as they tumbled through merchant stands. "Helios!" Gale's voice snapped as the other man's hand reached out, crackling with energy. "Not children!" "Shit!" Audom jumped. The girl's scream cut off mid-breath as reality twisted again, leaving only destroyed stalls and terrified witnesses behind. The last thing Audom saw was a man running toward the girl, arms outstretched, before the world dissolved once more. And so, another jump. 70 kilometers above the earth. The air burned with cold, so thin it could barely hold sound. Far below, the sprawling city was nothing but a constellation of dim lights, impossibly distant.
Gale's fist cratered the golem's chest with devastating precision. Metal shrieked. Running out of places to run? "Where the fuck are you, mage?" Helios's scream tore through the freezing air, his grip like iron bands around the golem's other arm. The construct fought with calculated brutality. No wasted energy. Every strike aimed at weak points, pressure points, joints. He did everything right. But these men, they moved like they'd spent lifetimes learning how to kill things that weren't supposed to die. In his classroom, Adom's mind raced through options, discarding each one faster than the last. Then his thoughts settled on one thing: the rune. The last resort failsafe he'd built into the golem's chest, the kind of paranoid precaution that seemed excessive until the moment you needed it. It would reduce the construct to atoms. Valiant would die instantly, probably the kindest death available right now. But it had to be triggered. For it to work, the chest cavity had to be breached, exposing the crystal and talisman within, and Gale's fist punched through the metal plating. Perfect. The rune blazed to life, its intricate patterns catching moonlight like liquid silver. Anyone who understood runic magic knew what came next. It was simple physics, really. Runes needed time to propagate their effects across a surface. The average was 1.1 seconds. The best runesmiths could optimize down to 0.8. Adom had managed 0.85 seconds on the golem's frame. More than enough time for... Gale laughed, a sound like broken glass. "You clever bastard." Adom's blood froze. He recognized it. What happened next redefined everything Adom thought he knew about combat speed. The metal plate containing the rune, his failsafe, his trump card, separated from the golem's chest in a single, perfect sword strike. The plate was already beginning to glow with imminent detonation as it spun away through the thin air. Gale had known exactly where to cut, when to strike, how to disarm the trap before it could even properly arm itself. Time slowed to crystalline clarity as Gale's fingers closed around the exposed control crystal. Raw mana, his mana, poured into the transportation crystal like liquid lightning. He's a mage. He knew exactly what he was doing, disrupting the control matrix, trying to jump back to Adom's location. But this was not the end of it. The rune-inscribed plate still tumbled through the air nearby, its patterns growing brighter with each fraction of a second. Not yet detonated. Not yet dead. The golem's hand shot out, snatching the metal in the air. Adom poured every ounce of intent into the construct's final motion. Kill him. A perfect right cross aimed at Gale's chest, the glowing plate clutched in its fist like the world's deadliest brass knuckles. Physics took over. The explosion turned the night into day. The golem's arm disappeared in a spray of superheated shrapnel. The blast wave hit like a hammer, finally breaking Gale's grip as it threw him backward through the thin air. Helios screamed. A sound cut short as the explosion claimed his leg, blood instantly freezing in the high-altitude cold. Valiant clung to Helios's waist like a rabid animal, eyes wild and unseeing, mouth twisted in a silent scream that the thin air couldn't carry. Even with his leg obliterated, frozen blood crystallizing in the stratospheric cold, Helios's grip on the golem remained unbroken. Fingers dug so deep into the metal they left permanent gouges. From his classroom, Adom felt sudden warmth against his thigh. Gale. The mana injection. The twin crystal. His pocket was glowing. No. No, no, no. He bolted for the window, fingers closing around the crystal that now pulsed with dangerous light.
Had to get it outside. Had to. The world went white.
The explosion threw him backward, ears ringing with that unique, high-pitched whine that follows massive detonations. His visions swam with afterimages, lungs struggling to pull in air through the shockwave that had just emptied the room. Papers swirled in the chaos, desks overturned, glass from the shattered window tinkling as it rained down. He didn't even register the pain, adrenaline and battle focus drowning out everything but survival. Helios roared as flames engulfed his features, flesh charring, one eye reduced to a smoking ruin, but his grip never loosened. "There you are, mage," Helios snarled, raising his free hand, his face now only burned tissue and exposed bone. "I'll kill you here." Valiant struck, claws raking across Helios's ruined face. The vampire screamed, but maintained his grip even as blood poured down his already regenerating cheeks. A movement caught his eye through the smoke. Voices were already shouting outside about the explosion, professors rushing towards his classroom. Perfect. If he could just teleport to them, even Helios wouldn't dare. The damaged golem positioned itself between them, its remaining arm deflecting Helios's savage strikes. Even with one limb blasted away and its chassis cracked and sparking, the construct fought, buying Adam precious seconds. But Helios was beyond stopping. He smashed through the golem's guard like a demon possessed. The vampire lunged for the crystal still clutched in Adam's trembling hand, and let Adam weave aside, but Helios's hand closed over his, crushing down on both his fingers and the crystal. Valiant continued his assault, but Helios was beyond reason now, his mangled face twisted with rage as he squeezed. A crack appeared in the crystal's surface. A crack? On a transportation crystal? Adam's heart stopped. He tried to let go, to pull away. Too late. The light took all three of them.
The world dissolved into screaming chaos.
Their bodies, no longer solid, stretched and twisted through a whirling vortex of light and shadow. Adam felt Helios's grip, still iron-tight, but it wasn't flesh holding flesh anymore. Just the memory of contact, the idea of connection. Valiant's howls echoed strangely, as if coming from everywhere and nowhere. They tumbled through the void, fighting in a state between existence and non-existence, consciousness fragmenting at the edges. Horror dawned in what remained of Adam's rational mind. A malfunctioning crystal. This wasn't teleportation. This was freefall through reality itself. Each second stretched into eternity as his thoughts raced. They could materialize anywhere. Miles above the earth, deep beneath it, in the heart of a volcano or the bottom of the ocean. The crystal's magic, destabilized by the crack, could tear a hole between dimensions, dump them in another continent entirely, or scatter their atoms across the cosmos.
Helios seemed to realize it too.
His ruined face contorted in what might have been fear, the first time Adam had ever seen that expression on the vampire. The light grew brighter, reality thinning around them like tissue paper about to tear. Their screams merged into one continuous note as the void reached up with hungry fingers. And then, nothing remained.
Chapter 35. At least I kept my glasses.
They say drowning is peaceful at the end, a gentle surrender as your lungs fill with water, your mind drifting away into darkness. That was untrue. There's nothing peaceful about the way your body betrays you, fighting against itself in blind panic. The way your chest spasms, desperate to draw breath where there is none. The way water seeps into your ears, muffling everything, until all you hear is your own thundering heartbeat and that horrible, hollow, rushing sound. The pressure crushed him from all sides, icy water forcing its way down his throat, his nose, into his lungs. His wrist throbbed where Helios had gripped it, probably broken the bastard. The pain felt distant now, inconsequential against the burning in his chest. Strange how clear his thoughts were. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? The broken crystal's magic had torn them apart, scattered them through wherever this was. Ocean? Lake? Did it matter? Ah, there it was. That peace they spoke of. As his consciousness began to slip away, the panic subsided, replaced by an almost gentle lethargy. For a moment, just a very little moment, it didn't feel so bad after all. Maybe they were right after all. The darkness beckoned, promising rest. Release. Just let go. What am I even thinking? A pulse, deep in his core. Blue light rippled through his veins. Again and again. His mana transformed, crackling with desperate electricity. Every cell screaming to live. There was so much he hadn't done, so many words unsaid, so many promises unkept. Not like this, not so soon. The pulses came faster now, each one stronger than the last, pure survival instinct converting his remaining mana into raw electric life force. His heart stuttered, then burned. Neurons fired like lightning storms in his brain, adrenaline flooding every pathway. Muscles seized, lungs spasmed. Wake up! His body remembered what it meant to be alive, what it meant to breathe,
To fight, to burn against the dying of the light. Another pulse, stronger, brighter, fury incarnate. Wake up. Fluid control, 100% capacity. His eyes snapped open, a scream tearing from his throat and echoing strangely through the water. Clarity was forced back into his mind, even as his body revolted against the impossible situation. He could think. He could move. He could fight. A faint glow pulsed somewhere above. Or was it below? Direction had lost all meaning in this watery void. But it was light, and light meant hope. Surface or salvation, it didn't matter. Anything was better than drowning in this endless dark. Something moved in the darkness behind him. The water rippled with its passage. The spell launched him through the water, his body cutting through the pressure like an arrow. The light grew brighter, closer. His lungs burned despite Iron Lung's effect. The skill could only do so much. Spots danced at the edges of his vision. The thing followed, faster now. He could feel the currents of its pursuit, the water churning in its wake. Just a little further. The water exploded around Adom as he burst through the surface, launching into open air. His body convulsed violently mid-flight, stomach heaving as water erupted from his mouth and nose. The sky spun sickeningly overhead, stars blurring into streaks of light. That first desperate gasp turned into racking coughs that tore at his raw throat, each spasm sending needles of pain through his chest. His lungs felt like they'd been scrubbed with glass. The electrical aftermath of his mana conversion left his muscles twitching and burning, nervous system still crackling with residual energy. The broken wrist screamed back to life as the adrenaline began to ebb. Too much. It was all too much. His stomach lurched again, expelling more water as he fought to stay conscious through the sensory overload. The stars kept spinning. Or was he the one spinning? Direction seemed like a distant concept as his brain struggled to reorient itself after the near-death experience.
Then heard it, through water-filled ears. The sound of water below, something massive following his trajectory. Adom managed to twist mid-air, liquid streaming from his clothes. His heart almost stopped again. A fish. No, calling it just a fish would be like calling a dragon a lizard. Scales like polished obsidian gleamed in the moonless sky, each one larger than his palm. Its maw gaped wide enough to swallow a horse whole, rows of teeth glinting like daggers. The spell burst from his hands, the concussive blast catching the creature's snout. The impact thundered across the water's surface, sending Adom rocketing higher as the beast recoiled. Great carp, level 75 in water, /35 out of water. Hack RP! The sound ripped from his abused throat, half word, half gag, before the reality of his situation hit him. He was still airborne, and gravity wasn't known for its mercy. The spell sputtered and flickered, his mana control shaky from the trauma. A hoarse, broken scream tore from his throat as his stomach lurched at the height. The carp crashed back into the dark water below, but Adom could barely focus on it, his vision swimming as he fought to maintain the spell through trembling limbs and violent coughing fits. He veered wildly through the air, overcorrecting each tilt and spin, his fear of heights making every second an eternity. The shore seemed to drift and sway before his eyes. His concentration slipped, the spell faltering, dropping him several feet before he desperately caught himself again, bringing up another wave of nausea. When he finally reached the shore, his landing was anything but graceful. The spell gave out entirely a few feet up, sending him tumbling and rolling across the ground. He ended up sprawled on his side, retching water, his broken wrist cradled against his chest, and every muscle screaming in protest. After several attempts, he managed to push himself to his hands and knees, immediately regretting it as the world tilted sideways. Water dripped from his hair and clothes, joining the puddle forming beneath him as he fought for each breath. Adom retched again, bringing up the remains of this morning's breakfast, bits of half-dissolved pancake and bacon that now tasted like ash on his tongue. Something felt wrong, different. The air tasted strange, too thick, too still. Where was he? Where were the others? His head jerked up, survival instincts screaming despite his exhausted body. The movement sent the world spinning again, but what he saw through his blurred vision made his blood run cold. The sky, that wasn't the night sky. No moon, no clouds. Just an endless expanse of deep, dark purple stretching overhead, dotted with stars that seemed too bright, too close. Stars that didn't move quite right. His breathing quickened as he forced himself to look around, fighting against the tremors that still racked his body. The shore he'd collapsed on was black sand, coarse and glittering with strange minerals. Behind him, dense vegetation loomed. Trees too dark to be natural, their leaves seeming to absorb what little light reached them. And the expanse of liquid before him. He squinted, trying to gauge its boundaries through his hazy vision. The far shore, if there was one, remained hidden in darkness, but the curved coastline suggested a lake rather than a sea or ocean. The water was wrong, though. Too dark, too still. Like liquid obsidian stretching into infinity, broken only by the ripples from his emergence. No waves, no wind. The surface tension seemed different somehow. He could see where water drops had fallen from his clothes, the way they sat atop the surface a moment too long before merging, as if the liquid were something thicker than water. No.
The words scraped past his raw throat as the pieces clicked together. The sky, the air, the wrong water.
No, no, no.
Out of all the places the broken crystal could have sent him, other continents, other kingdoms, the void between stars, he'd landed here, in a place that appeared in every cautionary tale told to novice delvers.
I'm in a dungeon.
His fingers dug into the soil, knuckles white. The realization hit him like a physical blow, stealing what little breath he'd managed to recover. Adam staggered to his feet, trembling fingers running through his soaked hair. His breath came in short, sharp bursts as he paced along the shoreline, leaving wet footprints in the dark soil.
A dungeon. I'm in a dungeon.
No. He forced himself to stop. Deep breaths. His first impulse was to unleash every vulgar curse he knew about Helios, Gale, the children, and Marco. The urge sat bitter on his tongue. But 79 years had taught him dignity, if nothing else. He wouldn't stoop to gutter language just because they'd forced his hand. The shoreline stretched into darkness in both directions, the water's surface now deceptively calm. He took in his surroundings, organizing his thoughts. Most dungeons were archived and could be recognized following their attributes: a dark lake, a purple sky, a carp in the water. Okay, good news first. As Adam read it once, the dark lake was part of the Mornreach depths, one of the many dungeons in Lumaria. At least he hadn't been thrown halfway across the world, or worse. The bad news made his stomach churn. Mornreach was a rank B dungeon. To escape, he'd need to either kill the dungeon's anchor being, what adventurers called the boss, or wait for the next opening. Class B dungeons operated on strict cycles, open for 1 week every 6 months, allowing adventurers to enter and attempt to clear them. The only alternatives were killing the boss, which would momentarily open the dungeon for resource gathering, or forcing the portal. A desperate move that could trigger a dungeon break, inverting the portal and letting everything inside pour out into the world. The next opening could be months away. His time for the cure would expire in 1. Adam's face flushed red, his hands clenched into fists. "You thrice-damned, blood-sucking piece of shit!" The words echoed across the water. "You mange-ridden excuse for a vampire! You absolute waste of immortality!" What followed would have made veteran sailors blush, mercenaries take notes, and demons cover their ears. He mixed languages, invented new combinations of profanity, and questioned Helios's parentage back several generations. When he ran out of known curses, he created new ones. After his outburst, Adam forced himself to breathe deeply, steadying his racing heart. His hands were shaking. From cold, exhaustion, or fear, he couldn't tell anymore. So much for dignity and not stooping to gutter language. Then again, he supposed nearly being eaten by a giant fish earned him some leeway with his principles. "Deal with the situation," he muttered. "Deal with what's in front of you." Adam gingerly examined his left wrist, hissing as his fingers probed the swollen flesh. The skin had already darkened to an ugly purple, and even the slightest movement sent daggers of pain shooting up his arm. The way the joint sat slightly askew told him everything he needed to know. Health, 127/450. Mana pool, 423/700. Active effects: minor hypothermia, broken bone, left wrist.
Most of what he knew about dungeons came from his own experience with the World Dungeon, books, and his parents' stories. They'd met as adventurers when they were much younger. His father, a wannabe swordsman, his mother, a healer apprentice. Made for some interesting dinner conversations growing up, their different perspectives on the same events. Between their first-hand accounts and his own studies and experiences, he probably knew more about dungeon mechanics than most non-adventurers. Time to put that knowledge to use.
First rule of solo dungeon survival: secure shelter. But to find shelter, he needed to orient himself. The dark water stretched out before him, its surface now deceptively peaceful. The bioluminescent growths above cast just enough light to see by, their blue-green glow reflecting off the black pebbles at his feet. His sodden clothes clung to his skin, each gust of wind sending fresh shivers through his body.
"North," he muttered through chattering teeth. "The exit portal is always north, and the safe zones cluster around it." But which way was north? He closed his eyes, thinking it through. Dungeons had their own logic, their own patterns. The most dangerous areas were always furthest from the exit. The lake, with its level 75 monster, had to be deep in hostile territory. He opened his eyes, scanning the shoreline. To his left, the bioluminescent growths seemed slightly brighter, the ground slightly more elevated. To his right, the darkness grew deeper, the water seeming to stretch endlessly into shadow. The safe zones would be on higher ground, better lit, more hospitable to human life. Left it was. Adam cradled his broken wrist against his chest and began walking, each step carrying him further from the lake's edge. Something suddenly crunched beneath his foot, accompanied by a soft green glow that caught his eye. Adam stopped, frowning. In this place, anything glowing was either a threat or... He bent down, wincing. There, partially buried in the dark sand, was Bob's four-leaf clover. As he picked it up, one of its leaves detached, floating down to join the black granules below. 3 leaves now, he muttered, turning the clover between his fingers. Just my luck. But was it bad luck? The odds hit him then. The broken crystal could have scattered them anywhere. The void of space, the core of a star, dimensions where reality itself broke down. Or worse, he could have been torn apart at the atomic level during transport. Hell.
He could have landed in one of those SSS-class dungeons, the kind where even breathing wrong could kill you. The ones where reality warped and twisted until your own thoughts turned against you. Places that had driven even veteran adventurers mad. A B-rank dungeon. Just a B-rank dungeon. He let out a shaky laugh. Maybe I am lucky after all. Wait. He definitely stored this in his inventory after Bob gave it to him. He never kept important items in his pockets. So why was it here? Had the transportation magic affected his inventory somehow? Adam carefully placed the clover back in storage, watching to make sure it registered properly. For the first time in his life, he found himself actually hoping the thing worked. A sound cut through his thoughts. Metal grinding against stone, somewhere ahead in the darkness. Adam gasped. That particular screech of metal. He knew that sound. Knew it as well as his own voice. No way. He broke into a run, ignoring his protesting muscles and the way his wet boots squelched with each step. The sound had come from just beyond that rise. There, in a small impact crater that had carved through the dark soil, lay his golem. Adam's breath caught in his throat. Its left arm was completely gone. The chest plate had caved in, exposing the transportation crystal and talisman in its core. But as he approached,
Those familiar blue eyes flickered to life. His hand instinctively went to his own arm, fingers finding the matching talisman still there, still intact. The connection hummed between them, weak but present. In this alien place, seeing something so familiar, so constant. Look what they've done to you. He knelt beside the golem, hand hovering over its damaged plating. Its remaining hand still clutched the crystal that had started this whole mess. And suddenly, he noticed something else gleaming beside the golem. The flame-brand sword, its metal catching what little light there was, despite being half buried in the dark soil. He carefully retrieved it, the familiar weight somewhat comforting in his hand, as he examined it for damage before he sighed, opening his inventory. The golem's eyes dimmed as it disappeared with the sword into storage. He'd need to find shelter before attempting repairs. Maybe he could salvage something useful from the damaged parts. At least the core systems seemed intact, even if the chassis was a mess. Seeing the golem brought back painful memories. The wyvern heart. It had been right there, perfectly preserved. The water of Jouvence, just waiting to be collected. He'd been so close. So damn close. Status. Time remaining. 1 month, 11 days, 21 hours, 45 minutes. The numbers seemed to burn into his vision. Not even 6 weeks. The crushing weight of it all pressed down on him. Trapped in a dungeon, broken wrist, depleted mana, damaged golem, no supplies, no allies. No, he caught himself, forcing the spiral of thoughts to stop. Every experienced delver knew that mindset was critical in dungeons. They responded to emotions, fed on despair. You needed something to hold on to, a goal, a drive, any small victory to keep you going. The silence pressed in around him as he searched for a silver lining, anything to. His fingers absently adjusted his glasses, and a dry chuckle escaped his throat. At least, he muttered to the empty air, I kept my glasses. After a moment, he remembered the whistle Bob had given him. Adam rummaged through his inventory and pulled it out, turning the simple object over in his hand. Worth a try, he supposed. He brought it to his lips and blew. As expected, no sound emerged, at least none that he could hear. Adam waited, looking around expectantly, counting off seconds in his head. Nothing happened. Figured as much, he muttered, placing the whistle back in his inventory with a sigh. Adam pushed himself back to his feet, wincing as his wet clothes shifted. Each step felt heavier than the last, exhaustion settling deep in his bones. The adrenaline from nearly drowning had worn off, leaving him acutely aware of every ache and pain. He trudged upward, following the slight incline. His boots sank into the dark sand with each step, making the climb more taxing than it should have been. The air remained oddly cold against his wet clothes, sending periodic shivers down his spine. As he crested the rise, he stopped, blinked, looked back at the lake, then forward again. What in the... Where there should have been perhaps woodland, or at least a continuation of the shore, an endless expanse of obsidian dunes stretched out before him. A desert. A cold desert, right next to a dark lake. The transition between the two was jarring, like someone had taken two different landscapes and stitched them together without caring about natural geography. Adam forced himself to look away from the lake, fighting down an unsettling urge to go back to its waters. His throat felt parched, despite, or perhaps because of, the amount he'd swallowed while drowning. The black surface seemed to beckon, promising relief. He knew better.
The archives in Arcos held horrifying accounts of what happened to those who drank from the dark lake. It wasn't toxic. That would have been merciful. Instead, it triggered something in human minds, an overwhelming compulsion that grew with each sip, like a drug that corrupted every survival instinct, bending even the strongest willpower against itself. The official records were clinical, detailing symptoms and timeframes. But the personal journals, those haunted him now. Adventurers writing their own death sentences in increasingly desperate scrawls, begging companions to tie them up, to knock them unconscious, anything to stop them from returning to the water. In the end, they always broke free, always returned, always drank until their stomachs ruptured, crying even as they lifted handful after handful to their lips. 2 hours. That's all it took from first voluntary sip to death. Adom swallowed hard, his throat clicking. The water he'd ingested while drowning hadn't quite reached the threshold for full addiction. If it had, he'd already be running back to the shore. But the pull he felt, the way his eyes kept drifting back to those dark waters, he was close, very close. A distant rumbling made him freeze mid-step. The obsidian sand trembled beneath his feet, tiny grains dancing across his boots. The desert wasn't any safer than the lake. The dunes were known to be home to massive worms that could swallow a house whole. At least the physics made sense here. Gravity worked normally, water flowed downhill, fire burned. Not like other dungeons, where you might find yourself walking on ceilings or breathing water. Small mercies. A cold wind whipped across the dunes, carrying stinging grains of black sand. Adom pulled his wet collar higher, trying to shield his face. He couldn't stay out here, not with those worms below and that purple sky above. Especially not with Helios potentially watching from the shadows. The vampire would be looking for revenge after having his face burned, and an open desert made for poor cover. To his right, a cluster of rock formations rose from the sand like broken teeth. Dark openings gaped between the stones. Caverns, maybe deep enough to offer shelter. His father's words came back to him. Caves were always our first choice. Your Uncle Jasper and I learned early on, the big threats need big spaces. Most predators in dungeons are the same. They're built too large to navigate narrow passages. It made sense. His father and Damus's father had survived 3 days in a cavern during their first dungeon dive, back when they were younger. The real dangers in caves were usually much smaller, easier to handle than the monstrosities that roamed open spaces. And if you chose right, picked a cave with a single entrance, you only had to watch one direction. Adom adjusted his course, keeping his footsteps as light as possible on the shifting sand. The rumbling came again, closer this time. He quickened his pace, broken wrist throbbing with each jarring step. Adom approached the nearest cavern opening cautiously, pressing his back against the rough stone beside it. A small orb of light formed at his fingertips as he wove the basic illumination spell, sending it floating into the darkness ahead. The pale glow bounced off wet walls, revealing a tunnel that curved deeper into the rock. No immediate movement. No sounds. He waited, counting his breaths. 30 seconds, then 60. Nothing emerged to investigate the light. He picked up a handful of loose rocks and threw them in, one by one. Each clatter echoed through the passage, fading into silence. No skittering, no hissing, no territorial growls. It wasn't a foolproof method, but it had saved his father's life more than once. The cavern system stretched further than his light stone revealed, branching passages disappearing into darkness.
Connected caves meant multiple escape routes, but also multiple entry points for threats. He'd have to stay near the entrance, where he could see anything approaching from either the desert or the deeper tunnels. Ow! He winced from his wrist. He had no potion in his inventory, no painkiller. He'd have to try and ease the pain himself. Settling against the wall just inside the mouth of the cave, Audom crossed his legs and closed his eyes, focusing on his breath. In, out. In, out. Each cycle deeper than the last, his mind settling into familiar patterns. On the seventh breath, activated, and the world shifted. It was like someone had pulled back a veil he hadn't known was there. The ambient mana, previously a vague presence at the edge of his senses, suddenly became crystal clear. It swirled through the air in invisible currents, far denser than anything he'd experienced outside. The sheer concentration of magical energy was staggering. Where a normal environment might offer a gentle stream of mana to work with, this was like standing in a river. Every breath drew in more power than he could gather in an hour of meditation outside. Out of all the types of adventurers out there, mages thrived in dungeons the most, because their greatest limitation, the relative scarcity of ambient mana, simply didn't exist here. It was like giving a master painter an endless supply of colors, or handing a swordsman a perfectly balanced blade. Mana pool, 425 over 700. Each breath pulled the energy inward, filling his depleted reserves with shocking speed. The warmth spread from his core to his limbs, dulling the sharp edges of pain in his broken wrist. Mana pool, 445 over 700. How many times had he read about this in his hospital bed? Countless stories of adventurers drawing power from dungeon depths, facing down impossible odds with enhanced abilities. The books made it sound thrilling, romantic even. Mana pool, 508 over 700. They never mentioned how your clothes could still be heavy with water that tried to kill you, how every shadow might hide something waiting to end your life, how the taste of fear could linger in your throat while your hands refused to stop shaking. Mana pool, 605 over 700. Okay, maybe they did. A lot, actually. Maybe that was what even made reading it so appealing. The sense of danger, the monsters, the landscapes. But, to be honest, stories about dungeons were only fun when you weren't the one bleeding in them. Mana pool, 700 over 700. 36 minutes. Audom blinked, almost not believing how quickly his mana pool had filled. The throbbing in his wrist brought him back to reality, a sharp reminder of the next challenge. He cradled his broken wrist in his lap, studying the swollen flesh. No adventuring party worth their salt went without a healer.
And for good reason. Healing magic was the most demanding of all magical disciplines in terms of mana emission. It required an intimate understanding of the body's intricate design, where every nerve, vessel, and bone played its part. A healer didn't just pour magic into wounds. They had to guide the body back to its natural rhythm, restore its fundamental patterns. That's why healing mages spent 2 extra years in study compared to their peers, learning the countless ways a body could break and how to mend each one. A faint smile crossed his lips as he remembered his childhood declaration that he'd become a healer just like his mother. Back then, healing meant watching her close his scraped knees with a gentle touch and a warm green glow. She'd made it look so easy. But those were surface wounds, simple redirections of the body's natural healing. This was different. Bone healing required intimate knowledge of skeletal structure, an understanding of how fragments needed to align, how to stimulate the exact type of cell growth required. The sheer mana cost was staggering. Even a medium flesh wound consumed around 500 M. His current maximum was 700. And bone healing. Adom prodded the injury gently, mapping the break while grunting at the pain. The bone had snapped clean through, displaced but not shattered. Small mercy, that. Still, realigning and mending it would drain him completely, possibly multiple times. At least the dungeon's abundant mana meant he could recover quickly between attempts. Outside, this would be nearly impossible without potions or a trained healer. Here, it was merely daunting. Adom shifted his position, bracing his back more firmly against the cave wall. Time to see if all those hours watching his mother work, all those anatomy books he'd studied when trying to find a cure for his own illness, would pay off. The alternative was trying to survive this place one-handed. First things first, stabilization. He retrieved the damaged golem,
Eyeing its forearm plating. With his good hand and careful application of magic, he shaped a piece of the metal into a crude brace.
"Sorry about this," he muttered to the golem as he put it back into the inventory. "We'll get you proper armor and repairs later." Once the splint was secured, he faced the harder part. Healing magic wasn't something to dabble in lightly. Mages who tried to mend simple breaks only to find their bones sprouting malformed growths months later, the body's building blocks replicating wildly after being given the wrong magical signals. The body was intricate, complex. Forcing it to change without proper understanding was begging for disaster. But he knew enough basics to at least support the natural healing process. Just a little. Nothing ambitious. The first attempt drained his mana almost immediately, with barely any noticeable effect. He waited, watching the purple-tinged darkness above while his mana slowly replenished. The second try yielded similarly disappointing results. Just a slight warmth around the break. Hours passed this way. No monster in sight. Try, drain, wait, repeat. Each attempt brought minimal progress. A slight reduction in swelling here, a small easing of pain there. The work was tedious, demanding absolute concentration. One wrong push of magic could send the healing awry, encouraging the flesh to knit in ways it shouldn't. By the fifth attempt, his head was pounding from maintaining such precise control over such small amounts of magic. It would have been easier, in some ways, to simply blast the injury with raw power, but that was exactly the kind of thinking that led to malformed healing. The sixth try finally showed real progress. The sharp, grinding pain dulled to a persistent ache. Not healed, not even close, but manageable. The bone was still broken, would need proper medical attention eventually, but at least now it wouldn't leave him completely vulnerable.
100/700.
He flexed his wrist carefully within the makeshift brace. The movement was restricted, weak, but no longer sent spikes of agony up his arm. It would have to do. Temporary, he reminded himself firmly. Just enough to keep going. Don't get ambitious. He'd kept his mana at around 100 all the time in case a monster would attack. No wonder healers were so rare and valuable. Adom was in the middle of a session when a scream pierced his meditation. Not human, more like a bleating cry. His eyes snapped open as something burst from behind a dune, a six-legged creature with fur like burnished copper, running full tilt. Blood already stained its flanks. Something took it through the skull before Adom could process more detail. The point erupted from the creature's eye socket in a spray of gray matter and viscera, momentum carrying the corpse forward until it tumbled, twitching, barely 30 meters from his position.
Then emerged from the same dune 5 figures. Scaled skin stretched over lean muscle, but their torsos rose almost humanoid, arms ending in curved, dark claws. Their tails whipped behind them as they converged on their prey. The first one reached the kill and tore into it with serrated teeth. Steam rose from the fresh corpse as they ripped through muscle and organ, fighting each other for choice pieces. One yanked out a length of intestine, spattering the sand with half-digested matter. Another cracked open ribs like twigs to reach the heart. Identify: Desert Stalker, Variant, Sand Rapids. Level 22, Hunter-class monster. Pack Predator, Enhanced Speed and Pack Tactics. The one with the head in its jaws, the alpha, Adom presumed by its larger size, paused mid-bite. Its eyes, vertical pupils in amber irises, fixed directly on Adom's position. That clawed arm rose, pointing straight at him. The others stopped eating, heads snapping up, muzzles dripping gore. They screeched. Shit. The cave entrance beckoned behind him, but instinct screamed against it. He'd be trapped, and they were faster than him. His mana sat at barely 304, not enough for prolonged combat, when the weakest monster was at level 22, and the alpha at 29. Long-range combat was his best bet. Was weaved first, followed immediately by twin spells. The spells launched in rapid succession, the wind spell catching the nearest two predators before they could fully react. It punched through scaled hide like paper, nearly bisecting one and taking the other's arm off at the shoulder. You have slain a desert stalker. The fireballs detonated among the remaining three, but they'd already scattered. The first caught a stalker mid-leap, detonating in its chest. The explosion turned its torso into a rain of charred meat. The second fireball caught another in the spine, the blast practically vaporizing its lower half. You have slain 2 desert stalkers. The survivors didn't hesitate. They pounced on their fallen packmates with the same savage hunger. Claws ripped through still smoking flesh. The alpha tore out a half-cooked organ, swallowing it whole, its eyes never leaving Adom's position. What the? Flared to life as his instincts screamed, activated a heartbeat later as he threw himself sideways. A spear, his mind registered it was bone, serrated and cruel, missed his head by inches and took out a chunk of cave wall the size of a small car, stone exploding outward in deadly shrapnel. Adom's breath caught as the creatures simply vanished. Their scales shifted color and texture until they melted into the landscape. The last one's outline wavered like heat haze before disappearing completely. Camouflage. He assessed his options rapidly. The dunes were their territory. He'd be dead in seconds. Out there, they could surround him from any angle, their scaled bodies perfectly concealed in the sand. He'd already spotted more movement behind other dunes, probably worms. The lake. He squinted at the distant shimmer. Too exposed. The path there was open ground, and he'd seen more rippling movements in that direction. They were herding him, he realized. Any attempt to reach the water would leave him completely vulnerable during a long run across open terrain. These things seemed to be built for speed and raw power. Even one would tear him apart in close combat. The cave, suddenly, painfully, became his only option. At least there he could control the engagement space, force them into a bottleneck where their numbers meant less. A flame spell sparked to life in his good hand as he ducked into the darkness. His wrist had improved, but each impact still sent jolts of pain up his arm as he ran. The firelight cast wild shadows that made every corner look like it held death. 6 passages gaped before him like hungry mouths. Damn it! Pure instinct made him choose the left middle tunnel. He sprinted forward, throwing frequent glances over his shoulder, trying to track any movement in the dancing shadows. The screeches hit his ears. They'd entered the cave. Already? His mind raced. They'd been at least 30 meters behind him. To close that distance so quickly. His foot met empty air mid-thought. The world tilted sickeningly. Something caught him. Not ground, not stone. It clung to his clothes, his skin, resisting every attempt to pull free. The more he struggled, the more entangled he became. A sickly, sweet smell filled his nostrils, making his head swim. Claws clicked on stone. One of the stalkers burst into his flame light, leaping, only to become caught in the same invisible trap. It thrashed mere feet from him, jaws snapping. Its breath hit Adom like a wave of rotting meat, each exhalation carrying the stench of old death. Rows of serrated teeth gleamed wetly, designed to grip and tear. The creature's head shot forward,
mouth gaping wide enough to show the ridged palate. Shut! Adom focused everything into his index finger, condensing the flame spell into a single burning point. Your mouth! The monster's screech became a wet gurgle as the spell punched through the roof of its mouth like a bullet. Its head exploded in a spray of bone and brain matter, spattering Adom with gore that in the cool cave air. You have slain a desert stalker. The blood was not warm. It was almost cold, even. Adom's stomach heaved at the carnage, at the blood running down his face. A different kind of movement caught his eye. The Alpha, emerging into the light. It was massive. Adom fought against the sticky substance holding him. What is this stuff? The sweet smell grew stronger, almost narcotic. The Alpha stalked closer, tail lashing. Then it froze. Its head snapped up, pupils contracting to slits. A screech, different this time, almost fearful, and it turned and bolted back into the darkness. Adom hung there, blood-soaked and confused, as something massive shifted in the shadows above. Whatever could terrify a creature like that? His heart hammered against his ribs as he forced himself to look up. The movement was almost delicate. 8 legs, each longer than Adom was tall, stepped into the cave's natural glow with impossible silence. White chitin gleamed like polished bone, decorated with intricate black patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the light. Its body hung above him, easily large enough to swallow a grown man whole, and at least 5 Adom-sized men. 8 eyes, deep crimson and utterly alien, fixed upon him with predatory focus. They glowed with their own inner light, like burning coals in the darkness. Greater Cavern Weaver, albino variant. Level 69, Apex Predator. Ah, fuck.
Chapter 36. The Spider. Just give up. Seriously. There are moments in life when the situation becomes so utterly hopeless that all you can do is accept it. When the walls close in, when every path leads to a dead end, when fate itself seems to have written your final chapter. Sometimes the only peace comes from simply saying, "It is what it is," and letting go. Finding yourself in the depths of a dungeon, woefully unprepared, staring into 8 crimson eyes that seemed to pierce your very soul. Eyes belonging to a monster that could snuff out your life as easily as snuffing out a candle. Well, that's certainly one of those moments. It was simply too much in one day. The morning had started so perfectly, though. He'd slept better than he had in years, the kind of deep, restful sleep that made him feel truly alive again. The pancakes had been golden, the bacon crisp, the tea rich and dark.
For one brief, beautiful moment, everything had felt right with the world. Then, 2 hours ago, he'd been drowning in water that wasn't quite water. An hour ago, he'd been dragging himself through black sand while desert worms hunted beneath his feet. 30 minutes ago, he'd been fighting for his life against scaled predators that could turn invisible at will. And now this. Adom wanted to laugh, or scream, or both. What was even the point? Fight one monster only to face another, survive one death trap only to fall into the next. The universe had made its position clear. He wasn't meant to walk out of this dungeon alive. Maybe it was time to accept that. Maybe. The spider moved closer, its legs making no sound as they touched the stone. Its mandibles clicked together. This did not feel right. To be quite honest, he was getting tired of having these profound moments of acceptance. Twice in one day was pushing it, even for him. No. Fuck acceptance. Fuck fate. And especially fuck this overgrown arachnid with its symmetric eyes and fancy patterns. Fight. Yes.
That was more like it. Fight with every fiber of your being. Fight like each breath could be your last, because it probably will be. If death wants you, make it work for its prize. Take that 8-legged bastard with you if you can, or at least leave it with scars so deep that every time it looks at them, it remembers the human who did this. Blazed to life, answered its call. And Adom was on fire, literally and figuratively. It started small, a desperate spark of that caught on a single strand of webbing near his wrist. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the web caught. The fire raced along the silvery strands like lightning through storm clouds, transforming the pristine white into angry orange in the blink of an eye. The heat hit him first. Not unbearable, but present, like standing too close to a forge. Then came the smell. Acrid, chemical, nothing like normal spider silk should smell like. The burning sensation wrapped around his neck, where the web had been particularly thick. Adom grit his teeth, forcing more power into the flames. If some burns were the price of freedom, so be it. The spider recoiled, its massive form backing away from the expanding inferno. Its movements were precise, calculated. No panic, just assessment. Those 8 eyes reflected the dancing flames like blood-red mirrors, and Adom could swear he saw something like surprise in them. The web around his thigh caught next, and this time the pain was sharper, more insistent. But with it came movement. The strands were weakening, turning to ash. Each breath brought in smoke and the taste of burning chemicals and desert walker, making his eyes water and his lungs protest. The cave's ceiling disappeared behind a veil of black smoke. Good. Let it burn. Let it all burn. More webs caught fire, spreading across the cave's intricate network of strands like a wave of destruction. The spider's carefully crafted trap was becoming its own prison, forcing it further back, away from the heat that threatened to singe its limbs. Adom's arms came free first, then his torso. The web around his legs took longer, and each second felt like an eternity of controlled burning. His throat was raw from the smoke, his skin angry and red where the burning web had touched it. But he was moving. Free. The smoke billowed and swirled, but not randomly. It danced towards the far corner of the cave, like an arrow pointing the way out. Basic dungeon knowledge. Follow the draft, find the exit. Simple. If only. Between coughs that threatened to tear his lungs apart, Adom spotted the massive silhouette shifting through the smoke.
The spider was positioning itself between him and freedom. I need a plan. His mana reserves were limited, and the worst thing that could happen was to have them depleted after a powerful spell without being sure it would actually hurt the spider. He noticed the flames had not even burned it, but it seemed afraid of them. Pure strength? Against something that could probably bench press a house? Not likely. Running. Those legs weren't for show, and he'd seen how fast it could move. He needed time, space, a distraction. The idea of the golem knight in his inventory suddenly felt very promising. Cavalry it is, then. The golem materializing in a flash and charged forward without hesitation, its heavy footsteps thundering against the cave floor. And then it was flying. Not charging, not running. Flying. Like a child's toy thrown by a giant. The golem knight sailed past Adam's head so fast it was barely more than a silver blur, crashing somewhere in the darkness behind him with a sound like 1,000 pots and pans falling down a flight of stairs. Suffice to say, this was a bad situation. The smoke was getting thicker, each breath more shallow than the last. His eyes burned, his vision swimming with tears and dancing black spots. No choice then. Precious mana or not, he needed to breathe. Wind took shape between his hands. The air around him exploded outward, carving a sphere of clarity in the choking smoke. A lightning spell tempted him. Oh, how it tempted him. But with only 207 mana left in his pool, anything he could weave would barely tickle something of this caliber. Level 69 monsters didn't get to that level by being careless with adventurers throwing spells around. Besides, it wasn't attacking. The spider just stood there. In the dying light of the flames, Adom could finally see it properly. All the attributes he had previously seen were there. But there was something else, something he'd never considered before. It's breathing. How had he never wondered what a giant spider's breathing sounded like? This one's was deep, rhythmic, like distant thunder trapped underground. Behind it, the charred remains of what used to be its web still smoldered. The desert stalker's corpse now nothing more than a smoking husk. Maybe if he just moved to the right, slowly. The spider shifted. Not moved, shifted. One moment it was there, the next it was already blocking his path, so fast his mind barely registered the movement. A gasp escaped his lips before he could stop it. Backing away seemed like the next logical option, but the moment his weight shifted backward, the spider coiled forward, its front legs rising slightly. The message was crystal clear. Don't even think about it. Adom's mind raced. This wasn't normal predator behavior, not even for dungeon creatures. Yes, they'd covered this in Advanced Monster Theory at the Academy. Higher-level dungeon denizens could match or exceed human intelligence. Professor Vale had been particularly insistent on that point, right before warning them that these were often the cruelest encounters. But this felt different. The spider wasn't toying with him. It was
Studying him. Containing him? What could something like this possibly want from someone like him? Pride aside, slowly, deliberately, Adom raised his hands, palms outward. The universal gesture of, I yield, that worked with most intelligent beings. Whether it meant anything to an arachnid, even one of clearly superior intelligence, remained to be seen. The spider's head tilted slightly,
a disturbingly human-like gesture. Two of its front legs lowered fractionally, though the rest maintained their ready stance. That rhythmic breathing continued, unchanging, like a counterbeat to Adam's own racing heart. Those crimson eyes studied his hands with particular interest. Was it checking for signs of spell weaving? Looking for hidden weapons? Or was he just projecting human thought patterns onto something fundamentally alien? A drop of sweat rolled down his neck, stinging the burns there. The air still tasted of smoke and chemical residue. The spider's mandibles moved slightly, producing a soft clicking sound that seemed to have a pattern to it. Was it trying to communicate? Adam then frowned as he heard a high-pitched ringing, like a distant bell that somehow rang inside his skull. Then, pain. White-hot, all-consuming pain. "Ah!" Adam collapsed, his knees hitting the stone floor as his hands clutched his head. It felt like thousands of needles were being driven into his brain simultaneously, each one carrying its own unique agony. His screams echoed off the cave walls, mixing with the sound of his body thrashing against the ground. The voices came next. Hundreds, thousands of them, all speaking at once. Some whispered, some shouted, some sang in languages he'd never heard. They cascaded through his mind like a waterfall of broken glass, each syllable cutting deeper than the last. He started pushing back against the invasion. The pain began to recede, the voices growing fainter until...
You have successfully resisted potent mind control. Mind control? That thing had tried to... The spider's shriek cut through his thoughts like a physical blow, sending him sprawling backward onto his bottom. It was an ugly sight, but its mouth was wide open. A plan formed quickly. A concentrated fire bullet, just like with the desert stalker. If the carapace was too tough, aim for the mouth, right between those clicking mandibles. His right hand was suddenly pinned to the ground by fresh webbing, before his fingers had even twitched to begin the spell weaving. Not his whole body, just the exact hand he'd been about to use. It knew. Somehow it had known exactly what he was going to do before he did it. But how? Mind reading seemed the obvious answer, but hadn't he just resisted its mental invasion? The spider clicked its mandibles again, but this time no mental assault followed. Instead, it watched. Just watched. With an intensity that made Adom's skin crawl. Around them, the last flames from his escape attempt still flickered, the dancing shadows casting on the cave walls. The spider's eyes reflected each tiny fire like 8 blood-red mirrors. And then, one of the small flames suddenly wavered, as if caught in a non-existent breeze. Then another, and another. The fires didn't go out, they just moved, twisted, like something was trying to grasp them, to control them, but couldn't quite manage it. "What are you?" Adom's voice trailed off as the spider tried again, and again. Each time those 8 eyes fixed on him with an expectation that felt almost frustrated. Then it hit him. "Oh God," he whispered, the realization striking him as his eyes widened. "You're trying to weave magic." The spider stopped mid-attempt. The silence in the cave became deafening. The sheer impossibility of the situation made Adom's head spin. A giant spider had just tried to break into his mind, nearly caused him to be burned alive, tossed his golem around like a rag doll, and now it was practicing magic? The spider's mandibles clicked rapidly, and the remaining flames all wavered at once, as if to emphasize the point.
Well, that explained why he wasn't dead yet, but it didn't make him feel any better about his chances of staying that way for long. "Can you understand me?" Adam asked carefully, the words feeling strange in the silent cave. The spider's legs stilled their movement, all 8 eyes fixed on him. "Move to your left if you can," Adam said, his mouth dry. The spider took a deliberate step to its left, its movements unnaturally precise. Then it moved slightly closer, mandibles clicking in what almost seemed like eagerness. Its front legs spread in what could have been a peaceful gesture, but Adam noticed how they still kept him carefully cornered. During the mental assault, beneath the searing pain and violation, he'd experienced something. Not quite a feeling, not exactly thoughts either. It was like catching glimpses of shape and shadow in murky water, impressions that defied description. For lack of a better word, he had felt its essence, its intent. And whatever it was he'd sensed hadn't been anything close to benevolent. Now, watching it try to manipulate fire, those shadowy impressions crystallized into understanding. That alien hunger he'd glimpsed hadn't just been for knowledge. It had been deeper, darker, more final. And if a creature like this wanted him as a teacher... And suddenly he remembered one of Professor Vale's lectures about high-level dungeons, backed by countless stories he'd heard from adventurers in his past life when the World Dungeon first appeared. The internal politics of dungeons weren't static. Sometimes, a particularly cunning monster would grow strong enough to challenge the dungeon's boss. If it won and consumed the dungeon's core, it would become the new ruler. He'd seen entire dungeon ecosystems changing overnight when this happened. He assessed his situation coldly. He was exhausted, injured, and in no condition to fight something like the spider. Even if he somehow managed to slip past it, he was still deep in a dungeon. He'd be dead within hours, if not minutes. But if he taught it slowly, carefully, perhaps even incorrectly in crucial ways, he could use it. At least in this cave, he'd only have to watch his back against one monster, dangerous as it was, instead of the constant threats lurking outside. Not ideal, but beggars couldn't be choosers. He had a little more than a month before the first symptoms. Time enough to find a way to kill it before it killed him. The spider clicked its mandibles again, taking another step forward. Its front legs gestured toward Adam's hands, then to the remnants of flames still flickering around them. The meaning was clear enough. "Show me." I can't right now," Adam said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I need to heal first. Magic requires focus and..." He gestured to his burns and injuries. A lie, of course. He'd cast plenty of spells while worse off than this, but it didn't need to know that. The spider went still for a moment. Then came a sound. A horrible sound. It started as a wet, gurgling noise from deep within the spider's body, like someone stirring a pot of thick stew. Adam was still trying to peel the stubborn webbing off his hand when... Splat! Something wet hit him full in the face, chest, arms, and legs, thoroughly drenching his entire body. "What the f..." Adam screamed, thrashing backwards. The substance was clear, oddly odorless, but thick like gel. It dripped down his face and... "It's in my mouth!" He spat frantically, wiping at his face with his free hand. What the hell did you just..." His thoughts churned through all eventualities, each worse than the last. Acid? No pain yet. Poison? How long until... +3 life force. +7 life force. +4 life force. Huh? He lifted his hand, staring at the burn marks from the web fire. The angry red patches were fading. Not just fading, healing. He could actually see the skin knitting itself back together, like watching a week's worth of recovery compressed into seconds. What in the... He touched his neck. Smooth skin met his fingertips. Even the soreness in his lungs from the smoke was dissipating. The spider clicked its mandibles again, almost smugly. It had just healed him with spider spit? You could have warned me, Adam muttered, still wiping the healing goo from his face and glasses. A little gesture, a sign, anything besides just... He made a vague spitting motion with his hand, then immediately felt foolish for trying to teach manners to a giant spider. The spider's legs gestured emphatically at the dying flames again, its movements becoming more insistent. The message couldn't be clearer. Show magic now. Adam's throat went dry. The healing substance might have fixed his wounds, but it did nothing to calm his racing heart. This wasn't some friendly exchange of knowledge. This was a predator temporarily staying its hand. The moment he ceased being useful, he forced himself to speak, careful to keep his voice steady. I can't right now. Magic requires a full mana pool, and mine is severely depleted. I need to sleep, recover my strength. He swallowed hard, watching those eyes for any sign of aggression. Then I can show you properly. Tomorrow. The spider went completely still. Adam's muscles tensed, ready for... Well, not ready at all, really. What could he possibly do if it decided... The massive arachnid suddenly moved. Adam squeezed...
Sealing the cave entrance? Layer after layer of silvery web created an intricate barrier. Was it protecting him? No. Protecting its investment, more likely. When finished, the spider positioned itself by the sealed entrance, settling into an alert stance. Guarding. Waiting. Well, apparently his request for rest had been granted. There was something almost reasonable about all this. Deadly, yes. Terrifying, absolutely. But also methodical. Considerate, even. A silver lining, if you could call it that. Though that thought did little to comfort him as he tried to find a position to rest, knowing those 8 red eyes would be watching his every move during his sleep. Freak. Consciousness crept in like an unwelcome guest. The hard ground beneath him felt wrong. His bed had never been this uncomfortable. Adam's sleep-addled mind tried to make sense of it, grasping at the familiar while pushing away the unfamiliar. Just 5 more minutes. Then reality clicked. His eyes snapped open, heart lurching as 8 crimson ones stared back from across the cave. Oh, Adam whispered. Not a dream, then. The massive spider remained at its post by the webbed entrance, patient and terrifying as ever. His scattered brain tried to process it all. The dungeon, the chase, the fire, the deal. Being forcibly recruited as a magic teacher to a giant spider. Said like that, it still sounded like it should have been a dream. But the cold stone floor beneath him and those unwavering red eyes suggested otherwise. He wasn't even aware he had fallen asleep, which made it all the more confusing. The spider covered half the cave in 2 fluid steps, its movement so graceful it seemed to defy its massive size. Those 8 eyes fixed on Adam with an expectant that horrible gurgling sound building up again. No! Adam scrambled to his feet,
hands raised. "No spitting! I have food, He patted his stomach. "And I need to, you know." The spider's head tilted slightly. "I need to relieve myself," Adam said, face burning. Never in his life had he imagined having this conversation with a giant arachnid. One leg extended, pointing deeper into the cave. Several tunnels branched off from the main chamber, disappearing into darkness. "There?" The spider remained motionless. Adam took a careful step forward, eyes scanning the cave walls. The tunnels seemed roughly hewn, natural rather than carved. Some sloped upward, others down. Possible escape routes, assuming they didn't lead to worse threats. Or dead ends. He moved toward the nearest tunnel, but the spider materialized before him with impossible speed. Adam yelped, stumbling backward. A different leg pointed to another tunnel, the gesture somehow managing to seem both insistent and threatening. "That one! Got it!" The redirected tunnel was shorter, ending in a small chamber. Empty. No other exits. No hidden passages. Just a dead end that served its immediate purpose. "It's guarding something in that first tunnel," Adam thought, as he took care of business. "Something important enough to risk showing its hand by stopping me." He filed that information away carefully. The spider waited at the tunnel entrance when he returned, its patience somehow more unnerving than aggression would have been. "I need to eat now," Adam said, reaching into his inventory. The wrapped candies he bought at the weird stuff store were still there. As a breakfast, they felt absurdly inadequate. As he unwrapped it, a thought struck him. Maybe it was the exhaustion. Maybe it was the absurdity of his situation making him reckless. Or maybe it was just scientific curiosity. He held out a second candy toward the spider. "Would you like one?" The spider's eyes shifted focus, all 8 zeroing in on the small wrapped candy with an intensity that made Adom's outstretched hand waver slightly. Its front legs lifted, minutely, then stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Adom's arm started to tire, but he held still, watching. Then, with a deliberate slowness, the spider backed up one step. Its legs settled back into their previous position. The message was clear enough. No. "Fair enough," he muttered, pocketing the rejected candy and finishing his own. His stomach wasn't exactly satisfied, but it would have to do. Something clicked in his mind, though. The spider's refusal wasn't casual. It had its own strict feeding system, that bizarre goo. If it wouldn't even accept normal candy, trying to poison it would probably be pointless. The thing seemed too methodical, too set in its ways to accept food from others. He filed that thought away carefully, crossing one potential escape plan off his mental list. Now, short of excuses, Adam took a steadying breath. Teaching magic incorrectly would be a delicate balance. Too obvious, and the spider would know. Too subtle, and it might actually learn something useful. "Magic," he began, choosing his words with care, "flows through specific channels in the body." His hands moved in a deliberate pattern, one he'd seen street performers use to impress crowds. "These channels must be properly aligned before any spell can be cast." The spider's legs shifted, mirroring his movements with disturbing accuracy. Adam fought to keep his expression neutral. The creature's ability to replicate complex motions was concerning. "Good, but remember, precision is crucial." He deliberately altered the pattern, making it slightly more complex. "The preparation stance must be perfect, or the mana will disperse."
A complete fabrication, but one that played into the spider's apparent methodical nature. Those crimson eyes tracked every finger movement, every shift in posture.
Adom could almost see the creature committing each useless detail to memory. But he couldn't rely solely on physical misdirection. Now, for flame magic specifically. He paused, letting anticipation build. We begin not with creation, but with control. His hands moved over a small patch of ground. May I? The spider's slight nod felt like permission and threat combined. Adom cast a simple fire spell, the proper way, hiding the true mechanism behind his elaborate gestures. A small flame sprouted between them. Observe. Before we can create fire, we must learn to sense it. He moved his hands around the flame in sweeping motions that did absolutely nothing. Feel how the heat responds to your presence. Like sensing the vibrations in a web, but with thermal energy. The spider's front legs moved through the air above the flame, mimicking his movements perfectly. Too perfectly. Adom's heart skipped a beat. He needed to complicate things further. No, the movement must flow through all limbs for proper mana distribution. The lie came smoothly, born of desperate calculation. Each appendage must maintain its own mana cycle while contributing to the whole. Like this. He demonstrated an impossibly complex series of gestures that would require the spider to coordinate all 8 legs differently. The creature paused, processing this new challenge. Minutes stretched into hours as Adom layered deception upon deception. Each lesson built upon the last, creating an intricate web of misconceptions that would hopefully take time to unravel. He introduced arbitrary rules about mana preparation, invented elaborate safety protocols that would waste energy, and emphasized the importance of perfect form over actual results. Remember, he said, watching the spider attempt a particularly wasteful series of movements. Magic requires patience. And he prayed his own patience would last long enough to find a way out of this cave. A distant screech echoed through the cave, interrupting their lesson. Adom's blood ran cold. He knew that sound. Desert stalkers. Another screech, closer. The spider's head snapped toward the entrance, legs shifting into a lower stance. How close were they? The sound bounced off stone walls, making it impossible to... His stomach lurched as the ground disappeared. Whoa! Something wet and sticky pressed against his back, and then he was rising, watching a bone spear whistle through the space he'd occupied seconds before. It struck the cave wall with a crushing sound, embedding itself deep in the stone. This is... He squirmed against the webbing, feeling it stick to his clothes, his hair. Absolutely disgusting. Dark shapes materialized at the cave entrance. The stalker's scaled skin caught the torchlight. One of them looked like the alpha from last time, black eyes reflecting nothing. Another one of them touched its torch to the webbed entrance. Flames raced up the strands. 3 stalkers entered, then 8, then 13. Adom's mind shifted from disgust to rapid calculation. The cave was small, cramped for this many fighters. His mana had recovered somewhat during his rest. The ceiling placement, while humiliating, gave him a perfect vantage point. If he timed it right. He could use a burst of force magic to break free, propelling himself toward the entrance. The spider would be occupied with the stalkers. He could launch fire spells from above, then seal the entrance with a barrier spell once he was through. With luck, the collapsing cave mouth would take out several stalkers, and possibly the spider, too. The only wild card was those other tunnels. The spider might retreat rather than fight, but Adom's primary concern was escape. This might be his only chance. He flexed his fingers carefully, mentally preparing while trying not to draw attention. Below him, the stalkers spread out in a practiced formation, and the spider waited. The first stalker's head hit the ground before Adam could blink. The second followed. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Blood sprayed in graceful arcs across stone walls. 5 seconds. The remaining stalkers screeched, finally registering the threat. More poured in through the entrance. The spider moved. No, movement wasn't the right word. Limbs blurred, bodies fell, blood painted the floor in expanding pools. One stalker lunged forward, lance extended, and met empty air. The spider was already behind it, legs piercing through scale and bone. Adam's escape plan died in his throat. He'd be dead before reaching the entrance. A stalker broke right, weapon raised. No, that was wrong. The spider had already moved to intercept its true path left, legs punching through its chest before the feint was complete. How? 3 more stalkers attacked in formation. The spider flowed around their strikes like water, dealing death with mechanical precision. More bodies, more blood. The pile grew. Wait. A stalker charged straight ahead. The spider shifted left before the stalker had even begun to turn that direction. As if flowing perception activated without conscious thought. The world slowed. Adam's vision sharpened, catching details his normal sight missed. +2 flowing perception. Another stalker died. Adam squinted, trying to understand. The spider moved before the attack came. But how? He focused harder. A second death. There had to be something he was missing. His flowing perception caught the usual tells: muscle tension, weight shifts, the flow of movement through air. But the spider was reacting before even these appeared. Third death. Fourth. He forced himself to look deeper. Not at the attacks, not at the movements. At the moments before. +1 flowing perception. There, a stalker's hand twitched. No, before that. The spider was already moving. Earlier still. Just before the stalker's muscles tensed to attack, before its brain had even fully formed the command, its body made microscopic adjustments. Preparing for a decision not yet consciously made, the spider wasn't reading minds or seeing the future. It was reading the body's betrayal of its owner's intentions. Simple. Mechanical. Like a leaf trembling before the wind actually hits it. His flowing perception caught these tells after they formed. The spider caught them at their source, in that razor-thin moment between thought and action. An armed stalker charged in, sword and shield probably scavenged from some fallen adventurer. It effortlessly got flattened. Metal scraped against stone as it stumbled, and for a split second, the spider's movements faltered. Another stalker's claw caught a fallen blade, sending it ringing across the floor. The spider's strike missed just barely before it compensated with terrifying speed. The slaughter continued. Each death taught him more. Every spray of blood revealed new patterns. When it ended, 43 bodies littered the cave floor. No survivors. No escapees. The alpha's severed head stared up at him from a pool of its own blood, black eyes now as lifeless as glass beads. Then the spider ate them. Digestive fluids darkened the nearest corpse. The spider's mandibles worked methodically, liquefying flesh and bone. Adam winced as it slurped the resulting soup through its mouthparts. That could have been him. As the spider consumed the first stalker, something strange happened. Adam blinked, unsure if he was seeing correctly. The spider's carapace seemed to shimmer slightly, almost imperceptibly changing. The pattern on its back shifted, taking on subtle scale-like textures similar to the stalker's hide. The transformation was slight, not dramatic enough to change the spider's fundamental appearance, but unmistakable to Adam's eye. It's evolving. And suddenly, with crystal clarity, Adam understood exactly why the spider was keeping him alive, why it was so intent on learning magic rather than simply devouring him immediately. It wanted his abilities after learning how to use them. 3 bodies disappeared this way. The spider moved to the others, spraying them with webbing and some viscous fluid. The corpses went rigid, suspended in a grotesque cocoon. Food storage, then. The web holding him suddenly gave. Adam dropped, catching himself with a grunt. His clothes stuck to his skin where the webbing had touched. The spider turned back to their practice spot, stepping over scattered limbs and congealing blood pools. Its leg tapped the ground twice, the signal to resume their lesson. Just like that. As if 43 deaths meant nothing. As if they weren't standing in a charnel house. Adam wiped sticky hands on his pants and took position. The copper stench of blood filled his lungs with each breath. Class was back in session. Adam stopped counting the days after the 7th. No sun, no moon, just endless stone and the spider's unwavering presence. Looking at his remaining time would only crack his fragile grip on sanity. The candies ran out on day 3. The spider dropped a fresh stalker leg by his feet that evening. The meat was gray-green beneath the scales, with a texture like spoiled fish mixed with wet sand. He retched 3 times before keeping it down. The aftertaste lingered, metallic and sour, like licking a rusted coin. But hunger won. Always did. The stalkers, he discovered, packed enough nutrients to keep him going. Small mercy. An underground stream provided water, crystal clear and sweet. He'd watch the spider drink sometimes, its method methodical and alien. They shared that water source at least. The magic lessons stretched on. He taught, slowly, carefully, honest about the time needed, dishonest about his methods. On the 4th day, the spider made his conjured flame flicker. Just a tiny manipulation, but Adam's heart nearly stopped. The creature could use mana. Had always been able to. What else could it do? Between lessons, he explored. All tunnels open except one. Forbidden, the spider made that clear. The rest of the cave system became his library. Every spare moment spent watching, learning, trying to understand the spider's precognitive combat ability. Flowing perception activated constantly now. He studied his own movements, the tiny tells that betrayed intention. The slight shoulder tension before casting, the weight shift before stepping. Could these be suppressed? Hidden? +3 flowing perception, +2 flowing perception, +4 flowing perception. On the 5th day, something changed. Mid-observation, the skill pulsed. Flowing perception is evolving. The tests began small. A deliberate shift of weight during practice. The spider's head would turn, tracking the motion before it happened. Scratch an itch, those legs would twitch toward the movement. Even thoughts of movement drew reaction. Days blurred. Better not to count. He layered his experiments. During magic practice, he'd create a flame while planning to move his hand left. The spider would orient itself left before he moved. Sometimes he'd abandon the planned movement entirely, studying how long the spider maintained its predictive stance. More complex tests followed, multiple planned movements, false intentions, real ones hidden beneath. The spider caught them all, though sometimes there was a delay. Microseconds between his deepest hidden intentions and its response. He watched it hunt.
Every stalker that entered became a lesson. The green bastards were either very stupid for coming still, or very brave, or both. It deserved some respect. Useless, but to be respected. The spider's movements weren't random. They followed flows, air currents, muscle tensions, the subtle symphony of pre-motion tells. Strained with each observation, the skill grew sharper, more refined. He started seeing not just current movements, but their origins, the way a stalker's neck muscles tensed before its arm moved, how weight distributed before a step. Sometimes, during lessons, he caught himself moving in response to the spider's motions before they happened. Brief moments of anticipation that felt more like instinct than thought. The spider watched him too. He sensed its scrutiny. Hopefully it saw only a teacher teaching magic, not one dissecting its every move. Time passed. How long? Don't think about it. Then, one day, after a lesson, something clicked. His mind emptied of everything except pure observation. The spider stood before him, demonstrating a mana manipulation. Right, he thought absently, his hand supporting his head. It moved. Right. Left. Left. His eyes widened as consciousness caught up to instinct. The system message appeared. Is evolving into acquired, flow prediction, rare, active/passive, ability, perceive and analyze pre-movement patterns and intent. Current level, 0-1. Warning, skill effectiveness heavily dependent on user's focus and physical condition. His heart raced. He forced his breathing steady, face neutral. Don't let it show. Don't let it know. The lesson continued. Don't check the time. Don't check the days. Focus. Adom had been tempted to do it a few times, but he knew it would distract him from what he was about to do. The spider's latest attempt at mana control made Adom's stomach clench. Not just flickering flames now. It could dim them, spread them. Progress too fast. Much too fast. Soon it would connect the dots between mana control and actual spell weaving. Then he'd outlive his usefulness. Simple math, really. His mana pool now sat at 750, full and ready. The wrist had partially healed, though phantom pain still lingered. The stalker's meat kept him strong, even if every bite still made him gag. Physical strength maintained. Mental strength, well, he was still sane enough to plan. Had to count for something. The golem sat in his inventory, retrieved during one of his bathroom breaks. The spider never followed him there, at least. Small mercies. In that dark, damp cave, he'd carefully pull out the broken pieces of the wakey bird, the same one he'd destroyed in frustration back at the academy. His hands would move slowly, methodically, trying to minimize any sound of metal against metal. Ah, the academy. It felt like a lifetime ago now. He'd hated the monotony then, the endless lectures, the strict schedules. What he wouldn't give to be back in those sun-filled halls, complaining about morning classes and bland cafeteria food. Everything to return to that simple life where his biggest worry was passing the next exam. But here, in this cave that reeked of stalker blood and spider webs, those memories served a purpose. Each time he went to relieve himself, he'd work on reassembling the construct, making small modifications to its design. He had an idea, not fully formed yet, but growing clearer with each session. The runes needed to be perfect. The mana circulation had to be completely silent. One wrong click, one metallic scrape too loud, and all his careful planning would be for nothing. He'd watched the spider's sleep patterns. Every rest period there was a window.
About an hour in, when its legs would go completely slack, the twitching that usually responded to nearby movement would slow, almost stop. Deep sleep. As deep as something like that could manage, anyway. The plan was simple. Had to be. Complicated plans died fast against something that could read your moves before you made them. But even precognitive combat had limits. You couldn't dodge what you couldn't sense coming. Adom decided he would strike tonight. Or today. There was no sun or moon to know which was which. He would strike soon. Yes, better. Just had to wait for those legs to go slack. Chapter 37. Fight. The cave system had no secrets left. Well, almost none. That crack in the eastern tunnel's ceiling, just wide enough to squeeze through if blasted open. The underwater passage in the northern section that probably led somewhere. 3 potential escape routes, all mapped, all viable. All useless if he died here. The forbidden tunnel remained the only mystery. The spider's reaction whenever he even glanced that direction told Adom everything. Something important lay hidden there. Something worth protecting. Something worth dying for. Or killing for. Even feigning disinterest had proven dangerous. A casual glance held too long would make those legs shift, mandibles clicking in warning. Once he'd taken 3 steps in that direction during a confused wandering. The spider had materialized between him and the tunnel entrance so fast his mind couldn't process the movement. No violence, no threat, just presence. Absolute, undeniable presence. Message received. His bathroom breaks had served multiple purposes. While reassembling the wakey bird, he'd realized the transport crystal's cracks weren't beyond repair. Mana crystals responded to careful manipulation. Each hairline fracture could be sealed with precisely controlled mana flow, like welding glass with heat. The crystal wasn't perfect anymore. New cracks would appear after every few jumps, requiring constant maintenance. But it worked. And right now, that's all he needed. Now, in the artificial night of the cave system, Adom waited. The spider's legs twitched in their familiar pattern, not quite the deep sleep he needed. His own breathing remained carefully measured, each inhale and exhale a practiced rhythm. The flow prediction skill thrummed at the edge of his consciousness, reading minute changes in the spider's posture. Twitch, still too alert. Twitch, getting closer. His mind reached for the golem, testing the connection.
70 kilometers of control range. More than enough in these cramped caves. The construct sat ready in his inventory, each component checked and rechecked during his bathroom breaks. One wrong sound, one metallic scrape too loud. Twitch. Almost. The spider's legs settled deeper into their rest position. The constant micro-adjustments that tracked nearby movement began to slow. Even those 8 eyes seemed less present. Their crimson glow dimmed, but never quite dark. Now. Adom kept his breathing steady, maintained his corner slouch. His consciousness split, half anchored here, monitoring every tiny shift in the spider's posture, half flowing through the golem's crystal eyes as it materialized silently in the forbidden passage. Dark. Darker than the main caves. The golem's enhanced vision cut through it. Time to see what the spider guarded so jealously. His real body remained still, breathing steady. Can't twitch. Can't tense. The spider's combat precognition worked even in sleep. One wrong move and... The golem's vision feed suddenly filled with something. Webs. Everywhere.
Not the usual messy catching nets scattered throughout the cave system. These were different, precise, layered, almost architectural in their design. The darkness seemed thicker here. And there, at the center of this fortress, sat something that made all of Adom's mental preparations shift. An egg. Gray, oval, about the size of his torso. Well, that explained a few things. The golem's vision swept the rest of the chamber, revealing what lined these walls. Bodies. Dozens of them. Adventurers in torn leather and rusted chainmail hung suspended in silk cocoons. Most were little more than bones now, their remains picked clean. Others still had flesh, preserved by the web's chemicals. A face here, a limb there, frozen in various states of decay. Stalker corpses dotted the collection too, along with other dungeon creatures. Their remains were less preserved. The spider seemed to prefer their meat fresh. For once, Adom was grateful the golem had no sense of smell. The stench of decay in here must have been overwhelming. During his imprisonment, he had built what he called his scenario tree, each branch a different possibility of what the spider might be hiding. A maternal spider protecting its offspring had been one of his more confident theories. This was perfect. Better than perfect. An egg meant something to protect, something vulnerable, something that couldn't dodge or predict movements, and judging by the elaborate web fortress around it, something absolutely vital to the giant arachnid. The spider's snoring grew deeper. Perfect timing. Through half-lidded eyes, Adom watched its legs twitch less and less and less. Deep sleep phase. New branch forming in the scenario tree. If those protective webs were anything special, and they had to be, given how they practically hummed with energy, they might be connected directly to the spider's consciousness. Touch them, and only one way to find out. The golem's single arm shot forward, an arc designed to slice through the web and snatch the egg in one fluid motion. Break and grab. No hesitation. No. The snoring stopped mid-breath. The scream that followed wasn't just sound. It was primal fury given voice, echoing off every surface until the whole cave system seemed to vibrate with it. Adom jerked upright, putting every ounce of confusion he could muster into his voice. What's happening? What's wrong? Before he could blink, the spider was on him. Its mass slammed him against the wall, mandibles spread wide enough to show rows of hooked teeth inside its maw. The stench of rotting meat washed over him as those jaws opened wider. Wider. He could see clear down its throat, could imagine how those hooks would tear him apart, rip him to shreds while he was still alive. "I don't understand," he started, his voice high and trembling, trying to radiate pure confusion through every gesture. The spider's mandibles snapped shut, cutting him off. Its front legs pinned his shoulders with crushing force. One twitch, one wrong move, and those jaws would close. His heart slammed against his ribs, but he kept his face locked in what he hoped was perfect bewilderment. He couldn't fight it. Not like this, not at this range. All those careful plans, all that preparation, none of it mattered with death literally breathing in his face.
Keep the act. Keep the act. Look confused. Terrified. He actually was terrified. The golem. Make it move. A sharp crack of stone against stone echoed from deep within the forbidden tunnel. The spider froze. Then its head whipped toward the sound, mandibles snapping shut inches from Adom's throat. 8 legs scrambled against stone as it launched itself toward the tunnel entrance. Fast. Faster than anything that size had any right to be. The golem had the egg, and Adom waited. About 3 kilometers away,
The spider's massive form disappeared into the forbidden tunnel, its speed terrifying even from this distance. Wait, not yet. The thundering of 8 legs echoed through the cave system, getting closer to the golem's position. Just before the spider would reach his construct, Audom made his choice. The golem released the egg, setting it carefully on the tunnel floor before retreating into the shadows. Let the spider have its offspring back. He just needed the distraction to escape. The spider's discovery of the returned egg should have ended its rage, should have sent it back to protective brooding, should have bought him the time he needed to disappear. The hammering of legs reversed direction anyway. Despite everything, despite the distance, despite his acting, despite returning what it valued most, it knew exactly who was responsible, and it wasn't going to let that slide. No time for subtlety. Dismissing the golem back into his inventory, both his hands moved in a blur, left hand weaving fireball as his right gathered power for push. Double weaving was hard enough and mana draining, but at this point, the fireball erupted just as the web barrier came into view, flames catching the sticky strands. The webs at the cave's entrance ignited like oil-soaked rope. Push! 1 second he was in the cave, the next, sky. A somewhat bright, purple, star-filled sky. It was beautiful. Until it wasn't. The push spell had launched him straight through the main entrance, his body cutting through air like a stone from a sling. His stomach lurched into his throat as gravity realized what was happening. Levitate! He did not need to scream the spells, but for some reason, in this situation, screaming helped him calm down. The spell caught him mid-flight, but control was a joke. The world spun, ground, sky, ground, sky. Wind tore at his face, making his eyes water. He couldn't hear anything except the roar of air rushing past his ears, couldn't even tell which way was up anymore. Then he heard it, even through the wind. That scream. The spider had followed him out. Of course it had. But why? He'd given the egg back, left it safe in the tunnel where any reasonable mother would focus on protecting it, instead of chasing the threat that was already retreating. What was wrong with this thing? He tried to turn, to look down, to get his bearings. Bad idea. The ground swayed sickeningly far below, a patchwork of trees and rocks that made his head spin. How high was he? Too high. Way too high. Focus. Had to focus. Had to... There. A dark shape moving through the trees. Fast. Following. The spider hadn't given up. What the hell was it thinking? The threat was gone, the egg was safe, but it kept coming anyway. Audom tried focusing more, using flow prediction, but the skill required him to be calm and collected, and Audom was everything but calm and collected. A wet thwip cut through the wind. White strands of webbing shot past him like arrows. Audom twisted mid-air, the sudden movement throwing off his levitate. The world spun violently. Another volley. The spider was actually shooting at him from the ground, trying to bring him down. This was insane. He'd returned its precious egg, and it was still trying to kill him. His stomach lurched as another wild spin threw off his levitate. Too high. Still too high. One wrong move, one slip in concentration, and the fall would kill him before the spider got the chance. The thought kept screaming at the edges of his mind. He could die here. Actually die. Broken on the black sand, or torn apart by those mandibles when he eventually crashed. And he would crash. The spell wasn't meant for sustained flight, especially not while dodging web shots and fighting vertigo. He couldn't maintain this much longer. When he lost control, and he would lose control, where would he land?
Would the spider be there, waiting? That would be game over. No, focus. Plan B. He'd prepared for this possibility. The spider was still down there, still coming. Each second he spent tumbling through the air was another second it gained on him. His hands shook as he tried to stabilize himself. The screaming hadn't stopped. It would never stop, not until one of them was dead. Next branch in the scenario tree, the one he'd hoped he wouldn't need. The dark lake. His glasses stayed firmly in place despite the violent wind, and a hysterical thought bubbled through his panic. He really needed to thank that glasses lady if he survived this. Quality craftsmanship. The lake stretched out below, a black mirror reflecting the sky. Getting there would be the trick. His current trajectory was all wrong, and the spell wasn't meant for this kind of maneuvering. In moments like these, when plummeting through the air with precious mana to spare for the upcoming fight, efficiency became everything. Was as basic as spells came. Pure mana conversion into directional force. No fancy particle manipulation, no complex air current calculations. Just raw power, enough to knock a grown man off his feet. Or, in this case, redirect one falling mage. The spell jerked him sideways like a puppet on strings, fighting against his forward momentum. His stomach lurched again as competing forces played tug-of-war with his body. The world tilted, and he made a mental note that if falling from great heights was going to become a regular occurrence, he really needed to get better at this whole flying thing. Maybe practice somewhere closer to the ground next time. "Win!" he screamed again, this time using it more like an air anchor. Another correction. Too sharp. His vision blurred. The spider's screams grew closer. No time for self-discovery. "Win!" The spell cut through his velocity, this time like a brake, but the sudden deceleration made his teeth rattle. The lake's surface rushed up to meet him. If there was going to be a fight, and there would be a fight, it needed to happen here. Water, carp, space to maneuver. A chance, assuming he didn't pass out first from the vertigo. Adam clamped his mouth shut, held his breath. The lake's addictive properties weren't something he wanted to test. Not now. Not ever. Impact. The water hit like stone, every inch of his body screaming at once. Cold. So cold it burned. His bones rattled, his muscles seized. Body has reached level 5. Physical resistance has increased. 3 life force. The pain wasn't as bad as it should have been. Still hurt like hell, but he'd expected worse from a fall that height. Small mercies. Darkness pressed in from all sides. The lake lived up to its name. Even at what had to be just below the surface, he could barely see his own hands. A sphere of white light bloomed beside him. Not enough. 4 orbs now, spreading out in a circle, pushing back the darkness. The water cleared enough to see maybe 20 feet in any direction. No sign of it yet. And the spider, something massive, broke the surface above. The impact sent ripples through the water, distorting his view through the spheres of light. But he saw enough. 8 legs spreading wide. A body larger than a horse descending into his sanctuary. Its first movements were clumsy.
Legs fighting the water's resistance.
Then those legs adjusted, spreading wider, moving in sync rather than independently. Not as efficient as land movement, but adapting. You stubborn bastard, Adam thought. Even here you refuse to be helpless. During his captivity, Adam had studied the spider's movement patterns obsessively, the way it distributed its weight across those 8 legs,
how it used micro-adjustments to maintain perfect balance. That kind of locomotion relied on friction, on solid surfaces. In water, it should have been like watching a cat try to run on ice. Should have been. Yet here it was, charging through the water with frightening determination. Each movement showed growing understanding of the new medium, but the water's resistance still robbed its strikes of their usual lethal speed. His lungs burned. Time for that trick he'd been working on. Followed by, the spells merged, creating a temporary pocket of breathable air around his mouth. One deep breath. Release. The spell dissolved. Efficiency. No wasted mana. A leg swept through the water where his head had been a second ago. The tiny fire bursts propelled him backward, the water dampening the recoil perfectly. Small spells. Keep the mana pool full. He'd need it if that scenario came into play. Through the spheres of light, Adam watched the spider's descent. He gathered his mana, carefully separating tiny droplets from the water around them. Not one blast, but dozens of droplets accelerating simultaneously. The spider's movements blurred. Even underwater, its combat precognition was terrifying. Legs twisted, body contorting in ways that shouldn't have been possible as it dodged the barrage. But the water's resistance took its toll. One droplet caught its carapace, the impact barely more than a scratch. But it had hit. Something that hadn't happened once during their fights in the cave. Details had a way of sticking in your mind, even when you didn't realize their importance at first. Back in the cave, during the Strider attack, one of them had charged ahead of its group. The ring of metal had echoed through the chamber as its shield and sword knocked together mid-stride. Before the spider flattened the Strider against the cave wall, there had been that moment. A slight hesitation in the spider's movements at the sound. Just for an instant. But in a fight that fast, an instant was everything. The same spider that could predict and dodge almost anything, that could visibly process countless variables in combat, had been thrown off by simple sound waves. It made a certain sense. A being that relied so heavily on processing sensory input would be vulnerable to sensory overload. The modified wakey bird had been a gamble. During his captivity, Adam had rebuilt its resonance chamber, reinforced the striker mechanism. Each adjustment aimed at one goal: producing vibrations at strong enough frequency to overwhelm the spider's heightened senses. That's all he needed. And now, underwater, where sound traveled differently, moved faster, reached further. He pulled the device from his inventory, his fingers finding the activation mechanism through memory. The spider was still coming, its movements slowed by the water but no less deadly. The wakey bird activated. Through the water, Adam couldn't see the vibrations themselves, but he felt them. A subtle pressure against his skin, like standing too close to a ringing bell. The sound reached his ears distorted, deeper than it had been in air. The spider's reaction was immediate. Its charge faltered, legs twitching erratically. The massive body twisted in the water, movements losing their fluid grace. Its very coordination was being disrupted. The water carried the vibrations better than air ever could. What had been a localized effect in the cave now filled the space between them, multiplied by the density of the liquid medium. The spider's spasms grew more pronounced, its legs moving in jerky, uncoordinated patterns. For the first time since their encounter began, the creature seemed truly vulnerable. Not 3 shots. 30. Not powerful, but that wasn't the point. Each projectile created its own ripples, its own trajectories, its own set of variables to process. Too many data points, too fast to track. 2 shots connected.
-3 over 1,500 greater cavern weaver life force. 1,500 life force, and he'd just carved away 3 points. Not much, but it was the first real damage he'd dealt since this started. The spider's movements hitched for just a fraction of a second. It lunged, movements lacking their usual precision. Rage had replaced calculation, legs striking through water like angry spears, but slower, much slower than in its domain. Each attack created visible disturbances in the water before reaching him, giving precious fractions of seconds to react. A spell pushed Audiobook backward, muscles screaming in protest. Without indomitable will, he'd have given up already. Every movement was a battle against water resistance, against burning lungs, against exhaustion creeping into his limbs. He couldn't keep this up. Even with the spider handicapped by the water, time worked against him. One slip, one moment of fatigue, and those legs would find their mark. Time for the gambit. Another quick wind spiral and water filter. One deep breath. He couldn't afford to pass out now. His inventory opened, releasing a chunk of stalker remains into the dark water. Blood and tissue dispersed in lazy red clouds. A risk, but if his theory about the lake's other resident was right... There. Movement in the darkness beyond his light spheres. It was not what he was waiting for. Something else had caught the scent first. A level 27 abyssal maw emerged from the gloom, its serpentine body easily twice the length of the spider. Rows of crystalline spines ran down its length, its jaw unhinged, revealing 3 concentric rings of teeth. The spider's reaction was immediate and brutal. It met the maw's charge head-on, 8 legs spreading wide in the water. The maw's teeth clamped down on one leg, and that was its last mistake. The spider's mandibles closed on its skull. Bone cracked. The water turned dark with blood as the spider literally tore the creature's head apart, ripping through armor-like scales as if they were paper. The maw's body thrashed once, twice, then went limp. The spider flung the remains aside with contemptuous ease, but the display of violence had cost it precious seconds of orientation. His lungs burning again, Audiobook quickly formed another air pocket. Breath. Release. The wakey bird's vibrations seemed to hit it harder now, its movements growing more erratic. Strands of sticky webbing shot through the water, slower than in air, but still dangerous. Audiobook twisted away, the resistance of the water both helping and hindering his movements. The spider was adapting, learning how its weapons behaved in this new medium. That's when Audiobook felt it. A deeper pressure change, something that made the water itself seem to shrink away. His light spheres caught movement, not the quick darting of scavengers, but something massive, patient. The great carp arrived. Audiobook pushed himself further back, heart pounding. What else could he do in a fight like this? The carp moved first. Each tailstroke sent shockwaves through the water, forcing Audiobook to channel mana into staying in place. Physics was a harsh mistress underwater. The spider twisted, trying to present fewer targets, but water resistance turned its usual grace into something almost clumsy. 4 legs swept at the carp's approach. Too slow. The fish's jaws snapped shut on one leg, crushing chitin like paper. Blood clouded the water. The spider's mandibles clicked in fury, venom sacs pulsing. But the carp was already moving again, its massive body coiling in ways that shouldn't be possible for something that size. Flow prediction showed him devastating possibilities. The spider would die in minutes at this rate. Can't have that. The spell kicked him backward like a mule,
but the pressurized stream caught the carp's gills. The monster flinched, giving the spider an opening. 3 legs punctured scales, drawing first blood. The water turned red. Both monsters paused, reassessing. The spider kept trying to scuttle toward a dome between exchanges, but each attempt drew the carp's fury. Perfect. His lungs screamed for air. One more, and the last breath he'd need in this fight. No need for complex water spells here. Just focus. Another clash. The carp's tail swept like a battering ram, taking out 2 more of the spider's legs. The spider's remaining limbs wrapped around the carp's head, mandibles sinking deep near its right eye. The water churned so violently that Adom's scattered, creating strobing effects that made tracking movement almost impossible. A massive current caught him, tumbling him end over end. His back hit something. Rock? The spider's leg? When he stabilized, squinting through the chaos, the carp had the spider pinned against the lake bottom. Only 4 legs remained, thrashing desperately. But the carp's right eye was gone, replaced by a ragged hole leaking blood into the dark water. Adom would watch these 2 rip each other to shreds. Help a bit if the odds were too favorable to one. Then he'd kill whatever was left standing. He was hopeful the spider would fall first. The spider's legs trembled with each movement now, chitin cracking at the joints. Life force down to barely a third. The carp wasn't much better. Scales missing, blood clouding the water, but still twice as strong as its opponent. Perfect. No need for complex water spells here. Just focus. Concentrate the water in front of his palm. Compress it until it screamed to be released. His other hand sparked with fire magic, the counterforce he'd need to stay stable in this chaos. 1. The carp's tail sent another shockwave through the water. Adom's back teeth rattled. Focus. The water compressed tighter, a needle of pure pressure forming. 2. His lungs burned. Damn it! Forgot to take that last breath. The murky water made targeting a nightmare, light balls creating more shadows than illumination, like shooting through static. 3. The spider's head snapped toward him, 8 eyes locked onto his position. Did it notice? You overpowered bastard. It abandoned its fight with the carp, legs pushing off the lake bottom. But the carp's jaws clamped down on its abdomen. The spider's shriek vibrated through the water. Now! The water needle shot forth. The spider twisted. Too fast, too damn fast. The pressure stream grazed its side instead of piercing center mass. But the carp's bite had done its work. The spider went limp as its life force hit 0. The carp's massive jaws worked once, twice, and the spider vanished down its throat. Adom's second shot was already forming. The carp began to turn, exposing its wounded side. That empty eye socket, a direct path to the brain. No armor, no bone, just soft tissue and victory. The pressure needle pierced true this time, punching through the cavity and into the carp's brain. Its massive body convulsed once, then went still. You have slain great carp of the dark lake. Adom kicked hard, letting the remaining fire magic in his palm explode downward, launching him toward the surface. His muscles screamed, overtaxed from maintaining position in the fight. He broke through with a gasp that was half cough, half desperate inhale. The purple sky stabbed at his eyes after the darkness below. Too bright. Too much. He paddled to the shore, dragging himself onto the rocks and mud. His clothes clung to him, water streaming off in rivulets. Adom collapsed onto his back, chest heaving. The purple sky swirled above him, almost peaceful if you ignored the whole alien death world thing. System recalibrating. Flow prediction has reached level 2.
+5 white worm body. He barked out a laugh that bordered on hysterical. "What the actual hell?" he wheezed between breaths. The absurdity of it all threatened to overwhelm him until his mind drifted to the time he spent on it. The cave, the thought came suddenly. With the spider dead, he could go back, loot whatever valuables it had hoarded, maybe even take that egg for study. Rest properly for the first time in days. The thought was tempting. A safe shelter, time to recover, maybe even find something useful in all those adventurer corpses. Then he heard it. Distant, but unmistakable. The hunting cries of striders echoing across the landscape. Multiple voices getting closer. Of course. With their territorial nemesis gone, they'd move in to claim the cave system. He'd seen their pattern during his captivity. Constant probing attacks, always testing the spider's defenses. The cave was no longer viable. Within hours, it would be swarming with the pack. He had been avoiding it to not put more pressure on himself, but now... Time limit. 1 month, 3 days, 1 hour, 21 minutes. The euphoria drained from him like the water still dripping from his clothes. 1 month. 1 month before the illness began its work. He pushed himself to his feet, muscles protesting every movement. He couldn't afford to waste another day here, not with the clock ticking. Chapter 38. Survivor's High. North. That was where you went when you wanted out of a dungeon. Always north. Some scholars claimed it was tied to the magnetic fields that most dungeons generated. Others thought it was just God's way of giving people a fighting chance. Not that it mattered much to a dome right now. Knowing why north led to freedom wouldn't make the journey any less deadly. The lake was behind him now, its dark waters still echoing with the death throes of 2 monsters. What lay ahead would make them feel like pond fish. The anchor being. The very thought made his skin crawl. He'd heard stories, seen the aftermath of an average rank B dungeon boss. Whole teams of warriors, mages, and rangers, reduced to nothing but scattered equipment and bloodstains for not being careful enough. Rank B dungeons didn't play games. 1 month and 3 days until the illness took hold. Against an anchor being, he might as well have 26 minutes. Still, the alternative was dying in here, alone in the dark, while that thing prowled its territory. At least going north offered the illusion of choice. His boots crunched on phosphorescent moss as he walked, each step measured, each shadow analyzed. The real challenge wouldn't be finding the anchor being. It would find him. The challenge would be surviving the meeting. That is, if he even made it that far. Flying was awful. The constant shifts in air pressure made his stomach roll, his head spin, and his dignity take a serious hit every time he had to land and empty his stomach. But it beat walking through the desert section of this nightmare. Giant worms and desert stalkers had a nasty habit of turning people into red mist before they even knew what hit them. At least he was getting better at it, only puked twice this time. The landing, well, that could have gone smoother. His ankle still throbbed from where he'd almost twisted it, hitting the ground. Most mages who flew made it look so easy.
Gliding around on brooms, or manipulating gravity like it was nothing. Meanwhile, he was still trying to figure out how to land without looking like a drunken pelican. The shelter he'd found wasn't much, just a natural formation in the rock wall, but it beat being exposed, especially after that incident. A dome still couldn't wrap his head around it.
A chicken. A massive, human-sized chicken that had tried to make him its lunch. The absurdity of dying by giant chicken would have been funny if it hadn't come so close to being reality. At least something good came out of it. The beast had broken its neck in the crash, and now the smell of roasting meat filled his temporary refuge. Monster meat was usually a gamble with death. Rich people paid fortunes for properly treated basilisk steaks or hydra tongues, but one wrong bite could kill you faster than the monster itself. The taste test was simple. If it was naturally too sweet, too sour, or too salty, you were better off starving. The shelter was little more than a crack in the rock face that widened into a shallow cave, but it was dry and defensible. Only one way in or out. The small fire he'd built cast dancing shadows on the worn stone walls, kept low to avoid drawing attention. Thin strands of mana stretched across the entrance and surrounding area like gossamer threads catching the firelight. Spiderwebs. The days passed at being captive of one had taught him a thing or two about effective warning systems. The giant chicken sizzled on its makeshift spit from a piece of the golem's armor, fat dripping into the flames with satisfying hisses. Each bite was a revelation. Saltier than regular chicken, sure, but in a way that made his mouth water. The meat practically melted on his tongue, juicier than anything this size had any right to be. He'd have to remember this if he survived. Monster chicken could make someone rich in the right market. If I survive. Adom leaned back against the cool cave wall, gnawing on a wing bigger than his torso. Time to think. Helios was still out there somewhere, probably. Hard to die of sun exposure in a place with no sun. Best case scenario, get out first, make the cure, and let the bastard rot in here. As for the anchor being, he pulled out his school notebook from his inventory, jotting down ideas. A boss adapted to their environments, became one with their dungeons. This one had survived in a place with desert, lakes, and who knew what else. It would most likely be ready for elemental attacks. Maybe if he could combine pressure points with targeted fire spells, or use the environment itself. Dungeons were stable, until they weren't, if he could trigger a collapse at the right moment. A faint chime rang in his head, one of the mana webs vibrating. Something was moving out there, disturbing his warning system. Adom extinguished the fire with a thought, pressing himself against the cave wall. The chicken would have to wait. 3 more webs triggered in quick succession. Whatever it was getting closer. Fire coalesced in Adom's palm as he pressed against the wall, listening. The sounds coming from outside were odd. Grunting, groaning, and then a squeak? He almost dropped the spell. A squeak? In a Class B dungeon? Everything here was supposed to be terrifying and deadly, not squeaking. The creature was getting closer, sniffing the air. Probably caught the scent of his monster chicken. Adom tracked the sound, waiting until it was just past the entrance. Whatever it was small. Maybe he could end this quickly without... He launched himself forward, spell at the ready, but his body locked up mid-strike. White fur, black eyes that didn't quite focus. A familiar face contorted in a very unfamiliar snarl. Valiant? The mousekin didn't respond, at least not in any way that made sense. His usually clever eyes were clouded, feral.
Berserker state, when reason peeled away and left nothing but ancient instincts. Adom had seen it before in other beastkin, a common trait all of them shared. The mouse man lunged, teeth bared, claws extended. Adom didn't think, just reacted, focusing a point of gravity downward. It didn't take much,
Berserker or not, Valiant still had the mass of a mousekin. The Berserker hit the ground with a surprised squeak, pinned, but still thrashing. "Valiant, come back to your senses!" Adom muttered, maintaining the gravity point while he tried to figure out how to snap the beast out of it. Valiant was a mess. Cuts and scrapes covered his white fur, some fresh enough to still be bleeding, others crusted over with dirt and grime. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth as he thrashed against the gravity point, mixing with what looked like blood. His words came out garbled, switching between half-formed sentences and squeaks that grew more desperate by the second. Adom winced. There was only one way to deal with Berserker state, and it wasn't gentle. You had to knock them out completely. Anything less, and the feral side would keep fighting. He pulled back his fist. "Sorry about this." The first punch made Valiant's head snap to the side. The second one finally silenced him, his small form going limp against the cave floor. Adom held his breath, listening for any signs that the commotion had drawn attention. Nothing but the usual ambient sounds of the dungeon. "How in the hell did you survive this long?" he whispered to the unconscious mouse, releasing the gravity point. No offense to Valiant, but even at full strength, this place should have eaten him alive days ago. Good for him. Adom slumped back against the cave wall, retrieving his abandoned monster chicken wing. Steam still rose from the meat as he took another bite, eyes fixed on Valiant's unconscious form. The mouse beastkin's chest rose and fell steadily, the only peaceful thing about him right now.
A few minutes later, the chunk of meat he'd been working on was finally finished. Amazing how hunger could make you forget your manners. He'd eaten most of it with his hands like some savage, but then again, there wasn't exactly anyone conscious to judge him. His mana reserves were still uncomfortably low from the flight and the fight with the chicken. Not dangerous yet, but not where he'd want them to be if something decided to investigate the earlier commotion. Time to fix that. He wiped his hands on his robe, it was already a lost cause anyway, and settled into a cross-legged position. The stone floor was cold and hard beneath him, but he'd meditated in worse places. Adom closed his eyes, letting his mind drift. The beach materialized around him. His visualization of it during his meditation moments had become more and more detailed. It was a good sign. The more real your inner world felt, the more efficient your meditation would be. He sat alone. Just the warmth of the sun on his skin and the gentle breeze in his hair. White sand shifted between his toes. Waves rolled in and out, leaving foam patterns on the shore. The salt, heavy air carried hints of tropical flowers from the tree line. Seagulls circled overhead, their cries mixing with the endless rhythm of the surf. Small crabs darted across the sand, disappearing into tiny holes. His safe space. He'd go back there someday, hopefully. The thought floated through his mind like driftwood on the waves. The mana started flowing, his body lifting slightly off the cave floor. Energy churned in his core, spreading through his limbs. "Mage?" Adom sighed, the beach fading away. When he opened his eyes, Valiant was sitting there, gingerly touching the bruises on his jaw and head. "Hello, Valiant." Valiant's whiskers twitched, nose wrinkling as he sniffed the air. His eyes landed on the remains of the giant chicken. "What happened?" His voice was rough. "Last thing I remember was running from something in the dark, and then—" He winced, touching his jaw again. "Did you hit me?" "Twice," Adom said, settling back down as his feet touched the ground. "You were in berserker state, foaming at the mouth and everything. Had to knock you out before you hurt yourself. Or me." "Oh." Valiant touched his bruised jaw again, ears drooping. "How did you even find me?" Adom asked,
genuinely curious. He'd been careful about concealing his position. I don't remember much of what happened, but Valiant's nose twitched again. I could smell you. Adam raised an eyebrow. Not like that. Valiant's whiskers bristled. I mean, like I told you before, it's your magic. Well, mana signature, technically. You have a specific... He gestured vaguely with his paw, searching for words. How strong is it? Valiant sniffed the air thoughtfully. Not much, actually. It's weird. Everything's kind of muddled in here, like trying to hear through water, but I could still follow it. Sort of. Something clicked in Adam's mind. Helios had known he was a mage the moment they'd met, hadn't even hesitated. If Valiant could track mana signatures this easily, even through his precautions, the vampire could probably find him any time he... Is that chicken? Valiant interrupted, eyes fixed on the remains of the earlier fight. Tried to eat me earlier. Returned the favor. Adam nudged what was left of the meat with his foot. It's safe to eat if you're hungry, which, by the look of you, you probably are. Valiant's nose twitched rapidly as he crept toward the chicken. He reached for a smaller piece, hesitated, then looked at Adam. How are we here? In a dungeon, I mean. His paw still hovered over the meat, waiting for permission. You don't remember? Adam watched him carefully. The transport crystal. Marco. He paused. Cisco? Valiant's paw froze mid-reach. His eyes widened, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Adam tensed, magic at the ready, watching for any sign of that berserker rage returning. But Valiant just let out a small, sharp breath. His voice cracked. He grabbed the chicken piece, tore into it with mechanical movements. Right. That happened. His teeth worried at the meat, but his eyes were distant, seeing something else. Something worse. His breathing came faster, shorter. He was right there. The words tumbled out between bites. Right there, and I couldn't... I should have... He stuffed more chicken in his mouth, chewing furiously. Marco, he just... And Uncle Cisco. The meat dropped from his trembling paws. Valiant started laughing. It wasn't a good sound. Adam remained still, one hand hidden in his robes. The urge to say something sat heavy in his chest. But what could he say? Sorry about your uncle felt hollow. It'll get better was probably a lie. Sometimes silence was the only gift you could give someone. Sorry, Valiant said, still laughing, the sound edging toward hysteria. Sorry, I'm fine. I'm fine. I need to find Marco. Make him pay. That's all. Just need to... The laughter cut off abruptly. Valiant's breath hitched once. Twice. He grabbed another piece of chicken, shoving it in his mouth like he was trying to stop whatever was trying to come out. Adam kept his silence, but shifted slightly closer. Close enough to intervene if needed, far enough to give space. It was a horrible experience. The desperate scramble to find purpose before grief could swallow you whole. After a while, Valiant's breathing steadied. He wiped his mouth with the back of his paw. Do you know how to get out of here? I have a few ideas. We might die, won't we? We? Adam paused, the word echoing in his mind. That was awkward. Valiant had just automatically included himself in the equation. Any other time, Adam would have shut that down immediately. Another person meant another variable, another potential problem, another life to worry about. But how do you tell someone who just lost their close family member that you don't want them around? Of course, he said instead, wondering if he'd regret this later. What's the Maybe eat and sleep first. Adam cut in. I'll explain everything tomorrow. Valiant fell quiet, his tail curling around his feet. After a moment, he glanced up. You going to be floating again? Got a problem with that? No, it's nice. Valiant's whiskers twitched. The glow reminds me of my old room. Uncle Cisco used to put this crystal lamp thing in it. You know, those ones that pulse and swirl. Said it helped cubs sleep better. Adam said nothing, just watched as Valiant's eyes grew heavier. He was my last relative, you know? Valiant's voice wavered. Ah, I didn't know. Don't be sorry, though. His tail flicked. I'll get Marco anyway. Make him pay for what he... A yawn interrupted his words. What he did to... Valiant's head drooped, then jerked back up. He blinked slowly, tried to continue speaking, but his words slurred together. Within seconds, his chin dropped to his chest, and soft snores filled the cave. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the wall. Adam watched the sleeping beastkin, replaying their conversation in his mind. The convenient mentions of being alone, the childhood memory that just happened to involve light like Adam's magic, the way he'd made sure to seem vulnerable, yet determined. Did he just emotionally manipulate me? Adam's eyes narrowed. If that was intentional, well played. Adam chuckled. Well played indeed. Time passed in the cave, enough for Adam to get some rest, until a mana string quivered, yanking him from sleep. His eyes snapped open, body already moving before his mind fully caught up. How long had he been out? A few hours, maybe? Valiant, he whispered, lunging toward the sleeping form. When the beastkin didn't stir, Adam's hand hesitated mid-shake. Would waking him even help? Against whatever was out there? A low growl echoed through the darkness. Eyes appeared in the shadows. First one pair, then another, and another. Red pinpricks of light reflecting the dying embers of their fire. The growls grew louder, more numerous, until they seemed to come from everywhere at once. Dire wolves. 3 times bigger than an average wolf, 5 times stronger. Because of course it had to be. Adam settled into a fighting stance, the golem knight materializing from his inventory at his side. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder that he was very much alive and would prefer to stay that way. It felt so natural. When had this become normal? When had combat started feeling as familiar as reading a book? The largest wolf stepped into the firelight, saliva dripping from fangs as long as daggers. Okay, Adam thought, raising his fists. I guess this is my life now. The largest dire wolf lunged first. They always did. Adam's flow prediction to move left, but his body was a half-second too slow. Amateur boxer versus predator. His fist connected with matted fur as the wolf's teeth grazed his shoulder. It was a graze, yes, but he did not feel it as much as he thought he would. Golem! The construct swung its flaming sword in a wide arc, buying Adam precious space. 5 wolves. No, 7. All above level 14. The darkness in the dungeon kept shifting, making counting impossible. Another wolf darted in from his blind spot. Adam threw up a hasty barrier spell, the simplest one he knew, just compressed air. The wolf slammed into it with enough force to shatter his defense, but it bought him time to sidestep. Boxing won't work, his mind raced. Their heads are too thick for straight punches, and they're too high for proper hooks. The golem was holding 3 wolves at bay, its flaming sword keeping them cautious. But 2 more were circling behind it, and Adam could see their strategy forming. These weren't mindless beasts. They were hunters. A wolf snapped at his legs. Adom channeled fluid into his muscles and jumped higher than humanly possible. Push! The spell sent him backward, away from snapping jaws. His landing was clumsy, but he managed anyway. +6 white worm body. Need to thin them out, he muttered, watching the pack's movements. The wolves were adapting, learning. Each attack was more coordinated than the last. Adom threw a quick fireball, not to kill, but to separate two wolves working together. One yelped, fur singed, but both just got angrier. Their next attack came faster, more vicious. Teeth clamped onto his arm. White worm body kept the fangs from puncturing deep, but the pressure was excruciating. -3 life force. +16 white worm body. Adom's boxing training kicked in. Not the punches, but the footwork. He twisted with the bite, using the wolf's own momentum to throw it off balance. Lightning! The shout left his lips before he could second-guess himself. As a mage in the middle of combat, every drop of mana was precious. Run out, and you were dead. No spells meant no defense, and no defense meant dinner for whatever found you first. He'd been carefully rationing his power with smaller spells, but sometimes survival trumped efficiency. If the energy attracted more visitors, well, that was tomorrow's problem. A crack of electricity hit the wolf point blank. It released him with a howl, but two more took its place. The golem was taking damage now, deep gashes in its remaining arm. Poor fellow. Its sword swings were slowing. They were being worn down, piece by piece. A cold certainty settled in Adom's gut. Traditional combat wouldn't work. He needed something else. Something. His eyes caught the cave ceiling. I am not dying here, he whispered. Flow prediction activated, showing him patterns in the wolves' movements. They were pushing them deeper into the cave.
Standard pack tactics. Corner the prey. Perfect. Adom backed up further, letting them think their strategy was working. A hemisphere of compressed air formed around him and the golem. The wolves slammed against it, testing for weaknesses. He placed his palms against the cave wall. This would cost some mana. Golem, overhead swing, full power, now! The construct obeyed, its flaming sword arcing upward with all its remaining strength. Push! 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 3 rapid-fire spells hit the ceiling where the sword struck. Rock cracked, then splintered, then fell. The cave entrance collapsed in a thunderous cascade of stone and dust. You have slain 2 dire wolves. 2 wolves were crushed instantly. 3 more scrambled backward, barely escaping. The remaining ones were cut off from their pack, trapped inside with Adom. His barrier flickered and died. 2 dire wolves remained in the cave with them, and now they were desperate. Desperate was dangerous. The golem's sword arm hung limp, nearly severed. Adom could hardly use a powerful spell at then, in a closed space. Both wolves attacked simultaneously. No more testing, no more tactics. Pure survival fury. Adom saw both attacks coming, but he could only dodge one. He chose the wolf on the left, took the hit from the right. Teeth sank into his thigh as he drove his elbow down into the left wolf's eye. Ah, you son of a... The golem slammed its broken body into the right wolf, giving Adom a precious second to think. One last play. He grabbed the wolf's snout, accepting the cuts as its teeth tore at his hands. Showed him exactly where to place his feet. The boxing training guided his hips and shoulders, even as his mind screamed that this wasn't how you were supposed to fight wolves. Adom twisted, using his fluid-enhanced strength.
The wolf's own bite force worked against it as he wrenched its head sideways.
The crack was loud in the enclosed space. "You have slain one dire wolf." The last wolf backed away, hackles raised, realizing too late that cornering prey sometimes meant cornering yourself. The golem's sword burst into flames one final time. "Way!" The wolf, too fast, too desperate, slipped past the flaming blade. Flow prediction lit up Adam's mind like lightning, showing him exactly what was about to happen. Time didn't actually slow down. That would be too good. The skill just let him process information faster, see patterns clearer. But his muscles, his reflexes, they all still moved at normal human speed. The gap between knowing and doing became a special kind of torture. 0.3 seconds until impact, most probably. The wolf's jaws gaped wide, strands of saliva stretching between yellowed fangs. Adam's body was already pivoting, but he did the math. He'd clear maybe half the distance he needed to avoid those teeth. His throat would be torn out in another 0.2 seconds. 0.1. Only then did he notice it. Maybe it was because he saw his death coming and had not paid attention, or maybe it just came from his blind spot. A blur was dropping from above, something white and small, wielding what looked like a broken femur. Valiant drove the makeshift weapon into the wolf's eye socket with his entire body weight behind it. It was already a difficult sight, but in slow motion. The bone punched through the gelatinous orb with a wet pop, driving deep into the brain cavity. The beast's trajectory shattered, its killing lunge transforming into a spasm of agony mere inches from Adam's exposed throat. The wolf thrashed wildly, blood and yellow-white fluid streaming from its ruined socket, mixing with brain matter that leaked around the improvised weapon. Its howls of agony echoed off the cave walls, the sound primal and wet. Adam didn't think, couldn't think. "Give it to me!" His hand shot out. The golem, fulfilling the will of its master, tossed its sword. Fluid surged through Adom's arms as he swung. The blade bit deep into the wolf's neck, catching on the thick muscle and sinew before grinding against vertebrae. Hot arterial blood sprayed across his face, his chest, the metallic taste filling his mouth. The wolf's screams turned into a gurgling wheeze, pink foam bubbling from its jaws. Its legs kicked wildly, razor claws scrabbling against stone, leaving deep grooves in their wake. Not dead. Not dead enough. Adom wrenched the sword free with a sound like meat being torn from bone, and swung again. This time the head separated cleanly, toppling to the ground with a meaty thunk. The dead eye still twitched, jaws snapping reflexively at nothing. The massive body collapsed, arterial blood pumping out in diminishing spurts from the ragged stump of its neck, painting the cave floor in expanding pools of blood, the smell of which filled the air, mixing with the stink of voided bowels. "You have slain one alpha dire wolf." Adom's legs gave out. He slumped against the cave wall, sword clattering from trembling fingers. His heart hammered so hard he could feel it in his throat, each beat sending fresh waves of someone else's blood trickling down his face. The salty, metallic taste lingered on his tongue, making his stomach roll. He kept replaying those final moments in perfect clarity. The wolf's jaws, the distance, the math. 0.3 seconds. 0.2. 0.1. He'd seen his own death coming with mathematical precision, had time to understand exactly how it would feel when those teeth tore through his throat. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from his chest, quickly morphing into what might have been a sob.
His hands wouldn't stop shaking. The adrenaline crash hit him like a physical blow, leaving him lightheaded and nauseous. Every breath felt too shallow, too quick. He wiped at his face, succeeding only in smearing the blood further. The wolf's head lay nearby,
its remaining eye still staring at him, accusing. If Valiant hadn't... If he'd been just a fraction of a second slower... His stomach heaved. Adom barely managed to turn aside before bringing up what was left of the monster chicken. The cave spun around him, the stench of blood and death suddenly overwhelming. He caught himself with one hand, throat burning, and forced himself to take deeper breaths. Get it together, he thought. You're not dead. Focus on that. You're not dead. Valiant stumbled over, his white fur stained red. Holy shit, he wheezed, dropping the broken femur. Holy actual shit! Adom managed a weak nod, still trying to get his breathing under control. That was... Valiant's whiskers twitched rapidly, nose working overtime. That was really close. Like, really, really close. His paws were shaking almost as badly as Adom's hands. I thought, when it lunged at your throat, I just... He made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a squeak. Nice timing, Adom croaked, finally trusting himself to speak. With the... bone thing. Yeah, well... Valiant's tail wrapped tightly around his legs. Figured I owed you for the punch earlier. They sat in silence for a moment, both staring at the carnage around them. The collapsed entrance had trapped them with the bodies of their kills, and the smell was getting worse. We should... Adom pushed himself up, using the wall for support. We need to move. That fight wasn't quiet, and the collapse... He glanced at the cave-in. Everything in range probably heard it. Valiant's ears twitched at some distant sound. Yeah, you're right. He stood, grimacing at his blood-soaked fur. North? North. 30 days, 23 hours, 12 minutes. Are we there yet? No, Valiant, we're not. A few minutes of blessed silence passed. The only sounds were their footsteps echoing through the dark corridor and the occasional distant screech of something best left undisturbed. How about now? Valiant. Adom pinched the bridge of his nose. That's the 30th time you've asked. I've been counting. Oh. Valiant's ears drooped. Am I annoying you? A little bit, yes. I'll shut up then. That would be appreciated. The tunnel stretched endlessly ahead, its walls covered in a film of phosphorescent moss that cast everything in a sickly green glow. They'd been walking for 3 hours, keeping to the smaller passages and avoiding the main paths and open fields where larger predators usually hunted. Ever since the wolf incident, Adom was constantly on high alert, but they couldn't afford to rest. Not here. Not with what he'd started noticing about the dungeon's patterns. Despite the absence of sun or moon in these depths, there was a definite rhythm to the monster activity, almost like a day-night cycle. The phosphorescent moss would dim slightly, the more aggressive creatures would emerge, and the dungeon itself seemed to become more hostile. It was fascinating, really. Nothing in what he read had mentioned this particular dungeon having such behavioral patterns. He'd have to document it later, assuming they survived long enough for him to write it down. Right now, though, his priority was getting them somewhere defensible before the night phase began. The last thing they needed was to be caught in the open when the really nasty specimens came out to hunt. They'd already fought through 2 groups of lesser ghouls and circumvented what looked like a nest of crawler wasps. If they maintained this pace, pop. Adom side-eyed Valiant. He kept walking, choosing to remain silent. Pop. Valiant had this bad habit of making these strange noises with his mouth every time he was not talking. Adam's eye twitched, but he forced himself to focus. The next junction should lead to pop. Murder. Adam's thoughts drifted to murder. They were in a dungeon. Nobody would ever know. He could say it was a trap or pop. A long, suffering groan escaped his throat. "Oh," Valiant perked up. "Am I irritating you again?" "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Not at all. It's just—" The beastkin fidgeted with his tail. "I can't help it. If I don't talk for too long, I start going a bit— you know." "No, I don't know." "Berserk." Adam stopped walking. "What?" "Yeah, it's a condition." Valiant nodded sagely, as if this explained everything. "Something about my own family. We're very social people, you see, need constant interaction. If we stay quiet too long—" He made an explosion gesture with his hands. "Boom! Total meltdown. Start climbing walls, speaking in tongues, the whole package." "That's not a real thing." "Oh, it absolutely is. Had an uncle once, tried meditation. Complete disaster. They found him 3 days later fighting street cats. And he was winning, too. Until he wasn't. The vile creatures bit his tail off." Adam stared at his companion for a long moment. "You're making this up." "Am I, though?" Valiant tilted his head. "Are you willing to take that chance? In here?" He gestured at the dungeon around them. "With me?" They stood there, locked in a silent battle of wills, while somewhere in the distance something large and hungry roared. Finally, Adam's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Fine, talk. But if you ask, are we there yet, one more time?" "Wouldn't dream of it." Valiant bounced happily beside him. A few seconds passed. "So, how much further?" Adam's hand twitched. And so they walked, and walked, and walked some more. Occasionally, they'd press themselves against walls or duck into alcoves as something slithered or prowled past their position. Once, they spent nearly an hour crammed into a narrow crevice while what sounded like an entire herd of something with too many legs thundered by. "That was fun," Valiant had whispered after, picking stone dust out of his fur. They took breaks when they had to, quick stops to catch their breath or check their bearings. During one such rest, Valiant actually fell asleep standing up, face-planting into Adam's back. Neither of them mentioned it afterwards. The tunnel grew progressively wider as they continued, the moss light becoming brighter, then dimming, then brightening again in irregular patterns. They passed several cave-ins, old corpses, and what looked like abandoned campsites, silent testimonies to previous adventurers' attempts at survival. After what felt like an eternity of walking, ducking, hiding, and more walking, the tunnel simply ended. No branching paths, no hidden doorways, just a vast field of dead gray grass that stretched as far as they could see in the dim light. Small pebbles and broken bits of stone littered the ground, crunching under their feet with each step. The sky was bright purple, filled with constellations. "Well, that's anticlimactic," Valiant said. Adam scanned the area, eyes narrowing. The space was quite exposed. No cover, no defensive positions, nothing but open ground in all directions. "Should we head back?" Valiant's voice carried across the dead field. Adam's fingers tapped against his leg as he considered. The faint sounds from behind them, scraping, clicking, something moving in the darkness, were getting closer. "Let's go. We'll rest at the next safe zone." He kept his voice low. Something's either tracking us or getting too close for comfort. Just look around for danger and be ready to run for your life. Can't you just carry me? I'm tiny. Valiant. Okay, I was just joking, damn. Adom rolled his eyes as Valiant kept side-glancing at him as they continued. Out with it, he finally said. So, Valiant chuckled. Is your real name Law? No. Then what is it? I'd like to keep it that way. Oh, come on! Valiant's tail swished in agitation. We're in a dungeon together, fighting monsters. Shedding blood. I've done most of the work. I saved your life from that wolf, though. Fair enough, Adom sighed. But I'm also letting you tag along, and don't think I didn't notice your calculated display of pitiful helplessness to ensure I wouldn't refuse. Anyway, Valiant cleared his throat loudly while laughing awkwardly. The fact is, we're basically brothers now. No, absolutely not. Don't even For real, though. Two warriors, forged in battle, facing death together in the depths of a dungeon. His voice took on a theatrical tone. Standing back to back against the horrors of the deep. And you won't even tell your brother-in-arms your true name? That's cold, man. That's really cold. Adom opened his mouth to respond, but something made him freeze. A slight shift in the air pressure. A sound, so faint it might have been imagination, like massive wings displacing air far above. A shadow, barely noticeable, passing over the moss light. His instincts screamed. Watch out! Something slammed into him from above. The world spun. His stomach lurched as his feet left the ground, wind rushing past his ears. Pain exploded across his shoulders where massive talons dug in. Adom screamed. Don't worry. I will kill the beast. Valiant's voice cut through his pain-hazed mind. What the? When had he caught a glimpse of movement below him. The beastkin was climbing up his body like a ladder, face set in fierce determination, blood-splattered fur gleaming in the starlight. Valiant, what the fuck are you? Wind screamed past his ears. Blood loss made everything swim. Each wing beat sent fresh waves of agony through his shoulders, and the constant spinning motion had his stomach trying to crawl up his throat. Oh, he knew this one. Known for carrying prey to great heights before fucking dropping them. The creature's wingspans stretched wider than a house. Its talons, currently buried in his shoulders, were the size of short swords. Something warm pressed against his leg. Valiant was still climbing him? The idiot was actually trying to reach the harpy. I'll bite its legs off! The wind nearly drowned out Valiant's words. Adom tried to yell, stop! But another wave of pain sent him gagging. The world kept fading in and out. Too much blood loss. Too much height. His chest tightened at the endless purple void below. Or was it above? Anyways. The fear didn't vanish, but his mind sharpened. He forced himself to look down, past his feet, past the blood drops falling like rain. They were moving north, following the curve of... Was that water in the distance? Too dark to tell. Valiant's teeth sank into one of the harpy's toes. The creature screeched, head snapping down toward them, beak gleaming like a sword. No, Valiant, stop! The harpy's head dove for them. Adom's hands came up through the pain. Fire gathered in his palm as the massive beak descended. Fireball! The spell caught the harpy full in the face. Flesh and bone exploded. The creature's scream cut off in a wet gurgle. Then they were falling. Wind howled past them as they plummeted. The harpy's corpse started to roll, its remaining wing catching air. Adom grabbed what was left of its leg, trying to guide their descent.
His other hand stretched out, pushing against the air with wind magic, fighting to slow them down. "Hold on!" He wasn't sure if Valiant could even hear him. "You have slain Giant Storm Harpy, level 25. The water was getting closer. He pulled harder on the corpse, trying to angle their fall. The surface rushed up to meet them like a black mirror under the strange stars. "Please be deep enough," he thought. It wasn't deep enough. The water's surface rushed up, dark and flat. Adam's mind raced through options, discarding them as fast as they came. No time for complex spells.
No time for... He twisted his hand in a sharp gesture, creating a cushion of dense air just above the water. They hit the barrier at an angle. The impact rattled his teeth, but the spell turned their deadly plummet into a wild skid across the surface. Water sprayed up around them as they rolled, tumbled, spun. The harpy's corpse broke free, vanishing into the darkness with a massive splash. Adam's shoulders screamed as he tried to control their slide. Another quick wind spell helped him stay above water, skimming across it like a stone until their momentum died. He finally sank into the water with a gasp. It reached his thighs, warm and stagnant. Mist curled around him, thick enough to blur anything more than 10 feet away. "Valiant?" His voice came out rough. Blood from his shoulders turned the water pink around him. "Valiant! I'm all right. Ah! What's going on?" Adam sloshed toward the sound, each step sending spikes of pain through his shoulders. "Where are you? Whoa!" His foot caught on something underwater. He pitched forward, face-planting into the murk. Don't swallow, he thought, keeping his mouth shut. His hand touched the bottom, searching for purchase to push himself up. Then Adam's fingers met something soft, spongy. Wrong. He opened his eyes in the murky water. A face stared back at him. A human face. Bloated, gray-green, skin sloughing off in patches. Empty eye sockets gaped at him. The lips had rotted away, revealing a permanent grin of yellowed teeth. "No!" Psh! He launched himself out of the water, landing hard on a raised bit of ground. His stomach heaved as he coughed up water, trying to scrub the feeling of dead flesh from his hands. "There are dead people here," Valiant called from somewhere in the mist. "Like, a lot of them." "Yeah," Adam spat, still gagging. "I noticed." Thinking again, it wasn't really that surprising. Of course there were corpses here. They were getting closer to whatever waited at the end of this place. These were the adventurers who came before, who didn't make it. His tongue pressed against his teeth, trying to get rid of the taste. He needed to spit out whatever had gotten in his mouth when he fell. His hand moved up automatically, then froze. The same hands that had torn through rotting flesh like wet paper. God! His stomach lurched again. The image of that face wouldn't leave. The empty sockets, that permanent grin. He shuddered, wiping his hands frantically against his clothes. Valiant emerged from the mist, fur dripping. Around them, the water stretched out like a dead sea. Shapes bobbed just beneath the surface. Arms, legs, faces frozen in their last moments. Weapons and armor glinted dully in the starlight, still clinging to their long-dead owners. A helmeted head drifted past, empty eye slots staring up at the purple sky. Adventurer gear. Weapons. Supplies. Things they desperately needed. His father's voice echoed in his head, lectures about honor and dignity. But honor wouldn't keep them alive down here. "We need to search the bodies," Adam said, watching the head slowly spin in the current. "See what we can salvage."
Valiant's jaw dropped. You want us to rob dead people? In this creepy-ass water? With their faces all... He gestured wildly at a nearby corpse. All mushy and stuff? They're already dead, Valiant, Adom replied grimly. Yeah, and I'd like to stay undead, thank you very much. Valiant backed away from a floating arm. What if they wake up? What if they grab us? What if... They won't. Adom forced himself to look at the nearest corpse. Its leather armor was still largely intact. Might even be something useful in those pouches. They're just... dead. And we need supplies. The words tasted as foul as the water. But they were true. His shoulders throbbed, reminding him how close they'd come to joining these bodies. Besides, he added,
They were adventurers. They'd understand. Oh, they'd understand. That's great. Hey, dead people, don't mind us, just going through your pockets because you'd totally get it. Sweet mother of... Valiant jumped back as his paw brushed against something near the water. That was a face. That was definitely a face. Adom took a deep breath, immediately regretted it as the smell of decay hit him, and waded toward the corpse in leather armor. Just don't think about it. Don't think about the way the flesh feels. Don't think about... The pouch squished under his fingers. I hate this dungeon, he muttered. I hate it so much. Adom winced as he pulled the soggy pouch open. Several vials clinked against each other inside, their contents still glowing faintly. What'd you find? Valiant called, still keeping his distance from the nearest corpse. Potions. White, red, blue. Adom uncorked the red one, gritting his teeth as he poured it over his shoulders. The liquid hissed and steamed where it touched his wounds. Should it be doing that? Maybe it's gone bad? It's fine. Well-made potions last centuries. The burning sensation intensified, then slowly faded. He could feel his flesh knitting together, blood vessels sealing themselves shut. The pain dulled to a manageable ache. He uncorked the blue potion next. The liquid fizzed on his tongue, sweet and sharp like berries mixed with apple. Or at least it tastes as such. Tiny bubbles popped as they went down his throat, each one releasing a burst of energy that raced through his system. Grade A mana restoration. Someone hadn't spared any expense on these. His reserves filled with each effervescent swallow, magic tingling through his veins like liquid electricity. Plus 100 mana. Valiant cleared his throat. Any chance I could get a sip of that? It's mana restoration. Adom touched his chest, resisting the urge to burp from the potion. Can you use mana or fluid? Fair enough. Adom waded through the water, examining the equipment scattered around them. Plenty of swords, but he'd just end up hurting himself. Most of the armor was either too big or too rusted to be useful. Though, he picked up a pair of metal gauntlets from different sets. The joints were still good. With some modification, he could turn them into weighted knuckles, something to give his punches more impact. Hold these, he told Valiant, who reluctantly accepted the dripping gauntlets. A nearby corpse wore leg armor that looked closer to his size. It was a woman's. The greaves were salvageable at least. As he worked them free, trying not to think about the sensation, his hand brushed against something else. Oh hey, that helmet might actually fit you, Valiant said, then added, though you might want to dump out whatever's still inside it first. Thanks for that mental image. Adom turned the helmet over, letting the water drain out. Keep looking for anything useful. Small items, daggers maybe, nothing too heavy. Yeah, sure, I'll just go shopping in the corpse market. No big deal, totally normal Tuesday. Valiant gingerly picked his way between bodies. You know, when I imagined adventuring, this was not in the brochure. After a while,
Hey, I found something! Valiant's voice carried through the mist, followed by a splash and a muffled, "Ew, ew, ew." Adam looked up from where he was adjusting the greaves. What is it? Well, it's still in the guy's hand. Like, really in his hand. Like, part of his hand in his hand. Valiant appeared from the mist, dragging something. But look at it! It's got these weird marks all over it. The dagger Valiant had found was unlike anything Adam had seen before. Dark metal with strange, shifting patterns etched into the blade. Even through the grime and water damage, the edge looked impossibly sharp. "Don't touch the blade," Adam said, wading over. The patterns seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. "And please tell me you didn't just pull that out of—" "Oh, I super did. Made this weird sucking sound and everything. But it's a magic dagger, right? Has to be worth something." Adam reached for it, then hesitated. Something about those markings. Dagger of Night's Edge, rare. A blade forged with star-fallen steel, cuts through metal as easily as flesh. "Huh," Adam said. "That's actually really good." "See, sometimes the creepy option is the right option." Valiant paused. "Can we please get out of corpse soup now?" "Soon," Adam said, eyeing a massive tower shield leaning against what might have once been a warrior. Perfect for the golem. The shield disappeared into his inventory with a quiet chime. He moved methodically through the water, trying to ignore the occasional bump against submerged bodies. 4 more potion vials clinked in his inventory. A serviceable iron dagger joined them. Nothing special, but backup never hurt. Then he saw the staff. It was still clutched in its owner's hands, a robed figure half submerged in the murky water. Adam gently worked it free, noting how the dead mage's fingers had frozen around it in a final, desperate grip. Ashwood staff, Class A core, ancient ashwood bound with silver. Enhancement, plus 30% spell-weaving efficiency. Runes, stability, major, flow, minor, resonance, minor. Note, well preserved despite environmental damage. His fingers traced the runes carved into the silver bands. With this, he could weave spells faster, more efficiently, maybe even— "Holy shit!" Valiant's excited yelp shattered his concentration. "Dude, look what I found in this guy's waterproof scroll case." "Let me guess, it's a map! Like,
An actual map of this place." Valiant waved a leather tube over his head.
Guy must have been mapping as he went down. You know, before he glanced down at the body he'd taken it from. Stopped mapping. Adam carefully unrolled the waterproof parchment, holding it away from the dripping water. The mapmaker had used different inks, black for walls and passages, red for warnings, blue for water sources. The handwriting was neat, methodical. "Look," he said, pointing to their approximate location. "We're in the Drowned Commons." "Oh, great, it has a name." Valiant peered at the map. "What are all these symbols?" The map was marked with various icons: crossed swords for hunting zones, beds for safe rest spots, skull marks for danger areas. Notes were scattered across it. Shadowstalker nest, avoid. White forest, toxic spores. Ant patrol route. Then Adam saw something that made him pause. A peculiar symbol he'd only seen in ancient texts. A spiraling rune marked in purple ink. That's an anomaly portal," he said, almost whispering. "A what?" "Emergency exit. They're incredibly rare. Some dungeons have them, permanent portals that can be activated any time to escape." He traced the route with his finger. I didn't know this place had one.
That's good, right? We can just use that to…
Valiant stopped, seeing where the symbol was located.
Right next to a large chamber marked Boss Lair in bold red ink. Of course, Valiant sighed. It couldn't just be in the lobby, could it? Adam held the map closer to his spell, studying each path. Left route goes through the hunting grounds. Lots of loot markers, but he pointed to the notes. High-level beasts, pack hunters, bring fire. Hard pass, Valiant muttered. Middle path. Adam traced the line with his finger. Through the mantis nest. It's shorter, but there's this note. They hunt by sound. Stay off chitin floor. Lost entire team here.
He squinted at a hastily drawn diagram. Looks like there's a narrow ledge along the wall we could use. And the right? Old quarters. Longer route, but… He studied the mapmaker's notes. Mostly cleared. Watch for scavengers. Good rest spots in sealed rooms. A small diagram showed several safe zones marked with bed symbols. Valiant peered at the map. So our choices are death by monster, death by mantis, or the long way around? With possible rest stops. Which could also be occupied now. Yes. And all these lead to… Adam checked the map again. The throne room. That's where the boss is. And the anomaly portal. His finger tapped the purple spiral symbol. Right next to each other. Of course they are, Valiant sighed. Did they say what kind of boss? No, but they drew a massive skull symbol next to it, then underlined it, and circled it. Twice. Lovely. Valiant looked down each dark passage. So, which flavor of terrible decision are we making today? Adam stared at the purple spiral, mind racing. His fingers absently traced the mark. 25 days. A constant reminder of time slipping away. Without the wyvern's heart, without the water of Jouvence, even if he got out, could he make the cure in time? Marco might have the ingredients, if he was still alive, if the components hadn't spoiled, if. But first, escape. He didn't need to win, didn't need to figure out how to kill whatever sat in that throne room, just needed to reach that portal. The mantis nest route stared back at him. Shortest path, highest risk. Would he even be able to keep his balance on that ledge? But the alternative was burning almost 3 weeks on the safe route, leaving barely enough time to find Marco, gather ingredients, brew the cure. We're taking the middle path. Valiant's laugh was dry as bone. Of course we are. A few moments prior, in another part of the dungeon. Footsteps echoed through the darkness as a figure moved between shadows in the dungeon. Little boy, why do you cry? Lost your way in darkness deep? Tell me all your troubles, sweet. The humming paused. Something skittered in the dark. The figure's head tilted, listening, then resumed its song in a voice like honey over broken glass. I'll make sure you go to sleep. Drip. Something wet landed on his cheek. He stopped, one foot hovering mid-step. Long fingers wiped the droplet, held it up to eyes that gleamed amber in the dark. Sniff blood. Fresh, still warm. He brought it closer to his nose. The scent hit him. Copper and magic, and something else. Something familiar. His tongue darted out, tasting. Ah, yes.
his lips pulled back, revealing long, inhuman fangs. The smile split his face like a wound. "Oh, little mage." The words came out in a purr, excitement making his accent thicker. "I found you." Above, in the purple, star-filled sky, blood continued to drip, drop by drop, like a trail of breadcrumbs, leading the way. Chapter 39. Why Do We Fall? Ghouls. Adam's elementary school teacher, Ms. Pobniev, had always told them to never say any creature is ugly. It was one of those lessons kind, responsible adults impart, like, eat your vegetables, or don't play with fire. She'd say God had crafted each being with purpose and intent. From the lowliest dung beetle to the most majestic griffin, all were part of the grand scheme of existence. Ms. Pobniev would wax poetic about the dignity inherent in every living thing, how one should approach the world with respect and an open heart. "There's beauty in every being, children," she'd say. Bless her heart. Ghouls were the most repulsive, nauseating, vomit-inducing abomination Adam had ever laid eyes on. They were revolting, hideous, grotesque, and utterly loathsome. Walking offenses to every sense, an insult to the very concept of aesthetics. And the worst part? They weren't even natural deaths. They were monster parasites that sought out corpses, burrowing into dead flesh until they possessed it entirely. They'd wear that rotting meat puppet until it literally fell apart around them, leaving trails of putrid flesh in their wake. The older the corpse, the more it decayed, the more of the parasite showed through tears in the skin. Writhing, glistening things that had no right to exist. Ugh. Bam! Adam's weighted-knuckled fist connected with the ghoul's jaw. The bone shattered like porcelain, sending the creature spinning through the air in a spray of putrid flesh and blackened teeth. "You have slain one ghoul." "Holy shit!" Valiant yelped. "Did you just punch its face clean off?" "Boxing mastery has advanced. Iron lungs has advanced." Time slowed. Adam's vision sharpened, allowing him to notice weak points across the ghoul's bodies. Loose jaw, exposed throat, rotting knee joint. He moved. The weighted knuckles were just an afterthought now. His footwork had changed. Lighter, smoother. Each step placing him exactly where he needed to be. A ghoul lunged. Adam slipped left, his counterpunch crushing through its temple with mechanical precision. Two more came at him. He weaved between them, letting their clumsy swings pass through empty air. Left hook to the ribs, they crumbled like wet cardboard. Right cross to the jaw, bone fragments scattered across the floor. His breathing stayed steady, controlled. 4 weeks ago, he'd have been gasping by now. But his lungs worked like bellows, feeding oxygen to muscles that moved with newfound efficiency. Valiant was calling from somewhere behind him. Adam didn't answer. He was busy watching the blue highlights dance across 3 more ghouls. Their movements were transparent now, telegraphed attacks, obvious openings. Slow. So slow. Sweat ran down his back as he ducked under grasping hands. The stench of rot filled his nose. His fist found another jaw, another throat, another knee. Bodies dropped, one after another. When the last ghoul fell, skull caved in by a perfectly timed uppercut. Adam finally stepped back. 11 corpses lay scattered around him, properly dead this time. His knuckles ached. His shirt was soaked through. But his breathing barely elevated. "Okay," Valiant said into the silence. Never took you for the combat mage type. Always figured you for one of those scholarly types who'd rather read about fighting than do it. One of the fallen ghouls twitched. Without missing a beat, Valiant's boot came down on its skull, crushing its eye with a wet crunch. Take this. There was a time I would have laughed at the idea myself. Adam wiped sweat from his eyes, studying the carnage with clinical detachment. Things change. Plus, they're slow. They're also very, very dead, which they weren't before you went all prizefighter on them. We should move, Adam said. The smell's going to attract more. And miss watching you punch more undead into pieces?
I'm starting to enjoy the show. One of the ghouls gurgled, trying to crawl forward. Valiant's little boot came down hard, silencing it. Though I suppose we could find a better venue. 10 days. That's how long they had been traveling for. The journey from that first terrifying time at the dark lake felt like years compressed into days. The perpetual purple sky above them, not quite dark, never truly bright, had screwed with their sense of time from the start. They'd learned to navigate this twisted place. The map helped, showing safe zones marked in faded blue ink by whoever came before them. They'd added their own marks, too. Here be murder birds. Don't enter the crystal caves. Wasp territory. Simple rules for survival. The monster chicken had been a godsend. Adam could store enough meat for weeks in his inventory, though the taste got old fast. Valiant barely ate, some quirk of whatever he was, which meant more for Adam. Their water supplies from the many water points were running low, though. 3 days left, maybe 4 if they rationed harder. They'd developed a routine. Sleep in shifts in the safe zones, mark new paths, kill what needed killing. The stalkers had been the worst, silent things that followed for days, waiting for weakness. The murder birds were easier once they figured out they hunted by sound. Mimics, well, Adam had learned to punch anything that looked like treasure. Better safe than eaten. The dungeon spread out in every direction, not just caves and corridors, but vast open spaces. Dead forests with trees of stone, lakes of black water that reflected nothing, mountains in the distance. Remember that field of giant mushrooms? Valiant asked, probably thinking the same things. The ones that tried to eat us? Remember that nest of wasps you disturbed? Right. Sorry about that. The map helped them avoid the worst areas, but even the safe zones weren't really safe. Just survivable. Adam drank from his inventory, water just dropping in his mouth as he willed the inventory to open. They'd need to find more soon, or hope the map's promise of a way out wasn't just another trap. Seriously, how do you do that without any dimensional bag? Valiant asked. Magic? Ha! Look at this funny guy! 10 days, and they were still alive. For now. Night phase was approaching, or whatever passed for night in this endless purple twilight. They'd found one of the safe zones marked on their map just in time, a small cave with natural formations that somehow dampened monster detection. The wounds from their earlier fights were mostly superficial, though Adam's knuckles still ached from punching through too many ghoul skulls. He needed to center himself. So, while Valiant took first watch, Adam settled into his meditation pose. He floated, cross-legged, 3 inches off the ground, eyes closed as the safe zone's ambient mana hummed around them. Valiant tore another piece of monster chicken, chewing thoughtfully. Man, what I wouldn't give for a slice of hot buttered sourdough right now. The fancy kind, you know, with honey drizzled on top and that aged mountain cheese from up north, the one with the herbs baked right in. One of Adam's eyes cracked open. His feet touched the ground. Is that good? Good? It's... Valiant sat up straighter. Okay, so imagine the bread is still warm, right? And the butter just starts melting into it.
Then you add this specific honey. There's this place in the eastern forests where they keep these tiny blue bees. Makes the honey taste like mint somehow. And the cheese. God, the cheese. They age it in caves with wild thyme and rosemary. The fire crackled between them. Valiant was gesturing now, fully animated. Uncle Cisco used to bring it back whenever he'd return from a job. He knew this old lady in the mountain villages who made it. Said she'd been making it the same way for 60 years.
Wouldn't tell anyone the secret. He'd always bring 2 wheels, one for eating right away, one for special occasions. His voice trailed off. The enthusiasm drained from his face like water through sand. Adom stared at the fire for a long moment. I never got to say it before, but I'm sorry about Cisco. Really, what happened to him? He didn't deserve that. The words felt heavy in his mouth. In another life, Cisco had survived for years more, had become famous even. But Adom's presence, his choices, had changed things, created ripples that ended with Cisco's death far too early. It was part of why he couldn't turn Valiant away when they met in the dungeon, though he'd never admit it aloud. Guilt had a way of making decisions for you. Yeah, Valiant poked at the fire with a stick. He always told me death could come from anywhere in our line of work. Anyone, anytime. Drilled that into my head since I was 8, after my parents. He shrugged. He raised me right, taught me everything I know. The stick snapped in his hands. He tossed the pieces into the flames. I just try not to think about it too hard. Need to focus on getting out of here first. And then, he stared into the fire, jaw tight. Well, then, Adom said nothing. The Marco case would indeed have to be taken care of. Soon enough, after some time to rest, the duo arrived at their destination, the mantis nest. Which was odd. When did mantis ever live in nests? Then again, they were monsters, so that was explanation enough. If they made it through that, they would be less than 2 hours before they reached the throne room. Adom was exited. Anxious, but exited. The cave mouth gaped before them, unremarkable among dozens of others they'd passed. No signs warned of what lay within. No bones littered the entrance. Just another hole in another cliff face under the perpetual twilight sky. If they didn't have the map, they'd have walked right past it, probably headed north, into some endless forest. Wander for months before dying of thirst, or worse. I don't think this is a good idea, Valiant said, studying the crude drawings on their map. Even with the ledge route marked. Plus, if you use magic, they can sense you, according to the adventurer notes. Adom checked his knuckle weights, tightening the straps. We're here now. No point complaining. Yes, there is. There's always point in complaining. It's therapeutic. The map hasn't been wrong yet. We follow the narrow ledge, stay quiet, and the mantises won't even know we're there. Valiant folded the map with exaggerated care. I never had sex. Adom stopped adjusting his weights, turned slowly. Of all the times, of all the places, you choose now, here, to tell me this. Well, if we're about to die, we're not going to die. If we're about to die, I wanted someone to know. It's been weighing on me. Adom sighed and started walking toward the cave entrance. Hey! Valiant hurried after him, voice dropping to a whisper. Wait for me! Brother in arms! Hey! Hush! The darkness swallowed them both. The stench hit them first, sweet rot and something acidic that burned the back of their throats. Chittering echoed from below, a constant background noise of mandibles clicking and claws scraping stone.
The ledge curved along the cave wall, barely wide enough for one person. Below, the cavern floor disappeared into darkness, but movement flickered in the depths, quick darting shapes, and the occasional gleam of compound eyes. Adom pressed against the wall. Valiant climbed onto his shoulders, gripping his head for balance. They'd figured it out earlier. The mantises hunted by sensing vibrations through the ground. The ledge, separated from the main cave structure by a hairline crack that ran its length, wouldn't transmit their movements, as long as they stayed quiet. Step, pause. Step, pause. A mantis screech pierced the darkness.
Both of them froze. Something massive shifted below, joints creaking like old wood. The clicking grew louder, then faded. Adom's foot found a loose stone. It shifted. His heart stopped. Valiant's fingers dug into his scalp, both of them clenching their jaws shut against the instinct to gasp. The stone settled without falling. 1 breath. 2. They exchanged quick nods and kept moving. Then came a laugh. It echoed through the cavern, high, thin, almost childlike, but wrong, like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. Adom's pulse hammered in his ears. Of all the times, of all the places. Helios. It had to be. Valiant's fingers tapped rapidly against his head. Faster! Go faster! The clicking below changed pitch, grew urgent. Whatever was down there was waking up. More laughter, closer now. The mantis sounds rose to a fever pitch. Step, step, step. No more pausing, no more careful movements. Just the ledge and the wall and the desperate need to reach the other side before something vast suddenly rose from the darkness below. They couldn't see it, didn't want to see it, but they could hear it breathing. A soft humming drifted through the darkness. The hair on Adom's neck rose. His fingers went cold against the stone. Footsteps echoed, moving between shadows. Not below, not above, somewhere else. Little boy, why do you cry? Adom's nose flared. Lost your way in darkness deep. Valiant's tapping became frantic. The mantises below were fully awake now, their clicking rising to a crescendo. Something massive scraped against stone. Tell me all your troubles, sweet. They ran as fluid emerged all over Adom's body. Just blind movement along the ledge, fingers scraping rock, feet finding purchase by instinct alone. A shadow passed through shadows. The temperature dropped. I'll make sure you go to sleep. The voice was closer now, much closer. Adom's heart pounded against his ribs. Each breath felt like ice in his lungs. The ledge seemed endless, stretching into darkness, while that voice, that damned voice, drifted around them like smoke. Helios was playing with them. Had probably been following them for days, and now, trapped on this ledge, they were exactly where he wanted them. Found you, the voice whispered, right behind them. Push! Mana surged through Adom's body, launching them off the ledge just as massive claws shattered the stone where they'd stood. Valiant's scream echoed through the cavern as they shot upward. One mantis emerged from the darkness, then another, then a third. Look out! Valiant's warning came just in time. A blade of chitin, larger than Adom's body, scythed through the air. A fourth mantis emerged from the darkness like a nightmare. Its head alone was the size of a wagon, mandibles dripping with caustic fluid that sizzled against stone. Plates of organic armor shifted and clicked as it moved, and its compound eyes seemed to track them independently. Adom twisted midair, but not fast enough.
The edge of its foreclaw caught his leg, tearing through cloth and flesh. Hot pain shot up his thigh, but adrenaline dulled it to a distant throb. 2 more mantises crawled from the shadows, their movements jerky and wrong, like puppet joints controlled by invisible strings. Each one was as large as the first, their bodies house-sized abominations of chitin and muscle. "They're so fucking big! Why are they so fucking big?" Valiant shrieked, clinging to Adam's shoulders. The dagger of Night's Edge materialized in Adam's hand. Time slowed as flow prediction activated. He could see it all: attack paths, weak points, trajectories. A mantis lunged, its bladed forearm whistling through the air. Adam twisted mid-flight, using the momentum to slide beneath the strike. The dagger flashed. Chitin split. The creature's limbs separated cleanly at the joint, dark ichor spraying in an arc. They were still rising.
Another mantis struck from the left.
Adam kicked off its head, gaining more height. The ceiling was close now. Just a few more seconds. The staff appeared in his free hand. Lightning crackled between his fingers, amplified by the staff's 30% boost. Fire gathered in his other palm. Double spell weaving. The spells merged, becoming something new, something devastating. "You have slain a giant mantis! You have slain a giant mantis! Hello, mage!" It was too sudden. Cold fingers wrapped around Adam's throat. The world blurred. His back slammed into the cave ceiling, the impact sending waves of pain through his body. +2 white worm body. +3 white worm body. +1 white worm body. It just kept piling up as his life force kept lowering. "Look how you've grown," Helios purred, pinning Adam against the rock. "Such power. Such potential." His grip tightened. "Such waste." "Law!" Valiant's fingers were slipping. The ground was impossibly far below. Blood filled Adam's mouth. Each breath sent daggers through his ribs. Helios's face loomed in the darkness, pale and perfect and terrible. "I've been searching for you, you know. Hard to locate." The vampire's smile widened. "Were you using magic to hide from me all this time?" Valiant's grip failed. Adam felt the fluid surge. The staff ignited with raw power, pressed between their bodies. Helios's eyes widened. Too late. The explosion threw them apart, slamming Helios into the ceiling as Adam dove after Valiant's falling form. The vampire's laughter turned to a snarl of pain. +5 white worm body. White worm body has advanced. Physical resistance increased. Adam's ribs screamed in protest as he streamlined his body, reaching for Valiant's outstretched hand. The ground rushed up. Another mantis scuttled beneath them, mandibles clicking in anticipation. "Any time now," Valiant shouted. Their fingers touched. Locked. Adon pulled him close and twisted midair, staff already moving in the pattern for another spell. But Helios was there again, blood streaming from a crack in his perfect face, eyes burning with fury. "Clever boy," he hissed, reaching for Adam's throat again. "But not clever enough. Why do you talk so damn much?" Adam's fluid-enhanced weighted knuckles connected with the vampire's jaw. The crack widened. Helios's head snapped back. Without missing a bit, Adam immediately weaved another elemental spell. The spell ripped from Adam's core, amplified by the staff. The stone floor erupted, jagged spears of rock punching upward. The mantis tried to dodge. Too slow. 3 spikes burst through its carapace, lifting it off the ground with a wet crunch. "You have slain a giant mantis!" But they were still plummeting. Adam twisted, keeping Valiant above him as he calculated angles, speeds, possibilities. The impaled mantis created a new problem. And a solution. "Hold tight!" He swung Valiant around, using their momentum to aim for the mantis corpse. Its body would break their fall, if they didn't impale themselves first on the spikes. The timing had to be perfect. A shadow fell over them. Helios, diving after them like a bird of prey, face contorted with rage. "Push!" The spell sent them sideways, barely avoiding the vampire's grasp. They hit the mantis at an angle, sliding down its chitinous shell. The impact rattled Adam's teeth, but the corpse absorbed most of the force. They rolled to a stop on the cave floor, gasping. Above them, Helios hovered near the ceiling, his perfect face now a mess of cracks and fury. "You can't run forever, little spider," he called down. "I am the hunter. You are the prey. And when you tire..." He blasted the vampire, and used push and levitate to fly away immediately, bouncing off the walls and trying to avoid the mantises. They burst out of the cave mouth into the purple sky, Adam's legs nearly buckling as the adrenaline began to fade. Each step sent waves of fire through his body. His vision swam, darkening at the edges. "Are you all... Holy fucking shit!" Valiant's voice cracked. "You're back!" Adam tried to focus on moving forward, one foot in front of the other. The cold sweat on his face felt wrong somehow. Too cold. "There's no skin left." Valiant's words came fast, panicked. "I can see... there's white stuff. Tendons or... Fuck! We need to hide. Find somewhere to... No." The word came out as a rasp. Adam could feel it now. The raw exposure of muscle and tissue where Helios had ground him against the cave ceiling. Each breath pulled at the wound. He'll come back." His knees betrayed him. His leg hurt. He caught himself against a rock, leaving a smear of red on the stone. The world tilted sideways. "You're literally falling apart!" Valiant grabbed his arm. "There's a ravine half a mile east. We could..." "Can't." Adam blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. Dark spots danced in front of his eyes. "He's hunting now. Really hunting. If we stop..." A distant laugh echoed from the cave. Musical. Terrible. Adam pushed off the rock, nearly falling again. His heart hammered against his ribs, too fast, too irregular. But they had to move, had to keep moving. "The map," he gasped. "How far to the... 2 hours, Valiant said. "But you won't last 2 minutes like this." Another laugh, closer now. The temperature dropped. Adam's legs found new strength born of pure desperation. "Then we better run fast." Trembling fingers found the last red potion in his inventory. The glass was cold against his palm. "This will hurt," he warned, mostly to himself. The liquid splashed across his ruined back. Fire erupted under his skin. Adam's scream echoed across the wasteland, his vision whiting out as the potion seared into exposed muscle and nerve endings. His knees hit the ground hard. Fuck, he gasped, tears streaming down his face. The wound still gaped open, but at least it wasn't dripping anymore. The white potion came next. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped it. The seal broke with a pop, releasing a smell like ozone and burnt sugar. "Last one," he muttered, and drained it in one desperate swallow. The taste hit like lightning, metallic and sharp,
and impossibly cold. His heart stuttered, then began to race. The world sharpened into brutal clarity, colors too bright, sounds too loud. His pupils dilated until the blue of his iris was just a thin ring. "Holy shit, your eyes," Valiant started to say. But Adam was already moving, muscles crackling with artificial energy. "Run!" he shouted, the potion singing in his veins. They could outrun a vampire. They had to. Behind them, Helios's laughter turned to a snarl of frustration as his prey found new speed. Adam weaved a gravity spell, aided by the staff, warping space around them. His feet left the ground, Valiant clinging to his shoulders as they shot forward. The wasteland blurred past in streaks of purple and gray. Every 30 seconds, they touched down just long enough for Adam to gather more power. Push off, soar, land, repeat. The white potion kept his mind razor sharp despite his body's protests. 342 over 900, 198 over 500. They covered impossible distances. Valleys and dead forests swept beneath them. The throne room's spire grew from a distant needle to a looming monolith. When they finally landed at its base, Adam's legs gave out. He caught himself against the obsidian wall, chest heaving as he fought for air. The white potion's fire was starting to fade, leaving him shaky and oversensitized. "Map," he gasped, wiping sweat from his eyes. "There's a safe zone behind those rocks."
He pointed to a cluster of black stone formations about 50 yards from the throne room's entrance. "We need to plan. Can't just rush in." "You need to rest," Valiant said, studying Adam's pale face. "You look like death warmed over." 10 minutes. Adam pushed off the wall, stumbling toward the safe zone. "That's all we can risk. Before he figures out where we're headed." The marking on the map glowed faintly as they crossed into the safe zone's boundary. Adam collapsed against the cool stone, every muscle trembling with exhaustion. 10 minutes, he repeated, forcing his eyes to stay open. "Then we move. Have to be smart about this." The soles of his boots were completely worn through, leather splitting at the seams. Each landing sent jolts of agony through Adam's injured leg. Push off, land, push off again. The white potion kept him moving, but his heart was racing too fast, vision blurring at the edges. A massive waterfall appeared through the purple haze, hundreds of feet high, thundering down the cliffside. The water glowed with a faint bioluminescence, casting strange shadows on the rocks. "There!" Valiant shouted over the roar. "Behind the falls!" Adam's legs buckled on the landing. He stumbled, caught himself. The cave entrance was barely visible through the curtain of water. "Hold on!" They shot through the waterfall. Ice-cold water slammed into them. Then darkness. Rock walls rushed past. Adam's injured leg gave out completely as they hit the cave floor, sending them rolling. Then the white potion wore off. Adam's scream echoed off the cave walls as every nerve ending fired at once. His muscles seized, back arching off the ground. It felt like his blood had turned to acid. The artificial strength that had kept him going vanished, leaving only raw, screaming pain. His leg, his back, everything. He curled into a ball, shaking violently. After effects of the emergency white potion, the kind you only took when the alternative was death. The kind that let you ignore your body's limits, at a price. Valiant's voice came from somewhere far away. "Breathe. Just breathe." Adam tried. His heart was still racing, irregular, too fast. Cold sweat soaked his clothes.
Every breath felt like swallowing glass. Through the haze of pain, Helios's laugh echoed in Adom's mind. The blood trail they'd left. Adom dragged himself toward the water curtain. "What are you doing?" Valiant asked. "Stop moving!" Adom tried to speak, but his throat was too tight. He gestured weakly at the entrance, at the blood pooling beneath him. Secure." The word came out as a rasp. Understanding hit Valiant. "Concealment runes? Like the other safe zones we used?" Adom nodded, trembling. His fingers dipped into the blood from his back. The first rune came out messy, shaking. Blood was stronger than chalk or ink. It carried life force, made the magic deeper, more real. They'd used simple concealment runes before, but this... His hand slipped. More blood spilled. Good. He needed it. The runes took shape. Crude, desperate things drawn in crimson. Hide. Obscure. Barrier. Protection. Each one tied to the next, forming chains of power around the cave entrance. His vision blurred. Keep going. Had to keep going. Blood from his leg for the ground runes. Blood from his back for the walls. Layer after layer of concealment. Sight, sound, smell. Helios wouldn't find them. Couldn't find them. Not if the runes held. "Hey!" Valiant's voice shook. "Almost." The word came out as a wheeze. The final barrier runes were the hardest. Circles within circles, each line precise despite his trembling hands. The cave floor looked like a slaughterhouse. Last rune. Just one more. Adom pressed his palm against the central sigil, pushed his mana into the bloody marks. The runes pulsed once, deep red to black. Sound died. The waterfall's roar cut off, like someone had thrown a switch. The air grew thick, heavy with magic. Adom collapsed, chest heaving, focusing on his breathing while his body screamed at him from a dozen different places. After a few minutes, "First things first," he managed, eyes closed. "Status check. I'm in bad shape. Mana's regenerating, no potions left. Staff's okay. How are you?" Valiant paced the perimeter, scanning the darkness. "I'm fine, but we've got bigger problems. That door's at least 30 yards of open ground from here. Helios catches us there, we're done. He won't expect a frontal assault." Adom opened his eyes, studying the throne room's entrance. "Too obvious. He'll be checking the side passages, hidden routes, looking for us to be clever. So we're going with stupid." Adom let Valiant's question hang in the silence. His fingers traced one of the blood runes, mind drifting to the pain in his back, the way his leg trembled even while sitting. He was barely able to stand. 20 days, 1 hour, 2 minutes. Each number felt like a nail driven into his skull. The runes would hold. He'd need to maintain them every few hours, feed them more mana, maybe blood if they weakened. Helios might pick up traces, but breaking through all the layers would take time, if they even had time. "I will not make it in time," Adom muttered, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Reality was crushing him. His back was destroyed, leg wounded. No potions, no help coming. Even if he recovered enough to walk properly, it would take days, maybe weeks. Time he didn't have. The disease would come back. He could feel it waiting, like a weight in his chest. The coughing would start first, then the fever, then everything else, piece by piece, until he was back to being that broken thing in the bed, watching the ceiling, waiting to die. Something hot and unfamiliar burned behind his eyes. He blinked hard, but the tears came anyway. Stupid. Stupid to think he could. Hey. Valiant shifted uncomfortably. Come on, don't be like that. Adom wiped his eyes roughly with his sleeve. Look, I know things are bad, but you don't know anything. The words came out harsher than intended. Valiant was quiet for a long moment, just the sound of water dripping in the cave despite the barrier. Then he sighed. Okay, story time. You know why my uncle named me Valiant? Adom didn't respond. Everyone thought it was a joke at first. Valiant settled against the wall, close enough to talk, far enough to give space. I was this tiny thing, even for a mouse beastkin. Scared of everything. Used to be this massive cat in our district, mean old bastard, bigger than any alley cat had a right to be. He picked at a loose hair on his fur. Would chase me every chance he got. I was too slow, too weak to fight back. Kids started calling me coward instead of valiant. I'd come home crying, begging Uncle Cisco to change my name. One day, after a stupid bet with some kids I thought were my friends, that cat cornered me bad. I managed to scramble up onto our roof, but... A soft laugh. God, I was terrified. Wouldn't come down even after he left. Adom glanced over. Valiant was staring at nothing, lost in the memory. Uncle Cisco found me there, huddled behind the chimney. Sun was setting. I kept telling him I couldn't do it, wasn't strong enough. Better to just stay up there forever than face what was waiting below. That I had enough. Something in his voice made Adom turn fully toward him. He just looked at me for a minute. Then he walked over. Valiant's tail twitched. And pushed me right off the roof. What? Yeah, straight off. What a heartless bastard, am I right? I landed in Farmer Reed's hay cart. Scared his horse so bad it bolted halfway down the street. A faint smile crossed his face. I was so angry. Screaming, crying, called him every name I knew, which wasn't many back then. Asked him why he'd do that to me. Valiant met Adom's eyes. Being valiant isn't about not being afraid, little tail, he told me. It's about what you do when you're terrified. The cave fell silent, except for the steady drip of water. I didn't get it then. Was too busy being mad. But next time I saw that cat, I didn't run. Still got scratched up pretty bad, but I didn't run. Time after that, I got away clean. And the time after that? He shrugged. Well, let's just say that cat learned to find easier prey. What's your point? Adom's voice was hoarse. My point is, Valiant stood slowly, joints popping. Sometimes the scariest part isn't the falling. It's convincing yourself to get back up afterward. Adom stared at the cave wall for a long moment. What does that have to do with getting back up? Valiant opened his mouth to respond, then seemed to catch himself. No, I mean... Adom turned to look at him, genuinely confused. Your story was about facing your fears, about being brave. But your point was about... He trailed off, waiting for an explanation. Valiant's whiskers twitched. He ran a hand through his fur, frustrated. Look, it's the only tragic story I have that's even slightly about not giving up, all right? Just work with me here. Something shifted in Adom's chest. A small bubble of something. He tried to hold it back, but when he looked at Valiant's earnest, desperate attempt to help, The laugh came quietly at first. Then it grew, shaking his shoulders despite the pain that shot through his back. Each new wave made his wounds scream, but he couldn't stop. "Hey!" Valiant's tail bristled. "I'm trying to help here!" "I know," Adam managed between breaths, tears, different tears now, rolling down his face. "I know you are." "Then stop laughing at me!" Adam took a shaky breath, wincing as the laughter subsided. I think the question you were trying to answer was, why do we fall?" Valiant's ears perked up. "Yes!" he blinked. "Yes! That's exactly what I— Wait, are you still laughing?" The laughter slowly faded, leaving Adam exhausted but somehow lighter. He leaned back against the cave wall, careful of his wounds. "Thanks," he said quietly. "I needed that." "Sure," Valiant muttered, looking anywhere but at him. "Whatever." "And you're right," Adam sighed. "It would be stupid to go out there now. Not in my condition." "Then, do you have a plan?" Adam fell silent, thinking. "Because Helios is strong," Valiant continued, words tumbling out faster. "Like, really strong. If he catches us out there, we're dead. And these runes won't hold forever. He'll find us eventually, and then—" "He's strong," Adam interrupted. "But not that strong." Valiant stared at him.
He's the reason we're stuck here in the first place. Incorrect. Gale did most of the work there. Adam shifted, wincing. I've fought Helios more than once. The first time, I beat him. Barely, but I did. What about last time, then? Again, Gale did most of the work. If he hadn't disrupted the golem's crystal, if he hadn't held on to it between jumps— Adam shook his head. Helios wouldn't have been that big of a problem. His greatest advantage isn't his strength, it's his regeneration. No matter how many fireballs, thunderbolts, or devastating spells I throw at him, he always heals. Comes back angrier. If he'd been human, he would have died in our first encounter. Or even during the jumps with the golem. He would have definitely— Adam's voice trailed off. His eyes widened. What? Valiant leaned forward. Why'd you stop talking? Adam thought carefully. 20 days until the illness took hold. Just enough time for his wounds to heal enough to attempt an escape through the portal in the boss's territory. But not nearly enough time to gather ingredients, craft the cure from scratch, and take it before the symptoms began. He had nothing here. No equipment, no ingredients, nothing. But there was a vampire out there. The thought made him pause. Not because he wanted to become one, God no. Despite what stories said, a vampire's bite was full of bacteria and was more likely to kill you with infection than turn you. No, what interested him was something else entirely. Something that had been staring him in the face this whole time. Vampires don't get sick. Their bodies reject all illness, heal from any wound. Even life drain syndrome wouldn't affect them. Their regenerative abilities were beyond anything natural, beyond even most magic. And Helios had that same ability. Every spell, every wound, every attack, nothing stuck. He always came back, stronger and angrier than before. Adam had never considered it before because, well, vampires were rare for one thing, and it was a crazy idea. The alchemy involved would be incredibly complex, and it was a really crazy idea. Alchemical transmutation. In a sense, it was the art of taking properties from one thing and giving them to another. The most he'd ever done was turn water into milk and later turn water sweet. But this was different. He didn't need to understand how Helios's whole body worked. He didn't need to transmute everything. He did not need him to be alive by the end of the process. Just one thing: that incredible regeneration. He remembered the illness, the burning in his veins, the feeling of his own body turning against itself, the slow, inexorable drain of life.
Was playing it safe worth going through that again? Worth dying over? A slight smile crept across his face. "Oh, hey, wow. Valiant's tail puffed up nervously. "Are you having another breakdown? Because I don't have any more inspirational stories, and that last one didn't even make sense." "No," Adom said quietly. "No, I'm not having a breakdown." His smile grew stronger. "In fact, I'm picking myself up." He reached into his inventory, movements careful to avoid jarring his injuries. From it, he withdrew a worn leather grimoire, Paracelsus's incomplete works. "What are you doing?" Valiant asked, peering at the pages as Adom opened it to page 394. Instead of answering, Adom closed his eyes, focusing. A thin stream of mana flowed from his fingers into the page's core, making the paper glow faintly. Then, with practiced precision, he spread the energy outward like a spider weaving its web. Pulse. 1, 2, 3. Pulse. 1, 2, 3. Slowly, ink began to bleed onto the previously empty margins. Hundreds of cramped notes appeared, flowing between diagrams and formulae that hadn't been visible moments before. "Magic?" Valiant whispered, whiskers twitching in amazement. Adom smiled through the pain in his back and legs. "You're goddamn right." 19 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes. Adom woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the constant diminished sound of falling water. His face was pressed against the cold stone floor. He'd fallen asleep on his stomach, the only position that didn't make his shredded back scream in protest. Even so, pain radiated through his body in dull waves, making him acutely aware of every injury. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, hadn't even realized he was that exhausted until now. The cave was dim, lit only by their small fire. Another cave. This dungeon seemed to have an endless supply of them, each one blending into the next. The runes were safely etched on the driest part of the cave wall, well away from the waterfall's mist. There wasn't much light filtering through the cascading water, just endless sheets of darkness beyond their shelter. A soft snoring caught his attention. Valiant lay curled in a tight ball near the cave entrance, tail twitching occasionally in his sleep. So much for standing guard. Adon couldn't really blame him. The past few hours had been exhausting for both of them. Beyond the waterfall, there was nothing. No movement, no shadows of pursuit. They were safe, for now. But for how long? Helios wasn't stupid. The blood trail they'd left behind was like a beacon, leading straight to the waterfall. Once there, it wouldn't take much for him to sense something was off about this particular section of rock wall. And yet? Adom's hand went to his inventory, pulling out the clover Bob had given him. As he held it, another leaf detached and drifted to the ground, leaving just 2 remaining. The plant glowed a soft green before fading back to normal. Was that it? Were they surviving purely on borrowed luck? The thought should have been more concerning, but Adom had more pressing matters to consider. If luck was on their side, even temporarily, he needed to make the most of it. He turned his attention back to Paracelsus's book. Time to get to work. Time remaining, 16 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes. 3 days blurred together in a haze of reading, healing, and more reading. The margins of Paracelsus's work were a maze of cramp annotations, diagrams, and half-finished theories. Some notes contradicted others, while many trailed off mid-sentence, as if the writer had been struck by a new thought and hurried to capture it elsewhere. Every 3 hours, like clockwork, Adam would set the book down, close his eyes, and focus on healing. The spells weren't much, battlefield medicine at best, but combined with regular meditation, they were slowly knitting his back together.
The pain had dulled from searing agony to a persistent ache. His leg was healing faster, though he still couldn't put his full weight on it. Their days fell into a pattern. Wake up, read, heal, sleep. Repeat. The waterfall provided surprisingly clean water. Something about the mineral content of the rocks, Adam suspected, though he hadn't bothered to analyze it. Their food consisted entirely of the chicken Valiant conjured, bland but filling. At least they wouldn't starve. Valiant, for his part, was driving Adam slowly insane. But what if— No! You didn't even let me finish! I don't need to. The answer is no. This had become a common exchange. Valiant would suggest increasingly ridiculous plans to escape or fight Helios, each more likely to get them killed than the last. When he wasn't doing that, he was pacing, or tapping his claws against rocks, or humming off-key, or asking what Adam was reading about every 5 minutes. Is that one about vampires? No. The one before looked like it had fangs drawn on it. Those were crystallization patterns. Are you sure? Because Valiant. Right. Shutting up. The silence would last approximately 3 minutes before something else caught his attention. But despite the annoyance, having someone else there helped. Someone to take watch while the other slept. Someone to bounce ideas off of, even if most of those ideas were terrible. Someone to remind him to eat when he got too absorbed in his reading. The runes held steady, requiring only occasional maintenance. No sign of Helios, though that didn't mean he wasn't out there, searching. The 2-leaf clover remained unchanged after that last leaf fell, sitting on a nearby rock like a silent guardian. 3 days of study had given Adam a foundation. It was, as he felt, time for practice. Adam held the crystal up to the firelight, frowning as he noticed another hairline crack running through its core. The fissure caught the light like a thread of spider silk, barely visible, but potentially catastrophic if left unchecked. This was the second time he'd noticed such damage forming. The constant teleportation must be putting more strain on the crystal than he'd anticipated. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger with one of his daggers. The golem remained motionless as Adam traced the length of the crack with his blood. He focused his mana with practiced precision, guiding it through his blood to seal the microscopic fissures in the crystal's structure. One wrong move in the mana manipulation, and the whole crystal might shatter.
"What are you doing?" Valiant asked, peering over his shoulder. "Is that blood magic? I heard blood magic was dangerous."
Not blood magic, just magic. Adam didn't look up from his work. But sometimes dangerous is necessary. The crystal's structural integrity needs to match exactly, down to the smallest imperfection. My blood carries my magical signature. It'll bind better than any external source. The blood sank into the crystal, disappearing completely. Adam held his breath, waiting. After a moment, the crack sealed itself with a faint gleam. Now for the concealment runes. He turned the golem around, examining its metallic surface. These need to be perfect. No room for error. Working methodically, he inscribed the same runes he'd used on the cave walls, but modified for mobility. Each stroke had to account for the golem's movement,
the way the magic would flow around its form. By the time he finished, his finger had gone numb from the repeated cuts needed to supply the blood. There, he sat back, wiping sweat from his forehead. That should keep you hidden from most monsters. Even Helios will have trouble tracking you beyond visual range. While the blood runes dried, Audom turned his attention to the floor. The book lay open beside him as he began sketching circles in more blood,
occasionally pausing to reference specific passages.
"What's all this for?"
Valiant asked, tail twitching with curiosity as he watched the precise geometric patterns take shape.
"Tests."
Adom's voice was distracted as he double-checked a particular rune sequence.
"I need to understand how properties transfer between living things before I can attempt anything more complex." "Properties?" Valiant's ears perked up. "Like, what kind of properties? Are you going to make something explode? Because I really think we should not make something explode."
Audom sighed, adding the final touches to the outermost circle.
"Not everything needs to explode. I need to understand how certain traits pass between creatures, how they combine."
That sounds less exciting than explosions. Valiant flopped down beside the circles, careful not to smudge them.
"But what are you actually going to do?" "First, I need specimens."
Audom picked up the talisman he'd prepared, its runes matching those on both crystals.
"Remember the copper halls? Those lizards we saw? The glowy ones that tried to zap you?" "Those exactly."
Audom secured the direwolf hide bag to the golem's back, checking the stitching one final time.
"They've developed an interesting way of processing electricity. If I can understand how they do it."
He let the thought trail off as he activated the talisman.
A little more than 60 kilometers.
The copper-veined walls came into view. Other creatures skittered at the golem's approach. Cave rats, blind bats, even a small pack of firefoxes that watched warily from an alcove. The concealment runes were working, but not perfectly. The golem's form wavered slightly, like heat ripples over stone, but it wasn't truly invisible. Still, it was enough to avoid drawing too much attention.
There, a familiar green glow ahead.
The lizards clustered around a particularly rich vein of copper, their scales pulsing with bioluminescence. Each one was roughly the length of Adom's forearm, with delicate frills around their necks that flared when agitated. As the golem approached, one of them noticed, raising its head in a warning display. The creature's scales intensified their glow, and electricity began to arc between the small horns on its head. These lizards had evolved to process copper into both light and electrical energy, a fascinating adaptation that Audom hoped to understand better. Before the lizard could release its charge, the golem's hand shot out with precise timing. Fingers wrapped carefully around the creature just behind its head, immobilizing it while avoiding injury. The lizard thrashed, its tail whipping uselessly against the construct's arm as Audom directed it to secure the specimen in the direwolf skin bag Audom made. Now for the second specimen. Audom guided the golem toward a large, flat rock he remembered from their previous passage through these halls. The rock was partially embedded in the floor, but the construct's strength was enough to lift it. Beneath it, exactly as he'd hoped, writhed clusters of pale, maggot-like creatures. Most dismissed these as simple carrion feeders, but they are their use. Each was about the size of his thumb, perfect for his purposes. The golem carefully selected one of the larger specimens, adding it to another bag beside the still thrashing lizard. With both creatures secured, Audom activated the teleportation crystal, and in a flash of pale light, the golem materialized back in their cave. "Now," Audom said, directing the construct to place the squirming bag near his runic circles. "We can begin the actual work." He paused for a moment, steadying himself against the wall as a wave of lightheadedness washed over him.
He'd used more blood than intended between the crystal repairs, the runes, and the circles. Still, he couldn't afford to wait. He shrugged off his outer robe, tearing it into sturdy strips. The circles he'd drawn pulsed faintly in the firelight, each rune perfectly placed according to the fundamental laws. "Hold this." He handed one end to Valiant. "And stay back. At your size, these lizards can discharge enough electricity to stop your heart." "Sounds fun," Valiant said, retreating several steps. The golem released the lizard into the primary circle. The creature bolted instantly, but Adam's hands moved with practiced efficiency, wrapping the cloth around its body while avoiding the crackling horns. The lizard thrashed, its scales flaring brilliant green as electricity arced between its horns. "Careful!" Valiant yelped as a stray bolt scorched the cave wall. "I've got it." Adam secured the final restraint, pinning the lizard's tail. The creature hissed, its frill fully extended. He positioned it precisely within the outermost circle, where the containment runes would help suppress its more aggressive tendencies. The maggot went into the inner circle, its translucent body glowing with processed mana, pulsing in rhythm with its movements. Adam adjusted his glasses, the Riddler's Bane revealing layers of magical resonance he'd otherwise miss. A flaw in his third circle, he corrected it with a fresh drop of blood. Each ring had to be perfect for what he planned. He placed his hands on opposite sides of the outer circle, beginning to channel mana. The runes brightened, blood-red light pulsing through the patterns. The lizard's scales began to pulse more rapidly as the transmutation took hold. Through the Riddler's Bane, he could see its electrical generation pattern, a complex crystalline structure of magical energy, a dangerous harmonic built in the second ring. With careful precision, he adjusted his mana flow, damping the resonance before it could disrupt the pattern. The maggot in the inner circle began to glow more intensely, its natural mana processing creating interference patterns with the incoming transfer. This was the delicate part. Extracting just the electrical generation properties, while keeping both creatures alive, would push the limits of what was possible within alchemical laws.
"Ooh, is it supposed to glow like that?"
"Valiant!" Adam turned. "If you speak during this, I might accidentally turn you into something very small and very electric. Quiet." Valiant's ears flattened. He made a small squeaking sound, then mimed zipping his mouth shut. Turning back to the circles, Adam took a deep breath and began. The transmutation process was delicate, like trying to isolate a single strand from a complex weave without unraveling the entire pattern. The lizard's electrical properties were fundamental to its being, inseparable from its life force, mana circulation, and basic cellular structure. As he channeled mana through the circles, the runes pulsed in sequence. Each ring served as a filter, a control mechanism in the complex dance of energies. The outer circle isolated the desired property, electricity generation, while the inner rings maintained the balance required by fundamental law. Too much pull would drain the lizard's life force. Too little would fail to transfer anything at all. Through Riddler's Bane, Adam could see his first mistake forming, a slight imbalance in the elemental harmony. The fire aspect was overwhelming the air, causing the electrical energy to become too concentrated. He adjusted his mana flow, redistributing the elements more evenly. The maggot began to glow brighter as the transfer progressed. Its natural mana processing abilities were fighting against the incoming changes, trying to convert the electrical properties into pure mana instead of integrating them. Adam hadn't anticipated this interaction, an oversight in calculating the resonance between the creature's natural abilities. He could see the transfer beginning to work, thin strands of electrical energy spanning between the two circles.
but something wasn't quite right. The pattern wasn't holding.
The maggot's body began to spark erratically, while the lizard's scales flickered uncertainly. Adom gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize the process, but the law of providence was clear. You couldn't force a transformation beyond a creature's natural limitations. The maggot's simple biological structure wasn't designed to handle electrical generation. He could see through Riddler's bane exactly where the pattern was breaking down. The cellular structures weren't compatible, the mana pathways too different. With a controlled release of energy, he carefully dismantled the transfer before it could harm either creature. The circles dimmed, the electrical arcs faded, and both animals slumped in exhaustion, but very much alive. "Well," he muttered, studying the pattern echo still visible through his glasses. "That was educational." He could see exactly where the resonance had failed, how the elemental balance had shifted wrong, why the transfer pattern hadn't held. Next time, he'd need to modify the inner circles to account for the maggot's natural mana conversion. Valiant made an inquisitive sound, still maintaining his enforced silence. "Yes, you can talk now." "Did it work?" "No." Adom adjusted his glasses, already making mental notes for adjustments. "But I know why it didn't, and that's almost as valuable." Days blended together in the cave. Every creak of stone, every whisper of wind had them reaching for weapons. Helios never came. Adom sketched complex geometric patterns in a worn notebook he kept in his inventory, calculations filling the margins. Routine became their armor. Every 8 hours they checked the perimeter. 8 hours after that, they planned. The rest was for sleeping in shifts, always one keeping watch. The dungeon's eternal twilight made time blur, but Adom's interface kept perfect count of each passing hour. "Another day," Valiant would say occasionally, and Adom would nod, not mentioning how he knew it had been exactly 16 hours and 43 minutes since their last meal. Adom's new reality started with learning to sit up without falling. His back screamed with each movement, vertebrae grinding against each other as damaged muscles slowly knit themselves back together. The wounded leg was getting better too. "You're bleeding again," Valiant said one morning, watching Adom try to do push-ups. "Just a little." He managed 3 before collapsing. Progress. The golem needed work. Its missing arm wasn't the only problem. Joints had crystallized. Power circuits were failing. Adom spent hours with it, fingers tracing damage, making repairs with scraps of magic. Minimal power. Had to be careful with that now. "What are you working on?" Valiant asked one evening, watching Adom trace intricate circles in the dirt. "Just testing some theories," Adom replied, noting how the runes glowed faintly before fading. They planned escapes over bird bones and cave mushrooms, drew maps in the dirt, calculated odds. Meanwhile, Adom's notebook filled with measurements, distance calculations, energy requirements, geometric progressions. Late at what they considered night, when Valiant slept, Adom would test small-scale versions of his runes. The cave walls would illuminate with brief flashes of contained power. Each failure taught him something new. 1 week. 7 days of the same walls, same conversations. Following Adom's will, the golem grew more aggressive in its hunting, bringing back not just lizards, but anything it could find. "Seems excessive," Valiant commented, watching it return with another load. "Need to test something," Adom replied absently, marking something in his notebook. During his watch shifts, Adom would send the golem out for hours at a time, claiming reconnaissance. "Those runes you keep drawing," Valiant said one day, gesturing to the cave walls where faint magical residue still glowed. "They're containment circles?" "Among other things, yes," Adom answered. He closed his notebook, studying the patterns that had emerged from his research.
If he was right about how properties could transfer between creatures, then it was time for more practical tests. His back twinged as he shifted position, but the pain was duller now. The meditation sessions were helping, along with whatever healing magic he could spare. He could also walk, albeit with a noticeable limp, and most movements only caused minor bleeding. "We need more specimens," he announced. Valiant, who had been batting at dust motes in a shaft of crystal light, perked up. "More zappy lizards?" "Among other things." Adom turned to the golem. 3 days of intensive testing. We'll need a variety, different sizes, different abilities. The first day's specimens arrived in waves. Cave crawlers with their natural armor. Blind bats that navigated through echolocation. More of the copper lizards. Each creature went into separate bags, carefully labeled with their properties and potential uses. "Why do we need so many?" Valiant asked, watching the golem return with another load. Adom was already setting up his circles, using blood from the specimens themselves to draw the patterns. "The transmutation process is complex. We need to understand how different traits interact."
The first attempt was simple, trying to transfer the cave crawler's armor to one of the maggots. The circles glowed, the runes pulsed, but nothing changed. The maggot remained soft, the crawler's shell unchanged. Both creatures convulsed violently during the process, the maggot's soft body nearly liquefying before stabilizing at the last moment. The crawler's breathing became so shallow, Adom thought it had died before it suddenly gasped back to life. "That's one," Valiant counted helpfully. By sunset, or what passed for it in the eternal twilight, they'd attempted 3 more transfers. All failures. Each test left the creatures on the brink of death. One lizard's scales blackened and flaked away. A bat's wings withered to nearly nothing before slowly regenerating. And a particularly large crawler had hemorrhaged a viscous blue fluid from every joint before somehow clinging to life. Adom spent the night hours reviewing his notes, adjusting calculations. His back ached from sitting hunched over, but he pushed through it. The pain was manageable now, as long as he didn't make any sudden movements. The second day brought more attempts. Larger circles, more complex patterns. Trying to merge a bat's echolocation with a lizard's electrical properties. The resulting reaction left scorch marks on the cave ceiling. Both creatures seized violently, the bat's heart stopping completely for nearly 30 seconds before suddenly restarting. The lizard's eyes had bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets before receding again, its tiny body trembling for hours afterward. 5, Valiant announced cheerfully, having appointed himself official failure counter. "Not failures," Adom corrected, wiping monster blood from his glasses. "Data points." By the third day, Adom's limp was more pronounced from the constant movement, but his mind was sharper than ever. Each attempt had revealed something new about the fundamental laws governing transmutation.
The patterns were becoming clearer, though the cost was evident in the collection of barely living specimens recovering in small cages around the cave perimeter. For the 8th attempt, he chose his specimens carefully. A lizard, young but strong, one of the larger maggots, its mana circulation particularly vivid through Riddler's bane. The circles he drew were more intricate than ever, incorporating everything he'd learned about resonance and resistance. "Lucky number 8?" Valiant asked, watching from his self-designated safe distance. Adom didn't respond, focusing entirely on the transfer. The runes began to glow, blood-red light pulsing through the patterns. He could see the energy flow, could trace how it moved between the creatures. Everything looked perfect, exactly according to his calculations. And then, nothing. The lizard's scales dimmed, the maggot remained unchanged. Another failure. Adom sighed, turning away to study his notes.
Where had he gone wrong this time? Everything was perfect. The patterns aligned. "Wait," Valiant said. Edom turned slowly, his notes forgotten. The lizard lay quiet in its circle, scales dim but chest still rising with breath. But the maggot... I swear I just saw it. Valiant leaned closer, whiskers twitching. "There! Did you see that? Like a little spark or something." Edom adjusted his glasses, studying the maggot through Riddler's Bane. The creature's natural mana patterns had shifted, crystalline structures forming where none had existed before. Interesting. "Poke it with something," Valiant suggested, tail swishing with excitement. "That stick there." Edom picked up the stick, but hesitated, watching the maggot's movements. Its translucent body seemed to pulse with an unfamiliar rhythm. "Oh, come on, I'll do it." Valiant reached forward. I think it glowed for a second there, right at the tip. Crack! Ouch! Valiant yanked his paw back, fur standing on end. "Son of a bit..." Language,
Edom said automatically, but he couldn't keep the smile from spreading across his face. Through Riddler's Bane, he could see it clearly now. The lizard's electrical generation structures, perfectly miniaturized and integrated into the maggot's simpler form. The property transfer had worked exactly as intended, scaling down to match the recipient's size. The lizard, still alive, showed no trace of its former electrical abilities. A complete transfer, not just a copy. "You did it!" Valiant was still shaking his paw. "Though, did it have to work right when I was touching it?" "Perfect timing, I'd say," Edom replied. Success after 7 failures. The pattern was complete. As he bent to pick up his notebook, a soft white glow emanated from the outer edge of the transmutation circle. Delicate white flowers, resembling tiny star-shaped lilies, began sprouting from the bare cave floor, forming a perfect ring around the experimental setup. They grew rapidly, unfurling pristine petals that seemed to glow with an inner light. Valiant's eyes widened. What's with the glowy flowers? Is that supposed to happen?" Edom stared at the blooming ring, perplexed. He hadn't incorporated any plant-based components in his transmutation circle. "That's unexpected." "Did you mess something up?" Valiant asked, keeping a safe distance from both the electric maggot and the mysterious flowers. Edom carefully examined the runes through Riddler's Bane. The mana flow was stable, perfect even. But there was something else. A faint resonance pattern he hadn't noticed before, vibrating at frequencies he'd never seen in his previous work. "I may have done something I didn't intend," he admitted, kneeling to inspect one of the flowers without touching it. "The core transmutation worked exactly as designed, but this..." He gestured at the flowers. "This is something else entirely." "Should we, I don't know, pull them up?" Valiant suggested. Edom shook his head firmly. "No. I don't want to alter anything about this configuration until I understand it better. For all we know, disturbing the flowers could destabilize the entire transmutation." He was already smiling when a screen appeared. "Path discovered through study and practice. Through dedicated research and successful experimentation, you have achieved true understanding of fundamental alchemical principles. Path of the Alchemist, Novice, has been recognized. Current paths: Runicologist, Expert. Alchemist, Novice." Huh. And so, the next phase could begin. Time remaining, 6 days, 12 hours, 21 minutes. "You know what I miss?" Valiant asked one night, poking at their small fire. "A good cup of coffee." Edom made a face.
Coffee. Of course you'd like that bitter sludge. Better than your fancy leaf water. Tea is an art form. Coffee is just violence in a cup. Says the man who's never had proper coffee. Valiant grinned. Dark roast, fresh ground beans. Tastes like someone burned dirt and decided to drink it. At least it has character. Tea's just hot water that got nervous around leaves. Adam clutched his chest in mock horror. You barbarian. There are hundreds of unique blends, each with their own fancy words for plant juice. When we get out, Valiant said, we're settling this properly. You try my coffee, I'll try your precious tea. Deal. But when I win... When you what? You'll have to admit tea is superior. In your dreams, kid. Valiant smirked. I could fight dragons, face down armies, but admitting tea beats coffee. That's where I draw the line. You're just afraid of the truth. Says the one who probably puts milk in his tea. I do not. Okay, sometimes, but only with certain blends. Heathen. They shared a quiet laugh, and for a moment the cave felt less oppressive. When we get out, Valiant said again, more softly this time. Yeah, Adam agreed. When we get out. During meditation, he thought of multiple scenarios. Tunnel collapse variations, spell combinations, combat formations. Discard, recalculate, adapt. The plans piled up like dead leaves. His back and leg kept healing, slowly, too slowly, but enough to start proper training. Again! Valiant steadied him as he practiced standing on one leg. You're favoring your right side. Because that's the side with a functional leg, Adam grumbled, but adjusted his stance. Had to get out. Had to try. Step by step. Day by day. Until finally, after 4 days of effort, Adam looked at their latest escape plan and didn't immediately see 3 ways it could kill them. Are you sure it's safe? Valiant asked, adjusting his belt for the 3rd time in as many minutes. The flickering torchlight caught Adam's sardonic smile. Valiant, it's a dungeon. Nothing about this place has ever been safe. He ran his fingers over the nearest wall, tracing a faint runic pattern that pulsed briefly at his touch. Though we did manage a few relatively peaceful days. Yeah, about that, Valiant frowned. It was strange, wasn't it? No much attacks, rare monsters? Not strange at all. Adam gestured to the barely visible markings encircling their shelter. These runes have been redirecting attention away from us. Simple misdirection, really. Make something seem uninteresting enough, and most creatures will ignore it. Oh, so that's what you've been working on all this time? Among other things. Adam checked his notebook one final time before tucking it away. You remember the plan? I think so. You think so? Asked Adam, one eyebrow raised. This isn't a training exercise, Valiant. Either you know the plan, or we're not leaving this cave. Fine, fine. Valiant held up his hands. Northern tunnel to the first junction. Wait for your signal. If we see monsters, we backtrack to point B. If we get separated, we don't. Adam's tone left no room for argument. Under no circumstances do we separate. That's how people die in dungeons. Says the kid who keeps sending his golem off alone. The golem can't die. You and I can. Adam checked his staff-turned crutch, testing its weight. Continue. Right. Stay together. Move to the secondary route if primary is compromised. No magic unless absolutely necessary because...
Because? Because we need to reach point A before letting Helios track us. Valiant's eyes flickered to the gray streak in Adam's hair. Happy now? Ecstatic. Adam turned to the golem, which stood silently in the corner.
Its collection of gathered materials had grown impressively over their stay. Adam took a deep breath. Remember, if everything goes wrong, stay close to you, don't look back, don't stop running, Valiant finished. Though I still think that's the part that sounds most like suicide. Better than the guaranteed death of staying here. Adam started moving toward the cave entrance, each step measured and careful. The rune's effect will start fading soon. We need to move. Why now? Valiant fell into step beside him, ready to catch Adam if his balance failed. A somewhat amusing thought, given their size difference. Why not wait another day? 1 day, 12 hours, 21 minutes. Because I can feel it in my bones, friend. Literally. 1 more day might be one too many. They paused at the threshold of their temporary sanctuary. Last chance to back out, Adam murmured. Valiant snorted. And let you have all the fun? Not likely. Besides, someone has to carry you when that leg gives out. I won't slow us down. Sure you won't. Valiant's tone was gentle. Ready, Law? Adam. Huh? My name. It's Adam. Valiant's confident stride faltered for half a step as he went silent. His whiskers twitched. Once. Twice. If you're about to share another detail about your sexual life, please don't. What? Come on. You think I'm some kind of pervert? Valiant's tail bristled. Psh! The tunnel stretched before them, dark and uninviting. Their footsteps echoed in the silence. The uneven tap of Adam's crutch, Valiant's measured stride, the golem's clicks against stone. Hey, Valiant's voice was quieter now. That tea of yours? I really want to try it later. So let's make it out alive, yeah? Yeah. Adam adjusted his grip on the staff, double-checked his notebook. Stay close. Like glue. They moved through the tunnels like ghosts. Or at least, that's what it felt like inside the concealment bubble Adam had spent days preparing. The world outside had a dreamlike quality. Edges blurred and sounds muffled as if underwater. Light from the crystals scattered strangely through the barrier, creating odd patterns that made depth perception tricky. Third time I've nearly walked into a wall, Valiant muttered, his whiskers twitching as he tried to gauge distances. How long will these runes last? Long enough, theoretically. Adam limped alongside the golem. The arrays would burn themselves out after a certain point due to the amount of movement they were making. A shadow moved in their peripheral vision. Something large, with too many legs. The creature paused, head tilting as if catching a scent. Through the distortion field, its form wavered like heat rising from stone. Valiant froze mid-step. Adam's fingers tightened on his staff. The monster's mandibles clicked once, twice. Then it skittered away, apparently deciding whatever it had sensed wasn't worth investigating. That's the 4th one, Valiant whispered once it was gone. Getting pretty good at this invisible thing. Not invisible, Adam corrected automatically, resuming their careful pace. Just unremarkable. As long as we move slowly and... A ripple passed through the barrier, making the world shimmer like disturbed water. What was that? Valiant's tail puffed up. Nothing. Expected. Adam's jaw clenched. The runes are degrading faster than calculated. The movement. They encountered 3 more close calls in the next hour. A pack of cave wolves that nearly crossed their path. Valiant had to clamp his hand over his mouth to stop a squeak of terror when one passed close enough to feel its breath.
A floating eye that hovered nearby for heart-stopping minutes before drifting away. Something that moved too fast to identify, but left deep gouges in the stone as it passed. Each time, the bubble held. Barely. But nearly 2 hours in, the degradation became impossible to ignore. The barrier flickered visibly now, edges becoming unstable. The world outside would snap into sharp focus for split seconds before blurring again. "Adom," Valiant's voice had an edge of panic. "We're still at least 20 minutes from point A, and this thing is..." "This is point A." "Already?" Valiant's whiskers twitched nervously. "Thought we'd go deeper in before." "This is where Helios spends most of his time. When I was searching with the golem, I spotted him here more than anywhere else." Adom gestured at their surroundings. "He feeds off lesser monsters in this area. If we want him to notice us properly, it'll be here." Right. Valiant's eyes scanned the tunnel junctions. "Just got my timing mixed up. Thought we had another section to go." Another flicker. Longer this time. In the distance, something roared. "Remember," Adom said quietly, "when the bubble fails, stay close to me, no matter what happens." "Wouldn't dream of wandering off now." Valiant moved closer, his fur brushing against Adom's leg. They waited in tense silence as the barrier flickered more frequently, the dreamlike distortion becoming unstable. The golem's runes were beginning to fade, their power almost spent. "Wouldn't dream of wandering off now." Valiant moved closer, his fur brushing against Adom's leg. "Actually, I should probably climb up. Hold on to your shoulders." His claws flexed meaningfully. "If he gets too close, I can always go for the eyes." "Haha, good idea." They waited in tense silence as the barrier flickered more frequently, the dreamlike distortion becoming unstable. The golem's runes were beginning to fade, their power almost spent. The concealment bubble shimmered one final time before dissolving completely, leaving them exposed in a vast, open space. Gone were the confining tunnels and twisting passages. Under normal circumstances, this area would be teeming with the dungeon's more peaceable denizens. Crystal-horned grazers that fed on moss, floating jellies that drifted on underground currents, six-legged creatures that scuttled between the stalagmites searching for mineral deposits. But not anymore. Helios had made sure of that. Adom had watched him during the scouting runs with the golem. Vampires weren't what the stories claimed. No elegant neck-biting, no careful feeding on blood alone. Helios tore into his prey like a starved beast, ripping chunks of meat, cracking bones for marrow. Blood was just part of the mess, spilling everywhere as he feasted. The weaker monsters didn't stand a chance. "I feel naked," Valiant whispered from Adom's shoulder. "Not the time, Valiant, please." Adom shut his eyes. Valiant went quiet. The runes on the golem had Adom's blood in them. Helios would certainly smell it. Just had to wait now. Wait. Adom focused, listening. Stone creaking. Air moving. Something else. A whisper of movement. The golem's arm shot up, metal ringing as it blocked something fast and deadly that would have taken Adom's head off. And so it begins. "Mage!" slowed the world just enough for Adom to savor every detail. The spell caught Helios square in the chest, electricity arcing through his body. Muscles seized, spine arching unnaturally. The impact lifted him off his feet, sending him flying backward like a broken doll. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. For what felt like years, Adom had dreamed of this moment. The way Helios's fangs cracked against each other as lightning coursed through him. How his claws spasmed, useless. For a split second, their eyes met. All that smugness, all that superiority, gone. Just raw, impotent fury. Beautiful. Helios hit a boulder hard enough to crack it, body still twitching. He tried to stand, muscles refusing to obey.
This was long overdue. "Hey, Fangface, how's that tan coming along?" Valiant called out, his bravado barely masking the tremor in his voice. Helios laughed, muscles knitting back together with sickening pops and cracks. "Got me there, mage." Adam adjusted his grip on the staff. "You've become quite predictable." Helios rose slowly, joints cracking back into place. His burned flesh was already healing. "Why are you still talking?" Valiant shouted at Adam. "Blast his ass!" "Because he's smart," Helios said, rolling his shoulders. "He knows how this ends. The hunter always eats its prey." "Agreed." Adam's staff began to glow blue as the golem shifted into a combat stance. "Saw that construct of yours, skulking around." Helios's grin widened. "Tried to track you down, but couldn't get a fix. Grateful you came to me instead." "Before we start," Adam began. "You're still talking with him?" Valiant's claws dug into Adam's shoulder. "Are you fucking with me?" "Why the obsession?" Adam continued, ignoring Valiant's outburst. "What's your problem with me?" "You dare!" Helios's fangs gleamed under the purple sunless sky. "After that stunt you pulled in the undertow? You humiliated me. Made me crawl out of there naked like some common beast, in front of people that used to fear me." His voice rose with each word, carrying across the open space. "Me, a child of the moon, reduced to that. And now you think you can just waltz in here with your pet rat and that construct, acting like—" Unbelievable. The vampire's rage-filled speech cut off as Adam's lips twitched just slightly. Here we go again. Helios and his monologues. You'd think after the undertow incident, he'd have learned that talking just gives your opponent time to act. But no, vampires and their theatrical tendencies.
Something about that almost smile must have finally registered in Helios's brain, because he hesitated mid-rant. Too late. Again. The spell erupted from Adam's staff without warning or flourish, a roaring sphere of concentrated heat that caught Helios mid-word. No dramatic wind-up, no shout, just pure, efficient violence. "Sweet, merciful shit!" Valiant yelped, as Adam immediately followed up with push. The spell launched them forward, straight toward the flames still engulfing Helios. Above them, the golem leaped in a perfect arc, its flame-brand sword leaving ribbons of light in its wake. The coordinated attack had been thought of countless times. Adam low, the construct high, perfect positioning for a pincer move. Through the flames, Helios's hand shot out like a striking snake, aimed for Adam's throat. But Adam's hand was already on the crystal. This was Transportation Crystal 101, but it was so important. The harmonics of paired crystals were tricky things. When perfectly balanced with one mana signature, they created stable teleportation points. One anchor, one jump point. But deliberately destabilize that harmony. Starve one crystal while feeding the other. And something interesting happened. The imbalance created a constant swapping effect, instantly exchanging the positions of anything touching either crystal. Like, say, a mage and his golem. Reality hiccuped. That familiar lurch of instant displacement hit Adam's stomach as he found himself suddenly above, watching his golem, which had been above him a heartbeat ago, drive its blazing sword through Helios's back.
The vampire's claws sliced through empty air where Adam's throat had been. The construct was already pulling back, executing the perfect retreat. Adam didn't waste the opening, even as his stomach rolled from the crystal swap. The spell crashed down just as the golem cleared the area. Electricity met flame, met steel, with Helios caught in the middle of it all.
Still talking too much, Adam muttered, trying to ignore how the world seemed to tilt sideways after the swap. Some sensations you just never got used to. At least Helios made it easy. Get him angry enough and he'd forget everything except his own voice. Some people never learn. Adam watched the chaos of fire and lightning subside. "Point B. Now!" He cut through Valiant's panicked screaming. "We managed to catch him off guard. It's time." The golem's flamebrand sword moved. The first sweep took Helios's legs at the knees. The vampire's scream of rage turned to pure agony. The spell caught him mid-howl, but Adam was already working on the crystal, fingers dancing across its facets, pushing his mana into it. The golem's next strike removed both arms at the shoulders, each cut cauterized by the blazing blade. "You insignificant!" The air reeked of burning vampire flesh. "Hold him!" Adam commanded. The construct grabbed what remained of Helios, its grip unrelenting despite the vampire's thrashing. The crystals hummed in perfect attunement. Everything was ready. "Hold on tight, Valiant." "I am The spell launched Adam and Valiant forward with devastating force, sending him hurtling through the purple sky. 3 kilometers. Point B, where everything would end. Behind him, the golem's crystal activated, vanishing with its screaming cargo. The wind whipped past Adam's face as he soared toward the destination, knowing his construct would be waiting. Helios had talked too much, fought too little, and now they'd finish this properly. Adam's landing was anything but graceful, a stumbling roll that somehow ended with him on his feet. The golem was already there, its metal fingers wrapped around what remained of Helios. New flesh was knitting itself together where limbs had been, accompanied by wet, sickening sounds and the vampire's stream of curses. "Get off, Valiant. Far back." Adam's voice was steady, despite the rough landing. Okay, just try not to die," Valiant muttered, leaping down. The mouse beastkin scurried behind a massive oak, peering around its trunk. "Let him go." The golem released its grip, stepping back as Helios slumped to the ground. Valiant scrambled onto the construct's shoulder as it withdrew. Adam faced the regenerating vampire, watching flesh and bone rebuild itself. Surreal didn't begin to describe it. Every step, every moment had aligned perfectly. 1 day, 9 hours, 49 minutes. One chance. That's all he'd get. Helios pushed himself up on half-formed limbs, coughing and spitting. His eyes found Adam's small smile, and his face contorted with rage. "What are you smiling at, you worthless—" He broke off into another coughing fit. "I'll tear you apart for this. I'll—" Adam planted his staff in the earth. Exhale. Inhale. The vampire's rant died in his throat as lines of light began spreading across the ground, connecting tree to tree. Runes carved into the bark a few days ago by the golem, under Adam's careful instructions, flared to life, creating a perfect circle around them. First, a barrier. It rose, rose, rose some more, until there was no escape possible. Mage, what are you doing?" "You're supposed to be smart, aren't you?" Adam's voice was almost gentle. "Tell me, Helios, what's a vampire that can't heal?" His eyes widened. "No." "Pray." Adam brought his hands together in a sharp clap.
You were prey all along. The runes pulsed. Chains of pure mana erupted from the earth, wrapping around them both. Helios thrashed, but his newly reformed limbs were still weak. The binding circle had been waiting here for days, waiting for this exact moment. The last line of the giant circle connected. Mana surged through the bloody sigil. For a heartbeat, everything went still. Then the space exploded with light and wind, a shockwave that would make a titan's footsteps feel like gentle taps. White radiance erupted from the pattern, burning away the dust and darkness. Waking up in a monster-filled dungeon with the timer of an incurable disease would break most people. But delusion is a powerful thing. It kept Adam moving, crawling through dark caves, fighting through pain, until the familiar ache in his chest brought reality crashing back. Shadow Fate Syndrome. The same illness that had taken everything from him in his past life. Not the quick kind of death. This was the type that stole life, piece by piece. First, the simple pleasures would fade. No more morning runs along the beach, no salt air in his lungs, no magic at the risk of accelerating the progression. A hear attack whenever you'd get too angry, or happy, or sad, or any intense emotion, really. Even food would lose its taste, everything turning to ash on his tongue. He'd lived through this once already, watched the world end while his body betrayed him, too weak to do anything but witness the collapse. Now, he knew exactly what was coming. Every horrible detail, every loss, every death. To put it mildly, it wasn't funny at all. Getting out of this dungeon meant nothing if he couldn't actually live afterward. It would be just another slow death, watching helplessly as everything fell apart again. But then there was Helios. Ah, Helios. For having watched a vampire heal, Adam found it to be fascinating. A cut closes before the blood can even fall. Broken bones snap back into place like they're made of rubber. Disease? They laugh at it. Their bodies simply refuse to be anything but perfect. This crazy idea would have made Professor Merwin throw him out of her classroom. Using the golem's ability, he mapped Zone B and the surrounding zones. The monster patterns were predictable. 17 minutes between waves, each group following fixed paths. The golem traced the runes during the gaps, vanishing whenever creatures approached. The circle had to encompass the zone completely. Each rune was placed to intersect these flows, creating a network that could channel two distinct essences: vampire and human. Adam let his mana roar, and at that moment, every being in and out of the circle froze. A deafening roar from the vampire cut through the air. The creature strained against invisible bonds, muscles bulging. "Please, don't," Helios's voice cracked. "I beg of you, no." The quintessences began to flow, visible streams of power moving through the blood runes. Fire and water balanced each other, earth and air maintained form, while mana bound it all together. The law of equivalent exchange activated first. 2 lives, freely given, would fuel the transformation. The law of conservation channeled their essence through the circle, nothing wasted. The world began to blur at the edges. It was normal, his body was going through a major change. Adam forced his eyes to stay open, jaw clenched against the growing pressure in his chest. He couldn't pass out, not now. The transmutation required both elements to remain conscious, aware. Both the source and the recipient had to endure. Through darkening vision, he watched the streams of essence circle through the runes. Helios fighting against the transformation, while Adom's body struggled to accept it. Nausea rose. His heart fluttered erratically, each beat more painful than the last when... Thump, thump. Ah, that was to be expected. -10 life force. That familiar squeeze in his chest. The pressure he'd felt 57 times before. Not now. Thump, thump. -12 life force. His left arm went dead. Cold sweat ran down his spine. The circle pulsed, drawing essence from all of them. -7 life force. Thump, thump, thump. Can't fall. One slip and the backlash would tear everything apart. Blood trickled from his nose, metallic on his tongue. His heart stuttered, rhythm broken. -15 life force. Through darkening vision, he saw her. Right.
That's what she looked like. Standing by a tree, same as always. That smile. That warm, patient smile. He'd hoped to avoid meeting her again so soon. The world began to fade to white. Adom met her eyes, and all he could do was smile back. Not today. He screamed, forcing power through the circle. Two essences, immortal, mage, flowing together, breaking down, becoming something new. Through the blinding radiance, a silhouette moved toward him. Muffled screams echoed. Helios's sweet cries of agony? Or was that Valiant? His senses were too scrambled to tell. Light consumed everything. Darkness. This was perhaps less than 10 times now since he came back. But it was getting old. Adom was getting tired of waking up confused and disoriented. At least he was thinking, which meant he was, well, something. Being dead hadn't felt much different last time, so that didn't really narrow it down. The sound registered first. Water falling, but gentler than before. The air felt different too. Lighter, less like breathing soup. Mana danced around him, playful instead of oppressive. Almost friendly. He opened his eyes to spots of light. Everything was blurry. Adom patted his face, finding his glasses exactly where they should be. Frowning, he pulled them off, and the world snapped into crystal-clear focus. Huh. Something moved beside him. He turned his head to see Valiant's mouth moving at incredible speed. The mouse beastkin's words came through like he was underwater, muffled, distant, incomprehensible. Valiant's paws were gesturing wildly, his face a mix of relief and fury. Did it work? The transmutation. His leg didn't protest as he shifted. That constant, familiar ache, gone. Adom ran his hand down where the injury had been, pressing experimentally. Nothing. No pain, no stiffness. Still half-dazed, he reached behind himself, fingers searching for the network of scars that had mapped his back for decades. Smooth skin met his touch. Just smooth skin. No ridges, no rough patches, like they'd never existed at all. Did it actually work? Through his clear vision, he spotted the clover lying in the grass beside Valiant, who was still ranting at full speed. Only one leaf remained on its stem now. He'd really have to thank Bob properly when they met again. His eyes drifted to where Death had stood by the tree. Empty space now. Oof! The breath left him in a long exhale. Adom's hearing slowly cleared, sound trickling back in waves. And then the light just... Are you even listening? Adom? Yeah. He turned around, looking toward where Helios had been during the ritual. Where the vampire should be.
System recalibrating. A groan suddenly cut through the air. Not Adom's, which prompted him to widen his eyes, then narrow them. He sighed, looking at the roses scattered around him. Of course it couldn't be that simple. Adom followed the sound while Valiant stayed back, each step testing his leg. Helios lay in a patch of white roses, his body breaking apart into motes of light. Their eyes met, golden irises, dulled with pain but burning with hate, locked onto Adom. Helios tried to speak, but only managed a wet snarl. His fingers dug into the earth as he dragged himself forward, leaving a trail of dissolving flesh. Even dying, even falling apart, the vampire's only thought was to reach Adom. To bite. To kill. Adom watched him approach, face impassive. There was no pity in his eyes, no satisfaction either, just cold observation. Only sunlight could kill a vampire, not because of any mystical weakness, but because something in it drained their vital energy faster than they could regenerate. The sacrificial circle had taken that vital energy completely. Helios's fingers brushed Adom's foot. His mouth opened, fangs gleaming one last time. Adom extended his palm. "You're one stubborn fellow, huh?" His voice was soft. "Goodbye." Light erupted from his hand, and Helios's form shattered completely. "You have slain vampire, Helios Naso." The motes of light danced upward as Adom stood still, watching them disappear into the sky. New skill acquired. Healing factor, very rare. Level 1. Description: your body now regenerates at an accelerated rate. Healing speed and efficiency increase with skill level. Progress achieved through surviving damage. Current regeneration, 5 times normal human rate. Note: accelerated healing reduces recovery time by 80%. Minor cuts heal in hours instead of days. Moderate injuries recover in days instead of weeks. Does not provide visible regeneration or restore lost limbs at your current level. And then, quest updated. The race against time. Find a cure for life drain syndrome before visible symptoms manifest. Status: completed. Reward: life drain syndrome removed. Adom stared at the notification for a long moment. His fingers traced the spot on his chest where the familiar ache had lived. Nothing. Just smooth, steady heartbeats. He took a deep breath, his first in weeks, without that underlying tension, without counting the seconds between beats. The air tasted sweeter somehow, probably an after-effect of the large mana manipulation that occurred here. That and the sudden flowers. A small smile tugged at his lips. Not exactly how he'd planned it, but then again, when did anything ever go exactly as planned? Valiant padded up beside him, clearing his throat. "Love the new style, by the way." Adom turned to him, brow furrowed. "What?" "The hair," Valiant gestured vaguely toward Adom's head. "The white streak. Very dramatic." "Really?" Adom reached up, running fingers through his hair. Probably another effect of the transmutation. Magic always seemed to have a flair for the theatrical. Valiant grunted, shifting his weight. "Look, hate to break the mood and all, but..." He glanced around at the scattered roses, the scorched grass, the lingering motes of light still drifting skyward. "Maybe we should get moving? Find that gate and get out of here before someone comes to investigate all this." He waved his paw at the general devastation around them. "Commotion?" "That," Adom said, taking one last look at where Helios had been, "is a very good idea." Chapter 40. out of the dark.
By the way, Valiant said, as they made their way through another identical-looking tunnel, that whole pray speech back there? Pretty edgy. Adam kept his eyes on the path ahead, testing each step carefully. His body still felt strange. So smooth, so perfect.
What speech?
Oh, you know. Valiant cleared his throat and attempted his best Adam impression. Tell me, Helios, what's a vampire that can't heal? And then that dramatic pause before, Prey. You were prey all along, he chuckled. I mean, it worked, but wow. A few moments of silence passed, broken only by their footsteps echoing off stone walls. Did I really sound like that? Like you'd been practicing it in the mirror for weeks? Yeah, kind of. Valiant's whiskers twitched with amusement. I wasn't planning to talk at all, Adam muttered. It just happened. Hey, if you're going to be dramatic, that was the time to do it. You did just steal his super vampire healing thingy and everything. Valiant hopped over a small crack in the floor. Oh, man. Reminds me of when I was younger. Used to practice these cool lines in front of the mirror. Had this whole routine worked out for when I'd become a famous adventurer. Really? Yeah. I'd burst in through the window. Had to be a window. Doors are boring. Point my sword at the villain and say... He trailed off, ears flattening. Actually, no. It's too embarrassing. Come on. The corner of Adam's mouth twitched. You can't stop there. Fine, but you can't laugh. Valiant struck what he probably thought was a heroic pose. Your reign of terror ends here, evildoer. Face the justice of... Hush. Adam stopped abruptly, holding up one hand. Something scratched against stone somewhere ahead. A familiar sound, like claws dragging across rock. They pressed themselves against the wall, all thoughts of edgy one-liners forgotten.
Valiant's nose twitched rapidly as he scented the air.
Please tell me that's not what I think it is, he whispered.
The scratching grew louder, closer.
Oh God, that reeks.
Valiant's nose wrinkled as he sniffed the air. Like something crawled inside something else that was already dead, and then they both rotted together. Accurate description. Adam's weighted knuckles materialized from his inventory with a practiced motion. The scratching grew closer, accompanied by a wet, dragging sound. The ghoul lurched around the corner, half its face already sloughed off, revealing muscle and bone underneath. Adam rolled his shoulders. Still strange how smoothly they moved now. Every joint felt fresh, like they'd been dipped in oil and polished. His body was a blank slate, wiped clean of history. That old knee scar from falling out of the manor's oak tree? Gone. The tiny burn mark on his palm from his first fumbled fireball? Vanished. Even that embarrassing bite mark on his left cheek, the lower one, from when he and Damus had climbed the Lightbringer fence and got chased by their overly enthusiastic gardener's dog. That one had hurt for weeks. All of it, just gone. He felt alive. More than alive. Better than when he'd first woken up in his younger body. Everything worked with a precision that seemed almost unreal. Before the ghoul could reach with its mangled hands, Adam's fist connected with what remained of its jaw. Bone shattered with a sharp crack. The spell ripped through the creature, stone spearing up through its torso. Black ichor sprayed across the tunnel wall. You know, Valiant observed, watching Adam drive a second spike through the thing's skull for good measure. I've seen you kill plenty down here, but you're really enthusiastic about the ghouls. I don't like ghouls. As if to emphasize his point, The creature's bloated stomach burst open with a wet pop. A mass of writhing maggots spilled out,
along with strings of greenish pus and chunks of half-digested flesh. The stench hit them like a physical wall. Holy, nope. Valiant clamped both paws over his nose. Let's get the fuck out of this dungeon. Best thing you've said all day. Adam turned away from the mess, already walking. Hey! Valiant scampered after him. I say lots of good things. Remember when I... Wait. You're doing that thing again where you pretend not to listen but you're actually smirking. I can see you smirking. The sound of their bickering echoed down the tunnel, leaving the impaled ghoul and its spilled contents behind. 2 hours of walking had left them both on edge. They'd avoided what fights they could, dealt with those they couldn't, but the constant tension was wearing. Every shadow might hide another ghoul. Every sound could be something worse. But finally, they reached it. The anchor being's territory. A massive cliff face stretched up into the purple twilight, its surface broken by jutting rock formations that looked almost like giant steps, or maybe a throne, viewed from far below. Something moved up there. The impact shook loose fragments of stone that bounced down the cliff face. Boom! The sound hit them like a physical force, echoing off the rocks. Hey, Adam? Valiant's voice had gone slightly higher than usual. Remind me what those journal entries said about the boss? A titan. Right, a titan. Valiant nodded slowly. Those are basically just really big giants, yeah? Another boom. More rocks fell. The note said he used to be a regular giant, Adam replied, eyes tracking the movement above. An adventurer, actually. What went wrong? When you defeat an anchor being, a dungeon boss, you can take its core, become the new boss yourself, if you want. Adam adjusted his glasses. The ambient mana shifts to match the new ruler. Sometimes, if they're powerful enough, the entire dungeon's rank increases. Boom. So this guy got ambitious. Valiant's tail curled nervously around his legs. Thought being dungeon boss would be fun? Power's tempting. Adam started toward the cliff. Especially when you're already strong. Giants have natural magic resistance, incredible strength, perfect for controlling a dungeon's core. But the core changes you, twists you. The longer you hold it, the less you become. Another step shook the ground. Until you're just another monster. They both looked up as a shadow fell over them. Something massive moved at the top of the cliff. Well, Valiant muttered, that's just fantastic. So what exactly are you planning? Adam pulled out the map, pointing to a marked location near the cliff's peak. The portal's up there. We use the crystal's swap ability every time he attacks. Should let us dodge while getting closer. Like we did with Helios. Exactly. Adam traced their route with his finger. We just need to be fast. Get to the gate, activate it, leave. That's it? Valiant nodded, but his tail betrayed his nervousness, twitching back and forth. Sounds almost too simple. Boom! Hey! Adam turned to him. After what we pulled with Helios, this is doable. You think it'll all go well? Adam almost laughed. Last time I said everything would go well, I ended up in this dungeon. That's not encouraging at all. We'll do our best. Adam's eyes hardened. And after that, well, Marco and his friends will have a thing or two to learn. Another earthquake-like tremor shook the ground. Valiant slapped his cheeks with both paws, muttering to himself, You're valiant. Be valiant. Come on, be valiant. Adam smiled, watching Valiant psych himself up. The way he smacked his cheeks with those tiny paws was actually kind of cute. Like watching a kid trying to be brave. Wait, what the hell was that thought? Adam shook his head. Let's go. Adam reached into his inventory. Movement slow and careful. The golem materialized, waiting for his command. They crouched behind a massive boulder, one of many scattered across the cliff top like discarded toys. The air felt wrong up here, thicker. Every breath tasted like blood and rot. Valiant peered around the edge first. His whiskers went rigid. The Titan, a real one, stood near the cliff's edge, surrounded by carnage. Easily 3 stories tall, skin like weathered granite, veins of purple light pulsing beneath the surface. His eyes blazed with that same sickly light, darting around with manic energy. Chunks of armor, probably centuries old, still clung to his massive frame, though most had been torn away in what must have been countless battles. Monster corpses littered the ground around him, torn apart in ways that suggested he hadn't bothered with weapons, just grabbed and pulled until things came apart. Some looked fresh, others not so much. Taking, always taking. The Titan's voice carried across the plateau, muttering to himself as he paced. His movements were jerky, like a puppet with tangled strings. Mine, all mine. Shouldn't touch, shouldn't be here. Not allowed, not allowed. He stopped suddenly, scratching at his arms. Deep gouges marked his gray skin, some fresh enough to bleed. Itches. Make it stop. Make it. Valiant shot Adam a wide-eyed look, paws moving in rapid gestures. Even without knowing proper sign language, Adam got the message clear enough. What the fuck is wrong with him? The giant slammed his fist into the ground. The impact sent cracks spreading through the rock. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! His voice dropped back to muttering. Not real. Not real. Just the voices. Just the... More gestures from Valiant, more frantic this time. His tail had coiled so tight it looked painful. Adam pointed past the giant's pacing form. There, set into the cliff face. The gate. Ancient stone arch, just tall enough for a person to walk through, covered in faint runes etched into the stone. The archway was empty now, waiting to be activated. Above them, the sky held that same sickly purple color as the Titan's eyes. Between them and freedom, just a raving giant monster who'd lost his mind to power. Simple. Adam glanced at Valiant again, extending his arm toward the gate in a "let's go" gesture. The mouse's eyes went wider than he'd ever seen them, head shaking so fast his ears flopped. Boom! The ground shook as the Titan slammed both fists down this time. Coming! Coming! Always coming! Can't stop them! Can't... The Titan's mutterings grew louder, more frantic. He grabbed his own head, fingers digging into his scalp. He's talking, Valiant whispered, voice barely a breath. A monster that can talk is 1,000 times worse than one that can't. And this one's not right in the head. The mouse pressed himself flat against the boulder. We should wait. Find another way. Adam pointed at the gate again, more insistent. Valiant's tail wrapped around himself like a shield. He shrank back further, ears flat against his skull. Any other time, Adom would have agreed completely. Hell, running away from the crazy Titan sounded like the smartest plan he'd had all week. But that gate. He pulled out the clover. One leaf left, still glowing faintly. No more time for smart plans. The 2-meter-tall golem stood ready. Adom gave it the signal, and it took off running past their hiding spot, heavy footfalls echoing across the rocky ground. Covered in blue fluid. The Titan's head snapped around, movements sharp and broken. "Who's there?" His voice boomed across the plateau, then dropped to a whisper. "Not alone. Never alone. They're coming. They're here." Then a roar. "Show yourself!" The golem kept its steady pace toward the far edge of the cliff.